Across two countries, it is the pinnacle of sporting rivalry.
The history and tradition, you know, you knew you were a part of something incredibly special.
Feats and deeds enshrined in folklore and national character.
Sconford, there it is. That's a hat-trick to Shane Ward.
Contests that have defined generations and careers.
Yes! For Headingley 1981, Green Headingley 2019.
There is no trophy quite so fiercely contested as this little urn.
It gets in your blood, it gets in your system, and it seems like every Ashes series now grows and grows and grows. This is even more highly anticipated.
Cricket's ultimate showdown between its oldest foes.
Redmond's 199. That's his 200.
Simply way before. That's a splendid 100. A great innings by Ian Botham.
The new incarnation pits the world champions.
Scott Boland takes the catch to secures the World Test Championship final for Australia.
It's exciting. I think this one in particular seems like it's just got a little bit more on it. The whole cricketing world stops for a month to kind of put their attention on this series.
Against the revolutionary force that is Bazball.
Stokes backs away, flays the ball wide above it this time. 4-6.
We found a way that we're able to get the best out of the team. This is just how England play their cricket.
And it might never have been more anticipated than this. The Ashes, cricket's greatest show, is right here on SEN.
Stark is over the wicket at him. He's bowled him! It's the taken! Crawley's left on the pad. They're up, he's out. That is Test cricket at its finest.
For McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee, fit for an Aussie. England versus Australia. The Ashes on SEN Cricket.
Good morning and welcome to SEN Test Cricket, live from Edgbaston for McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee, fit for an Aussie. It's here. At last, it's here. The most anticipated Ashes series since the 2005 epic. And for once, that isn't just the hype machine doing its thing, as it always will when these foes meet. Usually a clash of the friendliest enemies. This year, a clash of cricketing cultures that would have been unheard of the last time these teams met. That night in Hobart, just 515 days ago, was the nadir of Joe Root's captaincy. There were mitigating factors aplenty, but their batting was broken beyond repair. They were a side in desolation and despair. Well, the rest is history. From having won just one of their previous 17, under the Stokes and McCallum leadership axis, they've nailed 11 from their next 13. All at an average run rate of 4.8 and over, routinely going at better than a runner ball for days at a time. Test cricket like we've never seen it before. But can they do it against Australia's attack? It's the question that's been posed since day dot. And we probably won't find out the answer today. Ben Stokes loves to chase on what looks like a hard track, and on a beautiful day, Australia will surely bat. So here we are. Days like these are special and to savour. The collective experience we've all enjoyed of following Ashes series deep into the night, riding the bumps, it's here again. So strap in for 6 weeks we may never forget. It's here at last, it's here. I'm Adam Collins, and with me to begin our adventure over the next 6 weeks is former Aussie quick Damien Fleming, 2 times Ashes winner, and my right-hand man as always, Bharat Sundaresan. Lads, good morning. So much to get through, but we have the unlikeliest thread to begin with. Mitchell Marsh. Baz, I know you've been talking with Jarrod before. He's marked his run-up out. We still have no idea truly what's going on.
We don't. And the only man I haven't seen so far in the Aussie camp is Marnus Labuschagne, which generally means he's in the nets with Michael David.
No, I've seen Marnus.
He's been around?
He's been around. Maybe a bit of shadow run-up by Mitchell Marsh. If he walks out for the toss, you know the Aussies are playing games, don't you?
Absolutely.
They've either punked all of us. It's some epic sort of ruse, because you just don't see that, right? I mean, I get the COVID era, we had extra guys warming up and so on, but you wouldn't be marking a run-up out unless it's foxing or there is something going on that we haven't yet worked.
Well, the only way he plays if Camp Green's injured.
who's also marked his run-up out.
Yes.
So it might be a team balancing. It could be a batter's injured that we don't know about. Improbable he'd be playing as a frontline seamer. I mean, that's why it's so perplexing. What's going on? But I suppose we'll find that out in about 25 minutes' time when they do the
Bharat's man, Michael Neeser, would be coming in.
You would hope so in that scenario.
And he bats okay.
He does. He's scoring hundreds in county cricket. No, I think it was just Mitch Marsh being Mitch Marsh. And the thing is, he didn't mark his run-up at the other end. He did at this end. And he was helping out with the other bowlers at the other end. And he hasn't warmed up so far. He went straight from the marking run-up session to kicking the footy with some of the other reserve players. And he's just standing around now from where we are sat, Cummins and Hazelwood warming up. But the call to leave Mitchell Starc out, Flem, I don't know what you make of it. Josh Hazelwood has looked beautiful in the nets in the last few days, and he's bowled long spells, so the body's good. He's on top of his game. But to leave the 1 point of difference you have in this attack, which is Mitchell Starc, for me is quite the decision.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, just with everything, even chucking in that Mitchell Marsh, just the intrigue coming into this series, it's only adding to it. We're all so nervous. We all can't wait for it to start. And they kept throwing little things like Marshy booing out his run-ups. No, I had Starc in. And for the reasons you just suggested. And then on top of that was... I like his batting at 8. I just think we have a long tail with Cummins' batting has regressed from a promising start as a bowling all-rounder. And then it's Lyon at 9, Bolo or Hazelwood at 10 or 11. So that's a long tail for me. And we spoke earlier, Colo, didn't we? Great question from, I can't remember if it was Jarrod or Derm, who wouldn't England want to play? And I think Bazball is built around predictability of the bowling team. So we've got Cummins and Boland and Hazelwood, Greeny to a degree, who bowl a fantastic bouncy stock ball. But it is quite predictable. So if you're going to advance down the pitch, it's going to be around that 6 metre mark. You can go back in your crease and you can lap. Mitchell Starc, I think it's hard to advance to. And to lap, you take a risk because Starkey just doesn't have the same control. He swings the ball more than any other Australian player. He bowls a good length less than those 4 bowlers. And he does. They call him the mop. He mops up the tail, and you can take the mickey at him for that. But we know, tail end runs in Ashes, batting with, like a Bairstow at England or a Carey who is showing some great signs of his ability to bat with the tail. You take all those factors out when you don't have Mitchell Starc.
And what a ground for it, Flem, this week. I mean, it's a gorgeous day. Not a cloud in the sky. 27 degrees forecast. It feels like midsummer. It's like if we were constructing the perfect day and indeed the perfect commentary position right down the barrel where we are here at Edgbaston.
We could umpire, couldn't we? We could seriously umpire from here.
Yeah. It doesn't get any better than this. We know the Holy Stand will be roaring later on this morning as they do when they get lubricated.
No, they'll be nuts.
That's not overplaying the point either. That's a big part of the culture in that part of the ground.
You don't want to be fielding their collar.
No, I wouldn't have thought so. We were here, Flem, for the World Cup semi-final in 2019 when England thrashed Australia, and it was loud out there, as it was in the 2019 Ashes on day one when Warner and Smith played for the first time. This is my long way of getting to Stephen Smith. Made 144 and 142 on that occasion. The 100 on day one, it was 8 for 122 when Peter Siddle walked out with him. And he turned out one of the most extraordinary performances ever by an Australian batsman. He's made 7 Ashes tons in his last 11 Test matches. He is the antidote to Bazball because he can bat for not only sessions of a time, like the way the England batters do, he can bat for days at a time. And if Smith and or Labuschagne can put in a big old shift like that today, it'll make it that much harder for England to do their thing.
Yeah, but I thought that was a great Test 100 against India in the Test Championship.
Yeah.
Travis Head got all the accolades. And so he should, because that's an unbelievable 100 at a run of ball under that much pressure. But that can't be done without Smith's ability to bat tough early when Australia were under the pump. And then, no ego, happy to get singles, to get Travis Head the strike because he was going really. And then when he finally dismissed Smith, he was narky. He wanted to go big. He'll be disappointed with his shot in the second innings. you know, as big as 2019 was, this series could be even bigger for Stephen Smith, because I still think that the Test champs now, when you introduce, you know what I love about, you know, even just introducing myself, I love that you said 1-2 Ashes series, because they're so much bigger than any other series. Australia-India's getting there, but, you know, like that is something at the end of your career to know that you were part of 2 winning Ashes series. But now that this lineup here can add in and also been at least a Test champion once. You know, the younger boys in the team will hope for that's 3 times.
Well, 8 of the guys in this 11, in all probability, the 11 we expect to play 37 Test matches or more. And I think, Bharat, that tells a story of a side that's kind of perhaps not, they've reached their peak. Clearly, that was last week, the World Test Championship final. But a lot of them are on the other side. They're getting towards the end. And what it would mean for them winning in England for the first time in 22 years. You've been with them a lot over the last 2 or 3 years, with them more than any other reporter. The sense you get from being close to the group about what winning in England would constitute.
Especially this series, like Flem said, nothing comes close to winning the Ashes. Yes, the World Test Championship was a great moment for Australian cricket, and for this lot, you've stuck together for so long. But this is a clash of cultures we are seeing. And just what you said there, Adam, these guys have been together. They've played a brand of Test cricket which has worked wonderfully for them, not just at home, but away as well. 3 very difficult tours of the subcontinent. Yes, they didn't win everywhere, but what we saw in Pakistan, the way they dealt with the spinning conditions in Sri Lanka, and the way they fought back in India, they should have won in Delhi, let's not forget, tells you that they find solutions, and they believe that their brand of cricket works. And on the other hand, you have England, who, in their opinion, are reinventing the sport and feel that's where Test cricket should head. So I think it's a beautiful coming together of these 2 cultures. And like you said, for Pat Cummins, the coronation happened at the Oval with the World Test Championship final. But this is where he can really stamp in his authority over what is Australian cricket.
Let's take our first break on SEN Test cricket here at Edgbaston. Our pre-game is for Drinkwise. Remember, if you're drinking, to Drinkwise. On the other side of the break, for the first time this summer, Daniel Norcross will be jumping on with the great Jeremy Coney, former New Zealand skipper, with us for the whole Ashes series, and our excellent statistician, Phil Long. Back with them in a couple of minutes.
We do have a team, but yeah, we'll announce it tomorrow, mainly because we haven't got around to tell all our squad members. So, we'll save that for the toss tomorrow. But yeah, just weighing up, just the different options, really. The big difference from last week is Joshy Hazlewood's back available. So just some conversations to be had around, who we think the best 11 for this first one is.
That's Pat Cummins talking about his team. We're going to find out about that team very shortly in about 13 minutes. I'm Daniel Norcross alongside me for the first time, but certainly not the last, in this lengthy but strangely shortened Ashes series. I've got former New Zealand captain and SEN legend Jeremy Coney alongside me. The players are warming up outside this morning. Our pre-game is for Drinkwise. Remember, if drinking, drink wise. So, England, we've talked about Australia, but what of England? They're a law unto themselves, and you and I, Jeremy, have spent the last 3 days cogitating over what their plans are going to be. What would they do if it's a beautiful sunny day with a brown pitch that looks perfect for batting?
And win the toss?
And win the toss. What do you think they're going to do, Jeremy?
Well, of course, history would say you bat. But we know full well that Stokes is not of that ilk. He'll think to himself, we'll chase. And therefore he wants to bat second and fourth. So he's tempted. He'll be tempted, I think, to have a bowl. Get on with the business of taking 20 wickets. It seems a lot of this, the way they've played, is designed to create time in the game. That's why they bat quickly, to take wickets, isn't it? And so that might be his feeling, and that he wants to do that. Or, he might want to lay down a marker. He might want to say, look, we will bat. And we'll try and use the way that we have played to try and disrupt the Australian bowlers.
You see, this is really...
So we just don't know.
It's the heart of baseball, though, Jeremy, isn't it? I know the players don't like it, but I'm unlucky, I'm afraid. We've got this word, we're going to use it. Yes. Baseball, a lot of people misinterpret baseball as sending your batters to go out and recklessly hurl themselves at the ball and smash it around. Now, that may be the end result of the plan, but the plan is very clear from Stokes. He says often at tosses on beautiful days, we want to chase. And he's thinking about day 4, day 3, day 4, day 5, about the 4th innings of the match. That's his primary concern. So what you'll see with his plans is constant aggression, constant changing, but they have announced their team. Australia haven't announced their team. And looking at that team, on a day like today with Anderson, Broad, Robinson, Moeen Ali and Ben Stokes, it's got 1,777 wickets, a record. No side has ever taken to a test match field with more combined wickets. It should have a wicket-taking threat. But you and I have both been saying to each other, "Oh, is that going to be potent enough?" It will be an odd attack to go into anyway, leaving Wood out on a pitch like this.
Yes.
Are England making a similar mistake to the ones they did in Australia, where they left Wood out at Adelaide? They keep playing the wrong team.
And didn't use Anderson in the first match at the Gabba.
That's right, exactly.
When it looked very green.
Yes.
Yeah, I thought they'd pick Wood just to try and create a point of difference about their attack. While you look at these days, if they decide to bowl first here, if you look at the structure and the way that England have played, if Australia... And they want to use time. They want to, create time, don't they? That's what England's basic plan is, to try and take wickets with that extra time. But if Australia take it, if they say, if you're going to hand us time like that, we'll grab that, thank you very much. And instead of batting for 90 overs or instead of batting for 110 overs, if we're good enough, because I think that other teams actually haven't batted very well against England.
That's true, is it? I mean, who really
They've been complicit. And so I feel that but I do think that the likes of Labuschagne and Smith in particular, maybe Khawaja, if he can start and get in and so on, if those three in particular get going, we know Head can play fairly aggressively and so on, but those three in particular, if they get in and use the overs up, then you start to come back into the older bowlers. And I'm talking about age here, and this sort of for Anderson and for Broad, very good bowlers, all the wickets you've just told us about. But if they're not getting much rest, and if you also go back and look at the length of the innings that England have had in those last 13 tests.
All very short.
It's all been between 60 and 77. So that doesn't give the likes of Anderson and Broad. Moeen is a question mark, I think.
Big question
mark. A good spin bowler, but not the quality of Lyon, personally, myself.
Not used a red ball for 2 years.
Correct.
I mean, a lot of left-handers, and all feels fine, but, back to that point about how many overs they've bowled, and nobody else batting against them. This is perfect, isn't it? The solution to Bazball, the kryptonite for Bazball
is to bat long.
Is Steve Smith and Marnus Labuschagne. If you wanted to create a player that would counter Bazball, it's those two, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And if they do get in, they are both capable of batting for a day.
But England are going to be dramatic. They're going to take risks.
Yep.
You've mentioned Moeen Ali there. 195 test wickets.
At an average of against Australia?
Oh, 70 odd?
Yes, 65.
65. Doesn't bode well, but nothing has before. A lot of these players...
It doesn't matter,
They're not a very different team from the one that took the field against Australia and got hammered in Australia, but they've got a different vibe, they've got a different mindset. Players have been transformed, and that's what Ben Stokes is going to hope for. He said that message to Moeen Ali. Ashes, Moeen Ali replied, lol. Couldn't believe that he was talking about that. Well, he was, and he's going to be pulling on his whites. Whether he's going to be bowling or batting, we'll find out very shortly. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll be just on the cusp of the toss.
For Henley Homes, land from $350,000. Build your dream Henley home at the Dales, Bonnybrook. Live from England, the Ashes on SEN Cricket.
Race into RSCA Safety and save during their end of financial year sale. Massive savings including $70 off selected steel blue boots, up to $30 off 11 and Hammer and Field jackets. Bonus socks valued at $29.95 with selected pants. 20 to 70% off PPE safety. Sale on selected styles. All Melbourne stores open 7 days or shop online. RSCA Safety is the destination for workwear and safety gear. Race in now to RSCA Safety for their end of financial year sale.
Visit Audi Penfold Burwood for the Audi 4-day sale event, presenting you with 4 days of additional end of financial year opportunities on a range of Audi models. Enjoy complimentary registration, stamp duty and CTP, plus complimentary 5 years, 75,000 kilometres scheduled servicing. Don't delay. This offer is on now until Monday, June 19. Book your test drive at Audi Penfold Burwood today. T's and C's apply. AudiPenfold.com.au. LMCT 444.
What does it take to win Super Ratings Fund of the Year? Strong performance, competitive fees, and a focus on members. A super fund that delivers all three? That's a plus. Host Plus, 2023 Super Fund of the Year. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Visit lonsec.com.au for awards and ratings criteria and disclosure. General advice only.
Cricket.
Obviously, you get asked a lot if we're going to continue to play in this way against this opposition, and we're going to continue to keep playing this way against this opposition. And I think we've sort of made it clear that this is just how England play their cricket against any opposition. Because, as I say, it's worked more than it's not. So yeah, I don't think there's any question around what we're going to go out and, how we're going to go out and try and play our cricket, even though it's against Australia.
That's Ben Stokes, and this is our pre-game for Drinkwise. Remember, if you're drinking a Drinkwise, Adam Collins back with you. Pete Lalor with me. We're but minutes from the toss, and, well, Stokes was pretty clear yesterday when speaking to the media, Pete, that no matter what, they're going to keep playing this way the whole way through. I mean, it's going to be fascinating if they're in trouble early.
Yep. I saw him interviewed by BBC, and he said, we'll play our way. And is it enough will that win the Ashes? He says, well, if it doesn't, oh well. I
kind of admire that answer in a way, though. I think he's had enough of hearing the question, well, can you do it against last year it was South Africa, then it was Pakistan in Pakistan, now it's the Aussies. I mean, he gets it all the time. We're not far away from the toss, by the way. We'll take that ideally through our effects, Mike. If not, we might take it on tape delay. Either way, we'll have the toss in a matter of moments. The two captains, Patrick Cummins and the aforementioned Ben Stokes, looking resplendent in their blazers and their caps and all the rest of it. Ben Stokes tried to wear the bucket hat out for the toss against Ireland a couple of weeks ago, but he's got his proper baggy blue on today, and what a day, what an occasion. We've been waiting so long for this, Pete.
Gee, it'll be hot in those jackets out there. How splendid is the weather in England? I cannot believe it.
We've had some...
Day after day after day. I tell you one thing, though. This whole England baseball thing, is it because they really have no other option about how to play cricket after that 2019 Ashes?
It's a bit more calculated than that. I think they assessed, McCullum assessed having been in the inner sanctum of Test cricket. Remembering the scoring rates for New Zealand picked up considerably under his captaincy towards the end. I mean, we saw a bit of a taste of it. We got a bit of a taste of it with that final test that McCullum made, the 54-ball 100 rather at Christchurch. There were signs there, even the New Zealand one-day game plan at the 2015 World Cup, that he was a guy who thought outside the square about the international game. And the very fact that he was applying for the England white ball job, and Rob Key, the new director of cricket, well, he was then, said, no, actually, we want you to do the test job to see whether you can do something different. And what a masterstroke it's been, 11 from 13.
Yeah.
Just stay with me here, Pete. My apologies. We might have the toss here. Let's give it a go. I'm going to take it off TV. We're going to take this toss off TV. The toss has been done, but give us 15 seconds, and we know Ben Stokes has won it. We're just waiting for it to come back down the line from Australia, because our effects mic is a little bit distorted for taking it through the loudspeakers. We're just standing by and waiting for our team in Melbourne to take the toss.
Well, Adam, do you expect England to send Australia in?
I have thought since we arrived here that they would win the toss and bowl. That is my expectation.
Yes, that's right.
We're waiting to see whether we can get this back via television. We're just right. Television aren't taking it live in Australia, so we'll do the best we can here. England have won the toss and have elected to bat.
There you go.
England have won the toss, I can report, and have elected to bat. That is not the England game plan. Since this era started under Ben Stokes, he's won the toss and said, thanks, we'll chase. Not we'll field, we will chase. And he's been very adamant about using that language because he feels like they can chase down anything. And now we're going to get Ben Stokes explaining that on the coverage. Bear with us, here it comes.
Ben, you've won the toss. What have you decided to do and why?
We're going to have a bat.
Looks great, doesn't it?
Looks a really good cricket wicket. Obviously a good toss to win, but now we've got to go out and put some runs on the board.
How proud are you to be leading England in the Ashes?
Yeah, it's amazing to don't know, just to sort of be here with all the hype that's been around for the last sort of 6 months, I guess, is obviously a very special moment for me and a very special moment for the rest of the guys in the team.
Lots of hype around this Ashes series. Have you and the team been able to block that out and just focus on what you've got to do?
I mean, it's been tough at times just because of how much sort of, hype and energy the Ashes series brings, but I think that's something we've been very good at over the last year, is just to sort of stay very level, keep all the external noise out and just concentrate on what we do.
And your mate Mo answered the SOS call. Great to see him back in the dressing room. How's he fitting in? He's a perfect cricketer for what you want, isn't he?
Yeah, it's great to have Mo back. A very, very unfortunate injury to Leachy. He's been a massive part of our dressing room, and it was very sad to get that news. But I've seen Mo produce some unbelievable performances on some of his great days in England shirt, and that's why I went to him, because I know what he can offer this team. So it's great to have him back, and hopefully he goes out there and enjoys it.
Played some great cricket, but this is a big challenge, isn't it?
It always is. Every team's a big challenge. Obviously, Australia have just come off the back of winning the World Test Championship. So, this is hopefully the start of a fantastic 6-7 weeks.
Thank you for your time. Good luck.
Thanks, mate. Cheers.
Pat, if you could come and just have a quick word. England are going to bat. What would you have done?
Yeah, we would have had a bat as well.
What have you done with your team?
One change from last week. Mitchell Stark's the unfortunate man to miss out. Joshy Hazelwood comes in.
How difficult a decision was that? How difficult is it going to be throughout the series to rotate the bowlers?
I think we'll need to throughout the series. Yeah, tough call, especially on Mitchie. I thought he was really impressive last week, but, it's squad mentality. It's a good problem to have, having someone like Joshy Hazelwood come in.
How much are you selecting also for conditions next week? Well, next test match is Lords. That might need more line bowling.
Yeah, you assess it, week by week. At least this one has, about a week kind of off in between games, and then once, the next two blocks are pretty tight together. So managing the bowlers and conditions come into it too.
Beat India at the Oval, fantastic game of cricket. Is that great preparation or just more miles in the legs that you could perhaps do without?
I think good preparation now that we've won. We went into that pretty fresh. We didn't play a warm-up game, but prepared well. So we feel really well suited to here. Everyone's obviously eager, and we've had a week used to the conditions. Last week helps.
England will come at you. Is that okay?
I think so. Yeah.
Have a great time. Thanks very much indeed.
Thanks.
England won the toss. They are going to bat.
Well, there you go. On a belter, on a glorious day, the coins came down in Ben Stokes' favour, and he is batting against expectations, although all cricketing convention pointed to that. The bigger news really is that Mitchell Stark has been omitted, or as Pat Cummins said, with squad mentality, they're going to think about this more holistically, just as they did in 2019 when Stark missed out here on morning one, Pete.
Yeah, just as they did. I think it's a conservative option. As I said a little earlier, it's not necessarily informed by being alarmed about the way England will come at them. I think they've always worried about Stark leaking runs, and I was hearing sort of news around the team in that World Test Championship final that they were a little concerned about the way he was bowling. Hasn't played a lot of Test cricket in the last 2 years, has he, Joshy Hazelwood? He's only managed 4 Tests. Is that correct, Adam?
Yeah, he missed all bar the Brisbane Test in 2021, a gap through to Pakistan, one in Pakistan, one in Sydney. So he's been largely out of the side, and one, in Perth.
Yeah, so and it's a series of injuries from the ankle up, isn't it, basically? Yeah. So, which is a bit of a worry, but hopefully they've got him right now. Going back to the toss and going back to the presence of Moeen Ali, who says this is a free hit playing this test match. I thought that was more reason for England not to want to bowl last, because I'm not sure how they're going to come out for Moeen Ali. I mean, he hasn't played a lot of cricket, and he missed the main day training because he was off getting an OBE.
Incredible, isn't it?
Do you get that from the King, Adam?
Well, I'm not sure who presented it, but he was at Windsor, wasn't he, getting it done there? So it could have been the King.
Oh, wow.
But we're going to hear God Save the King in about 20 minutes or so. I'll quickly read out the teams before taking another break. England, as named and expected: Crawley, Duckett, Pope, Root, Brook, Stokes, Bairstow, the wicketkeeper, Moeen Ali back in the side, Stuart Broad, Ollie Robinson, and the veteran James Anderson. 20 years of Test cricket are now staggering. Who'll bat at number 11 for Australia? David Warner and Usman Khawaja, followed by Marnus Labuschagne, Stephen Smith, Travis Head, the player of the match last week at the Oval. Cameron Green, the all-rounder, Alex Carey at 7, then Pat Cummins, Nathan Lyon, Scott Boland, Josh Hazelwood, 12th man Mitchell Stark. Our pre-game is for Drinkwise. Remember, if you're drinking too, drink wise. We'll take a breather when we come back from it. We'll have Daniel Norcross having a chat to Jarrod, Kimber, Phil Long here as well. Not far away from the anthems. And then in about 24 minutes from now, in this hotly anticipated Ashes series, the first ball, with England winning the toss and electing to bat.
For Henley Homes, Land from $350,000. Build your dream Henley home at the Dales, Bonnybrook. Live from England, the Ashes on SEN Cricket.
What does it take to win Super Ratings Fund of the Year? Strong performance, competitive fees, and a focus on members. A super fund that delivers all three? That's a plus. Host Plus, 2023 Super Fund of the Year. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Visit lonsec.com.au for awards and ratings criteria and disclosure. General advice only. Consider the relevant PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au. Awards and ratings are only one factor to consider. Past performance is not an indicator of future performance. Search Compare Host Plus today.
Radio ads. They're not cheap these days. But what are you going to do? At Kogan.com, we like to negotiate. So we got onto the radio station ad people and said...
Indeed, it is day one of the Ashes, and the anticipation is getting that much more, well, nerve-wracking. As England have won the toss, they have elected to bat. We wondered if they would do that. It seemed the obvious thing to do, and therefore the least likely thing to do. SEN Test Cricket, our pre-game is for Drink Wise. Remember, if drinking, drink wise. Alongside me, Jarrod Kimber, celebrated writer, author, playwright, sitcom producer, cricket not aficionado, and behind me Phil Long, statistician. We're going to be bringing you some numbers very shortly. Firstly, Jarrod, you surprised Stokes decides to bat? It's the right thing to do, you'd think, but therefore weird.
It's the opposite of what they usually do. No, because, I mean, we've got a pretty good view here. If that's not a pitch that you bat first on, I'm not sure what it would be. And also, he went out of his way to say that they wanted the hard, flat pitches. It's not, in the English summer, it was a little bit different, right? Yes. Those wickets were not like this. Also, the other thing, of course, is the soft balls. We had the soft balls last year, the soft dukes.
They were very soft.
It was a bad batch. They got COVID.
They did.
I'm not sure if the cows got COVID.
Well, there was that as well. There was bad leather. There was bad leather and bad stitching.
Yeah.
Which was a horrible combination for a ball. You don't want that.
We did actually see a ball at the World Test Championship get replaced at the 6-over mark. So I've got bad ball watch going already.
But generally speaking, I've watched a lot of county championship cricket, and in the Test matches so far, they've tended to last a little bit more. But nonetheless, they're still new balls, aren't they? So first session, it always is, but it's going to be crucial.
It is. I'm very fascinated to see who bowls the first over for Australia. So I was talking to some of the camp recently. So Mitchell Starc missed out on the new ball in the last test, which I think was the first time in 28 occurrences. He hasn't taken the new ball for Australia. Usually bowls first over. But in England, there's no point taking the first over if you're a swing bowler, because it doesn't really swing until the 12th over, right?
That's right. That seems to be it, actually. Lacquer hangs around for quite a long time, and it's partly because of the strange special formula that Dukes use.
Exactly.
I've read all about this. It's amazing.
And so...
Made by, am I right in saying, by a Jewish Holocaust survivor?
Yes.
This is absolutely true. The formula was invented by a Jewish Holocaust survivor who found himself working at the Duke's factory. And when he died, he left the formula on a piece of paper, didn't he, for Mr... Well, he's not Mr. Dukes, but, you know, the man who runs Dukes.
Yeah.
I always get it mixed up with Trading Places, because they were both Dukes, weren't they? Anyway, we'll move swiftly on. But this lacquer actually makes it not swing quite so early.
Yeah, so you want your seam bowlers early on rather than your swing bowlers early on. And so Mitchell Starc usually takes a new ball because the Kookaburra moves everywhere for the first couple of overs and then stops swinging. But the tricky thing for Australia is they also want Mitchell Starc to bowl to Ben Duckett, because they want a fast back of a length bowler to be bowled to him, because that's where he nicks off. Yeah.
Got Gully's second, third slip. That's where you get Duckett.
So they're confused, and this was only a couple of days ago I was talking to them. They were very confused. They get the theory of not bowling Mitchell Starc early, but...
Yeah.
And the other thing is, of course, he went over 5 runs and over in both innings against India.
Well, they're not bowling him at all now, are they? And Mitchell Starc's got some very interesting figures, because we're going to come on to numbers now. I'm just going to kick you off with one that surprised me. When Mitchell Starc plays, every Australian bowler has a better average, except for the one guy you'd think would.
Nathan
Lyon. It's very, very strange. You'd think that rough would help him. Phil Long, you're our numbers man. Welcome aboard. England go at an extraordinary rate, 4.85, is that right, under Bazball?
That's right, and I think the point you've just made, everything think we know about cricket and we know about numbers is going to be disproved in the next 6 weeks, isn't it? Starting today, England will win the toss. They'll feel that's the way Bazball goes. No, they bat. It's a change straight off. Tell you what I'm going to tell you about. Let's look out for in this whole series. We've got 5 tests coming up. We've got 3 of the top 8 wicket takers of all time in Test cricket playing in this series. They're all on the verge of landmarks. Nathan Lyon down in 8th place in the all-time list, 487 wickets. 13 more will bring him the big 500. Stuart Broad, 582, 600 beckons for him. And James Anderson, who'll be 41 on the 30th of July, which I think is the penultimate day of this series, should it go the distance.
Oh, red letter day.
Is on 685, 15 short of 700 and 23 short of the great Shane Warne.
And you haven't even mentioned that if Ben Stokes gets another 6 wickets, Moeen Ali gets another 5 wickets, they'll both have 200 wickets, and England would go in with 4 200-wicket bowlers. No team has ever done that before, and Australia have eschewed that opportunity. We are going to a break. When we come back, it'll be time for the anthems.
For Henley Homes, land from $350,000. Build your dream Henley home at the Dales, Bonnybrook. Live from England, the Ashes on SEN Cricket.
What does it take to win Super Ratings Fund of the Year? Strong performance, competitive fees, and a focus on members. A super fund that delivers all 3? That's a plus. Host Plus, 2023 Super Fund of the Year. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Visit lonsec.com.au for awards and ratings criteria and disclosure. General advice only. Consider the relevant PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au. Awards and ratings are only one factor to consider. Past performance is not an indicator of future performance. Search Compare Host Plus today.
Do you want to be rewarded? Download the Brumbies Rewards app and register to get your first loaf free. Earn Brumbies Bucks, get a free treat for your birthday, and get access to exclusive offers. Just download the Brumbies Rewards app today.
We've all heard it. Washing your dishes by hand saves water. It's a myth. That's why Whirlpool designs innovative kitchen appliances with the environment in mind. Featuring patented 6 Sense technology, Whirlpool dishwashers save up to 50% on energy and can clean a family-sized load with just a fraction of the water you'd use in the sink. So, have you got a Whirlpool? Visit Whirlpool.
SEN Test Cricket for McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee, fit for an Aussie. Adam Collins with you. Damien Fleming with me, as he will be throughout the first 3 Test matches of this hotly anticipated Ashes series. The hosts have won the toss and batted on a day that looks picture perfect for doing just that. Flat track, or at least it feels like a flat track from our vantage point. It's going to be hard early on, hot weather, packed stands, couldn't want for anything more. And we know, Flem, there is something about first ball in Ashes series, or first deliveries in Ashes series, that has its own mystique as well.
It just happens, doesn't it? Harmers and all those years ago.
Yeah.
Mitchell Starc knocking over Burns, first ball of the last Ashes series in Australia. Just the pitch itself, describing it, the wickets next to it are nice and green, aren't they?
Yeah.
And this is brown. There is a lot of grass covering, though. There's up to 11, 12 millimetres, so it'll be thatchy. And I think the curator's actually hoping to get a bit of pace and bounce. So there'll be more pace and bounce as opposed to swing and sideways movement off the seam.
That's really a point that Stuart Broad made about the Ashes 4 years ago here, because the pitches didn't look that green, but they were getting impressionable movement. He's like, yeah, because the stuff on there.
Ball too.
Well, it did. It was 2018 batch of Dukes, but the point he made at the time was it was a bit deceptive, that there was more grass left on than we could detect. They just rolled it in quite well. So if it's live grass, it'll be a factor early on, surely.
Yeah, definitely. I'm still thinking there'll be some moisture underneath, because he needs it to go 5 days. And the hard thing with curating is, particularly in England, you're always thinking there's a chance of rain, don't you? But it's been beautiful weather, great conditions, massive crowd. It's going to be boisterous. They're going to be going nuts if England can get off to a flyer. But, a very experienced Australian lineup. They are the Test champions for a reason. It's getting near fever pitch, isn't it? It is. Can't wait. There's fireworks. It's like a Kiss concert. It's going off here.
I can't believe that's ultimately been used for fireworks. So there are two rows of benches with "We Are England Cricket" written on the front of them, and fireworks are coming out of those. Alistair Cook's just walked down the red carpet and placed a replica urn next to the trophy that they hold up if they're successful here. The red carpet Has an England flag on one side, an Australian flag on the other, and yes, fire coming out the front of it. Have no idea.
Why is there fire?
It doesn't seem to be in keeping with the, I don't know, Ben Stokes fire, all the rest. He's got
maybe Prodigy. Ben Stokes, a big Prodigy fan.
And speaking of, here comes Ben Stokes down the steps. This famous old ground here in Birmingham. We've got the national anthems coming up in just a couple of moments, and they'll be followed by Pat Cummins and the Australians. Match officials today as well. So much experience from the men in charge this week.
This is exciting.
Murray Erasmus umpiring his 78th Test match. Ushan Raza his 8th. Chris Gaffney upstairs, who officiated in the World Test Championship final last week, and Andy Pycroft from Zimbabwe, the match referee. The umpires take their place. The players beneath us walking straight out. We mentioned before, we've got the best view in the house, the best seat in the house this week.
Mate, they're getting help. They don't want to catch fire here. This is a WWF Slam Mania. Look at it.
Where's the entrance music for Ben Stokes?
I'm thinking Prodigy, Firestarter. He looks a bit like the ex-lead singer too.
I think one of his books is named Firestarter.
Really?
I'm just going to turn our effects mic down because hopefully, all things being equal, we'll be able to collect the national anthems off the telly back from Melbourne in just a moment. But yes, all the ceremony around us. I saw them rehearsing the national anthems when I got here earlier this morning, and there was a small mistake made in the Australian one. I hope that's corrected by the time the real deal comes around in just a moment. But Laura White, who does all of the England officialdom over here and sings all the anthems, she's in charge. So we're just going to pick up the TV feed here and hear the national anthems in about a minute from now, I'd imagine.
With those affected by recent events, we would request for those who are able to please stand and observe a moment's silence in remembrance of the victims. Thank you. Please remain standing for the national anthems of Australia and England.
That is some response from the Edgbaston crowd. Still getting used to God Save the King, I must admit, Flem, but the formalities are complete. We're not far away from the first ball here at Edgbaston. A reminder that England have won the toss and elected to bat, so we're about to see their openers Ben Duckett and Zach Crawley walk out. And the Australian quicks, in the absence of Mitchell Stark, has been left out in favour of Josh Hazelwood joining Scott Boland and Pat Cummins, the pace attack that won the World Test Championship along with Nathan Lyon last week.
Yeah, certainly. Big Josh, he was, if it was a one-off Test match last week, he would have played. So he was close to fitness. He's got a great record in England. With Stark out, though, it does give a bit of sameness about our attack. Fast mediums, bowling a good line and length, unrelenting pressure. But Bazball has been lining up that type of bowling, that 5 or 6 metres away from the stump. They've been advancing, they've been lapping. But I think the extra pace and bounce will play a factor. And then surely in the first hour, Colo, we're saying that it looks a dry pitch, but there will be moisture underneath because it has to last 5 days. Let's hope there's some good pace and bounce. But this is exciting. Bazball versus the world champs. Big crowd. Excellent build-up. Can't wait.
It's the best possible scenario. We celebrated the Australian and English national anthems thanks to Tobin Brothers Funerals celebrating lives. You can text us throughout the call on 0433 98 11 16 in Australia. And we've got a text in straight away from the boss, Craig Hutchison. Have a great call, lads. Let's go. So you can join Hutchie. Thanks to Hutchie, who's made this possible on SEN Test Cricket. 0433 98 11 16 through the night. A privilege to be here narrating an Ashes series in England. And it's going to be Patrick Cummins to take the first ball from our broadcast end, or to bowl the first ball. Mentioned before, there's a funny thing about the first delivery in an Ashes series. Stan Worthington back in 36-7 at Brisbane out first ball. Of course, Rory Burns the last time around. In between time, Steve Harmison bowling it to Andrew Flintoff at second slip.
Well, even not just first ball. I was part of a couple of Ashes series. Michael Slater just lit it up, 94, 95, cutting Phil DeFreitas 2 or 3 times. Felt like the Ashes was over.
That was 2001. Wasn't it? 94, 95, Slater boundary first ball.
2001, Slats took down Darren Gough in the first over and really set the tone. So England have bat in hand. They bat a bit like Michael Slater in his heyday. Interesting field. There is a behind point on the fence. Ball one. Never seen that before. So plenty of catches behind the wicket. But that is innovative field placement. But they've done their homework. And what it does, even if it's wide outside off stump and you choose to go hard, I tell you what, that can be an actual catching position as opposed to a boundary saving position.
So it's Warner, Smith, Khawaja and Green in the cordon. Umpire Erasmus calls them to order. We're away. The Ashes of 2023. Cummins to Crawley. First ball here, Crawley drives through the offside for 4. Wide outside the off stump, he gave it absolutely everything. And Ben Stokes is smiling on the boundary as well. The crowd are on their feet. The Bazballers have arrived. Boundary, first ball, Damien, Fleming.
So how many are they on track to score today? 2,500? Is that correct?
Watching it back, but by Cummins standards, that was a loosener, to be fair. It's for Tyre Power, our replays, your tyre experts, and Crawley.
Colo, talking about the field, this is wrong. Why have they got a mid-wicket if he's going to bowl outside off stump?
Cummins away from us at the broadcast end, delivers to Crawley, goes forward before shouldering arms into the gloves of Carey.
It sort of doesn't make sense, does it, to have a deep catching point and a mid-wicket? They're fields for different lines. If he's going to bowl outside off stump, I can see why they've got a catcher at deep point, but you also need a cover. If he's going to bowl stump to stump, you don't need a catching point. You put him into a traditional point. So I'm intrigued by these field placements.
And Zach Crawley, the maligned opener, a middling record at best. 5 test tons though. And loves it when the track is flat. No pace in it as yet. Cummins delivers and Crawley leaves alone again, and it dies into the gloves of Carey. Indeed, I don't think it carried.
Not taken on the half volley, and it did actually just seam in a little bit. So that wasn't that much different length to the previous delivery, which hit Carey's gloves really hard. So already, maybe we're seeing some inconsistent bounce. I see a ball like that, and I want to bowl stump to stump. I want to bring bowls and LBWs into play.
Maybe that catching mid-wicket as well, if you can call him that. Travis Head, one of 3 men on the onside. Jerusalem finishes from Those at the west of the ground. To our right, the Holly stand. Cummins delivers again. Crawley defends. Bat and pad close together. Wants a single. Doesn't beat Cameron Green at Gully. You seldom do.
Well, he's 1.5 fielders, isn't he? Cap Green, he's just...
It's one other part of the backward point story, isn't it? That Nathan Lyon said since Cameron Green joined the side, he gets half the touches he used to because Green dives in front of him. So I suppose they might view point as a bit of a luxury item and thus set back at the start. It is compelling.
His wingspan is incredible.
And we have spoken to Pat a lot about what fields he will set. An early marker here. He's away from us, the Aussie captain, again to Crawley, closer to the stumps. Crawley into the onside, gets one. Wide is Scott Boland at mid-on. Well played. Easily through. None for 5 after 5 balls.
Yeah, that's certainly the type of line that I think this field is for. Attacking the stumps, nice and full. You can see Crawley, he wants to free his hands, but then he's caught in that nowheres land. So that wasn't Baz ball. That was, I don't want to get out to that delivery.
And this I cannot wait to watch. Ben Duckett, since returning to the England side, has left 8 deliveries out of 700. Will they tempt him outside the off stump? Will they try that game plan, get him playing on their terms, or will they bowl in the area where he wants it around the off stump? They start with a deep backward point for him as well.
Only 2 slips.
Just 2 slips. 2 slips in the gully.
Field.
Labuschagne jumps into cover. Khawaja mid-off.
And mid-on and mid-off are very close, 2 under. I feel like they can give themselves a few metres.
Had a brilliant couple of years at home, Ben Duckett, averaging in the 90s in county cricket. Facing Cummins here, over the wicket, last ball of the first over, pushing to mid-wicket. There won't be a run on offer.
Boring. Have a go.
None for 5 at the end of the first over of the Ashes here at Edgbaston on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles huge sale. Crawley 5, including a boundary from the first ball. How many words will be penned in the press box about that at the close of play this evening? Our coverage is for Maccas. Here's the 30 years of the Mick Cafe. On the text, plenty messages coming through. 0433 98 11 16 in Australia, 8833 in New Zealand. Jason and Murrabak having a great time listening, hoping having a great call. We will, I'm sure. Jason, Rowan listening in Mildura. We've got Tony in Warrnambool. On the treadmill listening to SEN, sure. Good way to work off some nerves. Curtis can't wait in Brisbane. Dario, the Ashes are truly something special. The biggest sporting event in Australia. Bigger than the grand final, he's called Dario, and the Melbourne Cup. Don't mind hearing that.
Keep them coming too, listeners. We appreciate a bit of feedback. Also, where you are on treadmills. That might be a new one for me. If Bazball gets going, I'm hoping it's a sprint.
So Josh Hazlewood, he's been to England a couple of times before. Didn't have a great time of it in 2015, but was fantastic in 2019. All up 36 wickets at 23.5 in this country. Makes a compelling case for selection straight in after being declared fit during the week.
Yeah, that's superstar-like figures, but hasn't completed a whole series for a while, has he, Big Josh? After being so resilient through most of his career. The last couple of years have been tough.
So we're on deep point watch. Just in front of square now. 3 slips of gully. Hazlewood's first ball delivers to Duckett, takes him off the hip, out into the onside and out towards the rope. Boundary first ball off Hazlewood as well. Just looked like a shove into the onside, but all the timing you could possibly want from Crawley. 2 boundaries, he's 9. None for 9 England. Boundaries from the first deliveries for Cummins and Hazlewood. How unlikely is that?
Well, we've been talking up Bazball, but they've actually just been 2 lovely cricket shots, haven't they? To different sides of the pitch. Now, that one, most top-order players going to put it away, but that's going to feel great for Crawley. An off drive and now a little whip through the leg side for 4.
So 4 catches behind the wicket. Hazlewood in from the city end. Bowls here to Crawley. He's on the front foot, pushing into the onside. Doesn't beat cover. Marnus Labuschagne working around in front of where mid-off would otherwise be. So Crawley off to a flare. And it's a good point you make about 2 lovely cricket shots. What's lost a little bit in the Bazball conversation, you can get lost in thinking they're whacking sixes. Often they're not. Against Ireland a couple of weeks ago at Lords, it took them until the 49th over to hit their first 6. They're hitting it along the ground. Don't get me wrong.
And hard.
Hard along the ground, looking for gaps from the get-go, but it's not kind of T20 style batting either. Hazlewood on the approach towards us, towards Crawley. Bowls here. Crawley leaves alone on length.
Yeah, I think when Brendan McCullum created or come up with Bazball, even though he doesn't like the term. I think it's more about intent, Colo, and that we're going to be more positive than what we normally are. And if you're going to go for it hard.
That's why Crawley's there. He's been given long lead time to establish himself in this England team. He's been involved in every Bazball test so far. They're going to pull out the third slip. It's only taken a couple of balls. I reckon that might say a bit about the pace. Khawaja jumping out to mid-off, as he did in the previous over, and Labuschagne will spool around to extra cover.
Yeah, I wonder if Carey's had a bit of say in that, the wicketkeeper.
The hot sun, Hazelwood bowls here to Crawley, who's in behind it. He just walked at him. He just walked at Hazelwood and defended him like it wasn't even a thing. No venom at all in this flat track.
No, it may get quicker the longer later in the day. In this first session, there's a little bit of moisture there. It looks like there's minimal movement in the air off the seam. And Carey, as the wicketkeeper, he's a good guy. If he feels like he's taking the ball lower than he should be, the fields might just get a little bit more defensive.
Intriguing start. Slow surface, Hazelwood trying to bend his back, bowls to Crawley again, going through the offside, but that's why they got the deep point. That is flashed out straight out the middle of the blade to native line, sweeping in front of the Hollies. Crawley rather, in a double figures. He's 10 from 10. One ball left in the second over.
Looks pretty flat, doesn't it? It looks pretty flat. There's been a couple of leaves, but there hasn't been a play and miss. And generally, when Cummins and Hazelwood are opening the bowling in the first session in a test match, there's a few play and misses. There's a few LB shouts, but this looks like the ball's going straight on.
And how do they set up for Duckett? Deep backward point, still the fielder out. They stay with two slips to gully. Hazelwood stays over the wicket. Last ball of his first over to the left-handed Duckett, tucks him down to long leg, gets himself off the mark and retains the strike. 2 overs gone on SEN Test cricket for Maccas. Here's the 30 years of the Moot Cafe on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now. England, after winning the toss and batting, a none for 11.
Just going to grab some more beers. Pause it for me?
No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. He's about to get his ton.
Nah, it'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no. Did I miss it? Come on, mate. You've got to rewind it, please.
Oh, not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel.
You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
Our first session is for Drinkwise. Remember, if you're having a drink, to drink wise. Don't know whether they'll heed that advice here at Edgbaston today, Flem. What a day for it. Cummins away from us. His second over, 2 slips of gully. Duckett here, driving straight. Cummins doing well with his right boot. He was in his follow-through, stuck out the right shoe. Had he not, would have been at least a couple, maybe 4.
You can see he's just a little bit full there, Pat Cummins. And what it is, the English intent is you are a little bit worried about your line, but also your length. And you want to be trying to hit splice height. But a couple of overs in, you're just still trying to work out the pace and bounce in this pitch.
So Cummins is bowling from our broadcast end to Duckett here, over the wicket, on leg stump, help down to square leg. There'll be 2. He's timed it well, but there's work to do for Josh Hazelwood. They don't consider a third. Duckett up to 3, England none for 13.
And Colo, the pitch is flat, but this outfield's quick.
Yeah.
It's lightning.
We were saying earlier in the intro that this was the ground, well, that England against Australia at Hobart was the beginning of the end for Joe Root's captaincy. If you wanted to, you could trace it back to here. Earlier in 2021, they got thrashed by New Zealand in 3 days, and they were just going nowhere. They were treading water under Chris Silverwood. Cummins to Duckett. Duckett on the front foot, through square leg again. Jeez. Better timing. He started really nicely. Towards the rope it goes, and it will reach it.
Wow.
Hazelwood put the foot out. He barely prodded at that. He's 7 from 5. England starting as they told us they would. None for 17.
Okay, we're a few overs in. The run rate's flying. I haven't seen one Bazball-like shot. They have been brilliant cricket shots. The timing there was insane, wasn't it? Just a little whip through the leg side. They've now got 2 out on the leg side. This is remarkable in the third over.
And they're not out there for the short ball either. A deep backward point, a deep square leg, and a deep fine leg for Cummins.
Maybe they try a short ball.
Delivers here to Duckett. It is the short ball. Duckett takes it on. Of course he does. It's his favourite shot. Down to fine leg for a single. Hazelwood does the fielding. Every run being cheered. Run for 18.
Yeah, first attempted bounce. That got, just over hip height. So the next one will be shorter. It'll be quicker. But it looks very placid, the pitch, doesn't it?
I mean, they could have played. They could have played on it 2 days ago.
Okay.
And you know what it's like in England, Flem. You occasionally arrive on morning one, and you reckon it needs one more day of prep. It's just a little bit too green, and it can be chaotic in the first session. They're kind of gone the other way here. And Stokes telegraphed his punch. He said 2 months ago that they're going to ask the curators for hard, flat tracks. That's what they got this morning.
I don't know how hard it is. The pace is down, and there's minimal bounce.
Cummins back to Crawley on 10 from 10. Delivers here. Crawley leaves alone, closer to the off stump. Good delivery.
That jagged a little bit, but Carey's still taking it, around knee height.
Yeah. So many texts coming in, Flem. You asked for them. Here they are. Stephen Sunbury has the app in his ear at basketball. Baz in Sweden. Shout out to Furlong and the boys listening in. JB in Baronia driving around trying to get the baby to sleep listening in. Very relatable experience that. Good luck with that, JB.
Well, I've got 15 minutes left. They'll be asleep.
The rhythms of Test cricket from England on the radio. Nothing better. Cummins up to the crease. Bowls to Crawley on leg stump and can't catch up with it. That might be the first one that's held up in the track. No run down the pitch. It'll complete the third over. A run rate of a runner ball as we expected. England none for 18. That's on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now.
What does it take to win Super Ratings Fund of the Year? Strong performance, competitive fees, and a focus on members. A super fund that delivers all three? That's a plus. Host Plus, 2023 Super Fund of the Year. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Visit lonsec.com.au for awards and ratings criteria and disclosure. General advice only. Consider the relevant PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au. Awards and ratings are only one factor to consider. Past performance is not an indicator of future performance. Search Compare Host Plus today.
SEN Test cricket for Macca's. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe. Adam Collins with you. 2 times Ashes winner Damien Fleming with me. Wouldn't want to be anywhere else on this perfect day. We should get an SEN Kenya app. Doug in Mombasa listening in. A cold beer overlooking the Indian Ocean.
Wow.
We've got Kurt in Cronulla. Loving the call. And you can sync the television. People are already doing it, I'm told, to get the full immersive experience. Cricket's better on the radio. We know that, Flem.
And hopefully we're calling a wicket. I don't know where at the moment.
We're calling some exciting cricket to begin. Hazelwood's second over. Delivers to Duckett. Right arm over. The left-hander pushes to mid-wicket. Crawley wants a single. Set back. Khawaja does the fielding. Yeah. I got passed a note by our statistician, Phil Long. Okay. And I love it when Longy gets ahead of himself. I'm prone to doing that as well, as you know, Flem. It says here, most runs before lunch on the first day of a Test match. Of course, Charlie McCartney at Leeds in 1926, top of the pops on that.
Is it individual scores or team scores?
So there's been 600s before lunch.
Was he the Governor General? Is that what they called McCartney?
McCartney, yeah. That's right.
General.
Majid Khan.
Good nickname.
Karachi in 1976. Bradman, of course, in all of these lists. Hazelwood bowls and Duckett. Clips from the off stump. First time we've seen him play across the line towards mid-wicket. No run. Bradman, 105 not out at Leeds in 1930. Went on to hit 309 a day. Shikhar Dhawan against Afghanistan a couple of years ago. Victor Trumper, famously at Old Trafford in 1902. And David Warner against Pakistan in 2017 in Sydney. Thank you. We'll keep. It's an early marker from you, Phil, but I don't mind it.
Yeah, the Australians can't afford to give any width here. There's just a lack of movement, lack of pace, and Hazelwood's attacking the stumps. Can he get one through, an LBW or a bold?
Hazelwood to Duckett. Doesn't like to leave it. Nearly chops on. Inside edge down to the rope for 4. That was the channel you were talking about, Flem. Just enough movement back to the left-hander after hitting the seam. Thick inside edge past the stumps. Run for 22. Duckett overtakes Crawley. He's 12 from 9.
Well bowled, Josh. We're talking about the intent from the English batsman, but this over already, Josh has created some indecision, hasn't he? And I know you haven't got a wicket, but you've got to say, give yourself a win. Like, he is winning this over so far.
So 3 out for Hazelwood, 2 on the leg side, 1 at deep backward point. He's in again, passing umpire Raza, and Duckett edges and caught behind in the channel outside the off stump. He couldn't help himself. Duckett never likes to leave it. Hazelwood knew, bowling to a plan, and a good snaffle from Alex Carey low into his left. Australia get the first wicket, 1 for 22. Duckett caught behind for 12.
What a wonderfully constructed over from Josh Hazelwood, and he could have got frustrated by that inside edge that went for 4, but no, he actually gave a little bit more width, but because he trained Duckett stump to stump, no foot movement, he just wafted that one. Brilliant bowling from Hazelwood, big wicket for the Australians, they needed it. England were off to a flyer, but big Josh, brilliant over, well deserved.
Tell you what, a lot has been said about Ben Duckett and his reluctance to leave the ball. That's a leave.
Should have left that.
95 times out of 100 in the first session.
Or go hard.
But I think that's kind of the point, that he likes to place the ball through the offside early on, especially against the new ball, and it's backfired here. And the extent to which that would have been planned out by these experts, these champions of Australian fast bowling, Hazelwood being one of them, gets his name early in the book.
No, I love it. I love it. He just trained Duckett to keep hitting the ball, stump to stump, and then just a little bit of angle across, no footwork, all hands. Great catch, wasn't it? It was dying. It wasn't like it was lifting and one around hip height. Brilliant catching.
And not what you're expecting on morning 1 in England either. I mean, he come forward.
One,
that's kind of like a third innings catch from Carey. Credit to the South Australian. In comes Ollie Pope, and perhaps no batter reflects the transformation of English cricket more than him. He averaged 28 in the middle order. Pre-Bazball, 50 batting at 3 since. Strike rate of 80 through that stretch of time. 3 centuries, including 1 in his last start against Ireland. He's got 2 slips in the gully. Hazelwood to begin. Successful over. First ball here, leaving alone on the basis of length. Through to the gloves of Carey. Did hit the seam move back towards the right-hander.
What about that follow-through?
Got Phil Long with us as well. Longy.
Yeah, very quickly, you mentioned Ollie Pope and the jump in his figures. Remember the Ashes last time around in Australia, averaged 11.16 in 6 innings.
And we can't forget his last dismissal in Australia either, where he was on the floor, falling over, bowl behind his legs. He just looked out of sorts entirely, but there's an extraordinary record at home. Loves flat tracks, loves batting at the Oval, where he averages the better part of 100. Hazelwood in, Pope's second ball, driving at the middle of the bat. Straight to mid-off, gets there in a hurry. Well, completes an excellent over from Josh Hazelwood. England lose their first wicket. They're 1 for 22. Crawley's on 10. Pope's yet to score, and that's on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, Hugh Sale on now.
Just going to grab some more beers. Pause it for me?
No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. He's about to get his ton.
Nah, it'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no. Did I miss it? Come on, mate. You've got to rewind it, please.
Oh, not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel.
You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
Our first session for Drink Wise. Remember, if you're drinking to Drink Wise, morning 1 at Edgbaston, England win the toss and bat, lose Duckett early, caught behind for 12. Back to Zach Crawley in his battle against Pat Cummins. 2 out on the leg side, plus the deep backward point. Cummins delivers and Crawley defends into the onside. Big gap at mid-wicket though. Scott Boland at mid-on has to dance around. They get a single. 1 for 23, Crawley up to 11. 0433 98 11 16 to text in from Australia, 8833 in New Zealand. In Hong Kong, we've got Toby and his dad listening in. Hello, Toby. Justin's been smashing Icehouse remixes all day. Christmas family on the couch, radio at 11. That's from Justin.
Were they a better band when they were the Flowers?
That's your era more than mine. We've got a listener in Croatia as well, Mark Guthrie. Hello, Mark. What a way to do it. 2 slips the gully. Facing up here is Pope. His first ball from Cummins, a probing delivery back towards the off stump, defended to mid-on, no single.
Tell you what he does, he loses a lot of stability on that back foot. Even the last ball of Big Hoff's over, he hit it hard to mid-off, but he was walking and he squared up. that delivery again, losing stability on the back foot, shoulders square, you are vulnerable if the ball actually nips back in or you can get it away towards the slips. You can't change a shot if you don't have both feet on the ground.
So they stay with the same field for Pope. So 2 out for effectively the short ball. Sweeper on the offside. Cummins in. Pope from the leg stump tucks it. One-day style, the deep square leg. In front of the Holly stand, Kawaja does the fielding. Pope off the mark, 1 for 24. That's the thing when you got fielder setback, isn't it? If there's balls on the pads, you can get into a bit of a groove early on.
Yeah, I think it's a default setting for the Aussies, knowing that they probably won't leak a boundary there, and they want to bowl tight. They don't want to bowl on leg stump, but the old one will. But I think that it'll be no wider than a 5th stump line, and then obviously off stump and middle stump are in there as well, so that they want bowls, LBs, or vertical nicks to the keeper.
Cummins from our broadcast end in here to Crawley, the taller of the 2 men again. A single to mid-wicket, the second in the over. Easy as you like, bowling around from mid-on. Crawley advances to 12, 1 for 25 the score.
So once again, as I'm saying, if you're going to bowl that line though, Colo, do you need the deep point?
Yeah. Feels like that was the premeditated part of all of this. They felt that Crawley especially is going to score heavily around the point region. Although in saying all of that, Crawley's strongest down the ground or short.
Well, he sort of has to back away to hit it into that area, and he's scoring quick enough already.
Pope facing the captain, Cummins. Bowls here, Pope across his stumps, another single, the 4th of the over into the onside. Pope wants 2.
Yeah, it's not working.
He gets 2. Off the rope came Kawaja, couldn't get there in time. So all the runs coming in the onside through the over. 5 of them so far, 1 for 27. Pope up to 3, 1 ball to come.
With no risk. I think Paddy just needs to either adjust his line and get to that 5th stump line. He's bowling middle and angling in with no mid-wicket, no square leg. Too easy just to knock through the leg side. Not one ball's going to cover. You know, encourage him to hit through the covers. You've got to catch it there.
So last ball from Cummins so far, going on a run a ball. Delivers here, defending well forward is Pope.
Like that.
So Cummins done for 17 from his 3. England, a 1 for 27. That's on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now. Crawley's on 12 and Pope's on 3.
At Elders, we're for finding your place in the world, whatever kind of place that may be. From the inner city pad to the boundless family farm. For fresh starts, sea and tree changes. For the search and the sail. For the experience, yours and ours. For realising the dream, no matter what it looks like. Elders, for real estate, for you.
Our first session is for Drinkwise. Remember, if you're drinking to Drinkwise, England 1 for 27, off to a flyer, but have lost Duckett for 12. Hazelwood picked up that wicket. He starts his 3rd over here. The one-day scorecard so far. 2 slips a gully, one-day field as well. Coming forward on the charge, wouldn't say the charge, more the shimmy from Zach Crawley, placing it at the deep square leg, becomes deep mid-wicket by the time the fielder greets it, gets another single into the onside. He's up to 13 from 15, 1 for 28. That's one-day batting as well.
Yeah, that shot's trending, isn't it, in this English team? They're not worried about too much movement in the air off the pitch, so they're happy to walk down. Takes the LBW out of the equation and work it into the gap on the leg side. I'd love to see a couple of deliveries encouraging hitting through the covers on the up.
Hazelwood, familiar approach from the city end. Bowls here, Pope forward in defence. I mean, usually the first half an hour a player a test match, quiet, a few balls beat the bat, maybe an early wicket. You can talk about the history of the ground and the teams and all the rest of it. This feels like when we were in India earlier this year. Daniel was there with me, Phil Long as well, Bharat, Sundaresan, Pete Lalor, where we didn't get a chance to talk about anything other than the game.
Well, I wasn't.
There's so much going on.
I didn't get invited.
You would have been most
comfortable
welcome
with me now.
You would have been most welcome had you made the journey. Importantly here now, first retest, Damien Fleming on SEN Test cricket. Hazelwood bowls and Pope leaves alone. Well bowled and well played.
That's a beauty, isn't it? That is the Hazelwood hallway of hesitation. You can see doubt. Pope thinking, do I go hard? And he pulled out of that shot late. He's bowling really well, Hazel.
Yeah. Looks a good selection so far.
The pitch isn't providing much variation for Josh, so he's doing it himself. Just subtly using the angles, changing his line. Beautiful stuff.
He's got 1 for 11. In again from the city end. Past umpire Raza, bowls here, and Pope defends down to mid-on. So there have been 15 test matches at Edgbaston between Australia and England, if you're wondering. Australia have won 4 of those, lost 6 times, 5 draws, 1 here in 2019. On the final day, Nathan Lyon, 6 for 49, put on a clinic that day. The most recent win after that's back in 2001. The two
I think he's going to
Fleming.
like what he's seen so far today, Gaza.
This was where the World Cup tie was as well in 1999. You don't get asked about that much, Fleming.
Can't recall it. Were we playing South Africa?
Something like that. 2-13 apiece, right? We'll have time to drift into that at some stage, I'm sure. Hazelwood approaching Pope, bowls here. Pope defending into the onside. Another single in that direction. Just border square. Pat Cummins around from mid-on to do the fielding. 1 for 28. Make that 1 for 29. TV's behind the scoreboard. We'll make note of that with Pope moving up to 4.
Yeah, they just moved square leg back onto the fence. So it seems to be late in the over. They're happy to concede the single. They're not wanting it, but it's better than a boundary.
Well, it's like Pakistan last year, Flem, where Australia were very, very happy to concede singles and protect the boundaries from kind of like this. Rawalpindi day 1, there were 3 back inside half an hour. So there is some precedent for this kind of approach. Hazelwood here to Crawley, who turns into the onside, out the middle of the bat again to the sweeper at deep square leg. That's Travis Head. He'll keep the strike at the end of the over. There'll be a change in commentary after the break. England up to 1 for 30 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sail on now. Crawley on 14, Pope on 4. Bharat Sundaresan jumping in with Daniel Norcross.
Just going to grab some more beers. Pause it for me?
No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. He's about to get his ton.
Nah, it'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no. Did I miss it? Come on, mate. You've got to rewind it, please.
Oh, not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel.
You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
SEN Test Cricket with Maccas. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. England, after half an hour, they're 30 for 1. That's pretty much baseball to a B. Here is Pat Cummins. Starting the 7th over of the day. This ball jags back. Ron Crawley gets into a tangle. It dribbles out into the offside. Now we've got quite a defensive field, as I suppose you would expect when the pitch is as flat as this. And we don't have a defensive pairing in the commentary box, far from it. We have got Bharat Sundaresan. We've got Jeremy Coney for the first time during live play today. And your first impressions, boys. Bharat.
Wow.
Wow. It started.
It has indeed.
2 slips, gully, extra cover, mid-on, mid-off, long leg, deep square. Crawley edges just in front of second slip. And Steve Smith stops the ball. It's died on second slip.
And my wow's not just for England's approach so far. It's also how well Josh Hazlewood and Pat Cummins have responded to it. Yes, they conceded a few boundaries in the first 2 overs of the innings, but ever since, I think they've shown their class. Josh Hazlewood, the over he bowled to Ben Duckett, he had him in doubt, beat him on the inside edge, and had him fishing outside and had him caught. And Pat Cummins as well. He's got his rhythm going now. This is fabulous cricket. Baseball or not.
It really is. Cummins runs away from us into Crawley. Crawley comes forward, squeezes the ball into the onside. And they get through for an easy single as it went to a short mid-wicket position. 31 for 1. Jeremy Coney, packed house, some great bowling, flat deck, lots of intent.
Yeah, pitch that's russet in colour. Good pitch, I think. Looks good. It's not bouncing quite so much. It's more of a skidding on pitch. And I think that brought about the wicket of Ben Duckett, where he's looking to play too square and got the sort of villainous little edge. Well, good take from Carey falling forward. Not much carry.
Cummins into Pope. Pope drives off the inside half of the bat. The ball rolls out to mid-on where Boland does the fielding.
I was a bit surprised. Australia opened with a deep point. I wonder where the bowlers can bowl if you have a deep point like that. If you bowl a good ball, it dribbles out off a sort of an outside middle to sort of backward point. You don't want that to go for a run. It forces you, therefore, to come much straighter. And then Crawley picked, I think it was Cummins, off down to backward square. And so then a man went out there. I liked him more. We saw Crawley advance, the little shuffle. At least if you drag it down, the deep square is there.
Cummins in. Pope pushes to the offside, finds a little gap just in front of square and gets through for another easy single. Round of applause. 32 for 1 for 32.
I think, Jeremy, it's more to do with Australia still figuring out what this baseball is all about. In terms of England thrives so much on hitting boundaries in this new format. I think they're trying as best. Yes, they're attacking with the slip cordon and the gully in. They also want to ward off the boundaries early on.
I understand.
Yeah.
I just wondered whether they were spooked. There's a little bit of reputation going on that sort of has reached Australia.
He also didn't have a cover in, did he? Which was there was a curious field first up. Cummins in to complete the over. It's defended into the onside up to mid-on. End of the 7th over on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale. England 1 for 32.
What does it take to win Super Ratings Fund of the Year? Strong performance, competitive fees, and a focus on members. A super fund that delivers all three? That's a plus. Host Plus, 2023 Super Fund of the Year. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Visit lonsec.com.au for awards and ratings criteria and disclosure. General advice only. Consider the relevant PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au. Awards and ratings are only one factor to consider. Past performance is not an indicator of future performance. Search Compare Host Plus today.
SEN Test Cricket with McCafe celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. 1 for 32, England. Crawley 15, Pope has 5. And, well, this is a marvellous one. An anonymous text has come in. Enjoying the call, strolling through the old town of Ragusa in Sicily, which is where, of course, the great Inspector Montalbano is from. Ragusa. It's a beautiful town. Is Hazelwood pushed into the offside, fielded by Pope, and there is no run.
I don't think the Italians will play Test cricket this fashion, do you? I don't think this would be a style of Test cricket that would suit the Italians.
Do you not think so?
Yeah.
No, well, I mean, Catenaccio, I suppose. In a football sense, they'd be more defensive, wouldn't they?
Very defensive.
But they're very flamboyant people, though, Bharat.
Yeah.
It's a conundrum. I don't know where I stand on that assertion, Bharat. Have you ever been to Ragusa?
Not really.
Not really. Not really. It's lovely. Lovely part of Sicily. Hazelwood in, 2 slips and a gully, left alone by Pope in a slightly jerky motion. There are all sorts of leaves we'll see on display during this Ashes. We'll see the very familiar Smith and Labuschagne leaves. Pope, early in his innings, he doesn't do that. Early in his innings, he plays the jerky lead, like someone sort of trying to knock something. I know what it is. It's like when you knock a penny off the side of a table and then catch it, or a beer mat.
Well, it suggests that he wants to play the ball first, doesn't it? And he's leaving later.
He's leaving very late.
And he is someone who feels for the ball early on.
2 slips and a gully in place. Cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Hazelwood runs in from the Birmingham end. Down the wicket comes Pope, clips into the onside, won't get a run. Good diving stop at mid-wicket by Travis Head, sporting this magnificently late 70s moustache. For all the world, it's like looking at Trevor Chappell or similar. All he needs to do now is wear a shirt that's unbuttoned roughly to the navel.
No, I don't think that moustache has already got him into trouble with his wife, and she's not a big fan of it. Yeah,
I am. I love it.
I absolutely do. And his average since he's started growing that moustache is astronomical.
Hazelwood in to Pope, and Pope lets it go at the last minute again outside the off stump. Now, you were a man, Jeremy, who sported an iconic Kiwi tash.
Yes.
Back in the 70s and 80s.
Well, not just me, the whole team.
Yeah. When did yours go?
Oh, I don't know. I think, I can't remember. Probably when I was in the 30s, 30.
Okay. Did your average dip after you removed it, like Samson?
Oh, I'd finished playing.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
So did you play basically throughout with a tash?
With a tash.
it was.
Kept the head down. Extra weight on the upper lip.
Hazelwood in. Pope cuts and cuts hard and flashes it down to the boundary. Splendid shot. Got on top of the ball, hit it fine, but still to the right and gully. England advanced to 1 for 36.
Tells you a lot about the pace of this pitch, doesn't it, Jeremy?
No.
The amount of time Ollie Pope had. It was short, it sat up, but he had so much time to find the placement as well. Past Cameron Gully. I've started calling him Cameron Gully these days because he's
Cameron
Gully.
Well, Cameron, 2 gullies, really. He's such a big man there, and he fills the space.
Last ball of the over. Hazelwood in to Pope. Pope tucks it into the onside, square of the wicket. It's being pursued by 2 fielders and will be cut off. They think of a third. It is not there. And at the end of the over, England have advanced to 1 for 36 after 8.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
Macca's OG McSpicy. Juicy chicken covered in a crispy, mouth-wateringly spicy coating. It's the McSpicy that started it all. Order at Macca's today. Available after 10:30 a.m.
So welcome back. Test cricket on SEN with McCafe celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. And we have got our first bowling change of the day. The skipper has taken himself off. Pat Cummins, after a 4-over spell, has been replaced for the first time in Test cricket against England by Scott Boland. He likes bowling against England. 6 for 7 will never be forgotten.
Act 2 of this play. Scott Boland, so much conjecture about whether he will retain his place in the side, despite having, in my opinion, bowled Australia to victory in that World Test Championship final last week at the Oval.
You think he was the most significant component, do you, of that?
Absolutely, best bowler on show by far. In a Test match where Pat Cummins struggled with his rhythm and so did Mitchell Starc, he was really the difference with the ball.
Well, here we go. Scott Boland into Crawley with 2 slips and a gully in place. Right arm over the wicket, and Crawley drives a ball that wasn't quite there for it, and the ball rolls up to Cummins at mid-off, and there is no run.
And I'm really looking forward to see how the English batters go after Scott Boland. One thing we never saw happen to Boland in his first 8 or so Test matches was batters trying to hit him off his length. And you already saw that first delivery, Zach Crawley trying to come across, cover his off stump, which is what the Indian batters started doing decently well in the second innings at the Oval, but eventually they went back to being defensive and Boland had them.
Boland in again to the upright Crawley, who waits and then drives. Push drives, really more of a defensive push up to Cummins again. At mid-off, once more, there is no run. Pope 11, Crawley 15.
Yeah, there is a thought, isn't there? The more metronomic you are, that you are more consistent and you keep landing the ball in the same area, that the English batsmen will not allow you to do that. They'll either walk at you, particularly, certainly Pope will, once he gets established and feels comfortable with that, and there's not too much bounce in the pitch, which we haven't seen today. You're right, Crawley's moved across to an off-stump guard at this stage.
Here is Boland once more, and he moves across his stumps again, works the ball into the onside. Boland thinks about fielding it himself, but Khawaja tidies up.
Smart bowling. Just
smart.
dropped it a little bit shorter as Crawley started to walk. Of course, at the moment, we've the same as the 2 openers. We've got a tall man in Crawley, 6'5", 6'6", something like that, and at the other end 2 short men so far, and so you've got to adjust things, I think, as a bowler, your lengths all the time.
Now, I saw Boland here yesterday, and you Bharat, are known really as the net whisperer. You are there always.
He lives there.
He lives there. He has his own little tent and his followers. As Boland is in once more, and Crawley drives a 1 wide of the off stump. It's rushing out towards deep extra cover. They'll come back for an easy couple as Travis Head saunters round to his right from point to field. 1 for 40. And I wondered if there was something up with Boland, because he was on his own here on the outfield. He put down some little cones to visualise, and then trotted in off 3 or 4 paces and bowled without bowling. Didn't release. Had a ball in his hand, but didn't release it. Time and time again, and he cast somewhat of a lonely figure.
That's just Scott Boland. You see him in Shield cricket, he's the one Victorian who even during the lunch break likes coming into the middle, having a little bowl. He just wants to have a bowl. He's the bowling version of Manas.
Boland in, short and driven at it, thick inside half of the bat, rolls up to Khawaja at mid-on, there's no run.
And you'll see him during this test series as well. Every time it looks like Australia are about to field or say the batters are in, Nathan Lyon will walk out to check the pitch out, and Scott Boland will not be too far, just having a little run through. And he bowls so many overs in matches, but he feels he doesn't do enough.
Doesn't do enough. Think he's got the hang of it by now.
I mean, it's very, very different from me by the sounds of things. There is Boland, 2 slips and a gully in place. Crawley, plays and misses at one in the channel. It flies through to the keeper at the end of the over. On the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard, Beaumont Tiles, huge sail, England 1 for 40.
What a magnificent game this has been here today at the home of football, the MCG, and the Tigers go forward again to try and get the knockout punch. Punt road in, left half forward, Cochin, wonderful pick up, hand pass to Martin. Dusty's 30 metres out, over the top to re-roll for a goal. And the Tigers are racing away with this game.
Thanks, Rex. So when the final siren sounds, how would you like to be celebrated? Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
SEN Test Cricket in association with Macca's. Here's the 30 years of McCafe and the double change.
Act 3.
Act 3, Nathan Lyon. Now we have a Shakespearean expert in our midst in Jeremy Coney.
Oh, dear, please.
What are the characteristics of Acts 2 and 3? What are we looking out for here? At which point is one of the main characters, left with a sword in his back?
Yeah, well, that's a little later.
Is that later? Is that Act 5?
Act 5, and everybody's on the ground, all dead.
So this is all the setup now,
yes, that's right. Maybe they wander off somewhere on their own to reveal things about themselves and their feelings.
Oh, feelings, eh?
Yes.
Oh.
That's exactly what Nathan Lyon's bowling is all about. It's a lot about feeling.
Well, let's ask about the feeling here, because the feeling is that he's coming round the wicket first up. He's not coming over the wicket, the right-handers, as Pope is in, Lyon is in, and Pope drives to wide mid-off. There's no run.
This, to me, is quite an important little, period of play, because Lyon is going to be so important to the Australian. He provides the variety. You've kind of got 4 bowlers, 4 seamers who are similar. There are similarities about the 4 of them.
He's gone early to Lyon. He hasn't gone to Cameron Green yet. As the line is in. And this is all defended at the last minute by Pope. Ball keeps slightly low.
I mean, I guess it's a question of giving him the harder ball, and the pitch is still a little tacky. See if a ball grips. Beautiful seam representation again.
A bit of straightening, I would have
not
said
much.
There on our replay partner, Tyre Power. Your tyre experts here for our replays throughout SEN Test Cricket, the Ashes this summer. Line in, reverse sweep, of course it is. Already off the 3rd ball, and Pope manages to find deep backward point. Hazelwood, there is just 1 run, 1 for 41.
Gosh, you've got to hit those, though. You can't afford to miss that. And you talked about how it just squatted a little bit with the ball before. If you don't hit those, you're out.
A line in, around the wicket this time to Crawley, who goes for it himself and hits it just as firmly, and straight down to Hazelwood once more, and the result is the same, 1 more to the total.
And you spoke about why he's bowling around the wicket, Daniel, and this is why he is to the right-handers. He brings LBW into play. We saw him get rid of Rohit Sharma at a crucial time on day 4 at the Oval, and he's done it a lot in the last couple of years. And I saw Zach Crawley have long reverse sweeping sessions in the nets the other day.
Line is in. This is tucked into the onside by Pope, just playing across his front pad. He'll pick up a single as he goes down to the backward square.
Yeah, and Australia do have 3 men back on the boundary. Josh Hazelwood at the 3rd man is covering for that reverse sweep. Also deep mid wicket and a fine leg. Does not mean that they've gone into the defensive. It's a good field to start with for the off spinner.
Line in to complete his first over, and it's driven firmly by Crawley out through. Well, straight, deep extra cover for 4. Sumptuous shot that takes Crawley into the 20s. At England on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard, Beaumont Tiles, huge sail now, 1 for 47.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
The Cheese and Bacon McSpicy is back. Juicy chicken covered in a crispy, spicy coating. Plus cheese and sizzling bacon. Order the Cheese and Bacon McSpicy at Macca's today. Available after 10:30am for a limited time.
SEN Test Cricket with McCafe celebrating 30 years of coffee, fit for an Aussie. And I have alongside me, not an actual Aussie, but I've got a half Aussie. A very fit man he is too, Bharat Sundaresan. And a man who has definitely never been called an Aussie in his life. Former New Zealand captain Jeremy Coney. I'm Daniel Norcross, and we have had an absorbing first 45 minutes of play. England 47 for 1 after 10 overs. 2 slips to the gully and base. What have you seen, Bharat?
Travis Head has been pushed finer by Pat Cummins at deep point.
Boland runs away from us and holds a full delivery on off stump, which has worked into the onside. Khawaja has to trot 3 or 4 paces to his right to field at mid-on. And England get through for an easy single. One of the things I'd like you boys to look at if you can, my eyesight's not good enough from this distance, but you may be able to see on our replay screen with Tyre Power, your tyre experts, how the ball's going. Because we're on ball watch in England. Last year, Jeremy was with us. You were with us. You saw how soft they got. I just saw a couple of replays and it didn't look in the best shape to me.
It did.
Boland into Crawley, who drives fluently, square of the wicket, out towards head at deep point. And there'll be just the 1 run, 1 for 49.
The last ball, it's got Boland over. We did see Jeremy straightened a bit. He does use the wobble seam a lot, like a lot of fast bowlers these days, but he also has these subtle changes with just seam position. And he'll bring the ball back in of the same length. And both Ollie Pope and Zach Crawley throughout their career have been prone to getting LBW early on. The head does fall over, especially when they are in such an attacking mode.
Is he bowling fuller to you than normal, would you say, at the moment? I mean, he's only bowled 8 balls, in fairness. Hard to tell. As Pope face up to him, comes down the wicket and flashes a drive to short extra cover with no timing. He'll do that, Ollie Pope. He will run at you. That's something that people associate with Bazball. Actually, I think in the case of Ollie Pope, Jeremy, it's because he hates to be LBW. Just as Bharat was saying, he likes to get at that ball to take LBW out of play. It can look a bit reckless, but there's method.
Not so much of a worry if there's no bounce here. Normally you respond as a bowler. You use perhaps, you can even go to a short ball. I mentioned the guy at backward square. That's quite a useful position if someone is running at you.
Boland in, and this is played with an angle bat down towards deep third. They'll get through for a single, but no more as Head runs to his left from backward point and infield, and the 50 is up. That's not just a ripple of applause, I tell you. It's Edgbaston, so they're quite crazy here, but we've got a standing ovation in the Holly stand. Did they not expect England to make it to 50, do you think?
You mean it's applause of relief?
I think,
okay. No, I think today...
It's 50 or 50 minutes, I guess, is one way of looking at it.
Going back to what he was saying, Jeremy, interesting that I wonder if Alex Carey is going to come up with the stumps.
That's all right. That's another tactic,
up to
of
the
course.
Stumps off Boland.
Yes.
Tells you, I guess, that the ball's just not really carrying here. Boland in, driven firmly out towards deep extra cover. That's going to be 4. That is a really splendid shot from Crawley. When he plays shots like that, you totally understand why England selectors stick with him. His numbers look, well, more than average, below average. But then he plays a shot on the up with the keeper standing up, and it flashes off the middle of his bat out to the boundary.
Yeah, it's unfortunate the numbers he has. Otherwise, he's one of the best drivers in the world.
Oh, yeah. People love it, seeing him drive, don't they? There's a purr of sort of, yes. And then, of course, he gets out 3 times driving at other deliveries.
Yes. But what I would say is that at this early stage in the series, he is, in fact, the leading run scorer. DSE Transport delivering service excellence for more than 25 years. The leading run scorer in the series. Will it continue like that? I strongly doubt it. Boland in, driving again is Crawley. Out towards head. He'll have a lot of work to do out there at deep point, deep cover. And picks up one more. 1 for 55. That is the end of the over on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. England 1 for 55.
What does it take to win Super Ratings Fund of the Year? Strong performance, competitive fees, and a focus on members. A super fund that delivers all three? That's a plus. Host Plus, 2023 Super Fund of the Year. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Visit lonsec.com.au for awards and ratings criteria and disclosure. General advice only. Consider the relevant PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au. Awards and ratings are only one factor to consider. Past performance is not an indicator of future performance. Search Compare Host Plus today.
SEN Test cricket with Maccas. Here's the 30 years of McCafe. Lyon is in the attack, and we're going to come to Phil Long during this over. I'll have to manage that, though, because Lyon, being a spin bowler, he does have a habit of getting through those overs. Mercifully, not many people were doing that at the Oval the other day in the World Test Championship. Very dilatory over rate. Here is Lyon round the wicket to the upright Crawley, who gets into a tangle. Maybe a bit of bat. Off pad, ball rolls in front of square and is picked up by a short leg fielder.
Oh, who's at backward short leg, Manus Labuschagne, and
Yeah.
slightly deep, almost at a leg gully position right now. But you wonder if he was at forward short leg, that ball would have gone straight to him. But yeah, Nathan Lyon has them thinking around the wicket angle. There's a lot of side spin these days when there isn't a lot of bounce on this pitch, and there is none. Very little.
Here is Lyon into Crawley, who drives firmly past the right hand of Lyon up to long on for a single. 156.
That last over from Scott Boland, the most expensive of the innings so far, went for 8 runs. But interestingly, although we've not had a maiden so far today, each over gone between for 2 and 8 runs. We've had 7 fours, but we've never had more than 1 4, 1 boundary in an over.
That's not baseball, really, is it?
It's consistency, that's what it is. We're slipping into a rhythm. Pope faces up and sweeps firmly, quite fine. It'll go down to Boland at long leg. We've got quite an intriguing field. There is that long leg. There's a deep forward square leg, a long on mid-wicket, and a short leg who's just behind square. Actually, Labuschagne might be about to be just in front of square. It's hard to tell with Labuschagne sometimes. He's going behind square. Then you've got a kind of deep gully, which is Smith, deep backward point, extra cover mid-off. Here's Lyon into Crawley, who tucks the ball into the onside, just rolls a wrist on it, paddles it out towards Head, who again, a lot of work to do out there. Another single taken. This pitch is looking very benign at the moment.
It certainly is. Australia promised us some funky fields before the start of the series, and
is this delivering for you? Is this
it
fun?
is.
Does this have funk?
Just where Steve Smith is.
George Clinton would approve. Here is Lyon. That was a quicker ball into the surface, and it's worked out into the leg side by Ollie Pope. And again, Travis Head comes in off the boundary to field. Singles coming quite regularly here. We get Phil Long onto that.
Yeah, it almost feels like Nathan Lyon's just bowling the 28th over of a one-day innings, doesn't it?
Yes, exactly. I was about to make exactly that observation. It feels strange. Lyon in. Crawley goes back into his crease and then tries to push a firm strike off the back foot. It goes between bat and pad, I think, and at the end of the 12th over, England 1 for 59.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
Here's why renting a car from Bargain Car Rentals is such a bargain. Best prices guaranteed, no hidden fees, and no fees for drivers under 25, offering unlimited kilometres and locations everywhere. Bargain Car Rentals Australia. Now that's a bargain. Visit bargaincarrentals.com.au.
SEN Test cricket with McCafe celebrating 30 years of coffee, fit for an Aussie. Scott Boland still in the attack, coming in to start his 3rd over. 2 slips, gully, extra mid-off, deep point. That's on the offside, long leg, mid-on, deep square leg. Boland in, and this jags back into the pads of Pope and just plops out into the offside. It's picked up by Labuschagne.
Yeah, that's why he's not the easiest bowler to line up, even though he has his reputation of hitting the ball in the same spot over and over again. The ability he has with the wobble seam, and also, I said in the last over, the subtle variations he has with the grip. Get that ball just jagging sharply, like that one. And Ollie Pope, his head is always falling over. He's trying to come across the stumps. If he misses, he'll be straight in line.
Boland into Pope. And Pope just guides the ball square of the wing. It's a very Pope shot, that. It's quite similar to, say, a Kane Williamson or Joe Root shot. A little bit of width. Just finds that little gap. Through backward point for a single. 1 for 60. Phil Long.
Yeah, and on cue, Ollie Pope hits a single. That's 12 singles from the last 20 balls in this innings.
You see, that is very 28th over of a one-day international.
But is it Ray Bazball?
It's not.
Well, it is. I think it is, actually. Because Bazball's not about boundaries. Bazball is about positivity and trying to score runs.
I'm sure, like everything else, Bazball also evolves.
Bazball's about anything you want it to be. Boland into Crawley, who lets this go by, and there's some considerable swing after it leaves the batter, and good tumbling take from Carey in front of first slip prevents any buys. First sign of that sort of movement. Well, actually, though, who was it who was saying? I think it was even Jarrod Kimber, who's about to come and join us shortly, that these Dukes balls, they don't start swinging until 12 overs. Well, on cue, this is the 13th over.
I mean, it takes a while for the lacquer to wear off, which is why even if Mitchell Starc had played, I would have expected him to bowl first change.
Yes. Boland into Crawley, who drives loosely at a ball outside the off stump that wasn't really there for the shot, but he gets a single because there's nobody at point, and it rolls out to Travis Head. And you've got a look on your face, Bharat, that's not the look of a man who's happy about what just happened there.
No, I think it's more the pitch, the slowness of the pitch so far. It's the batters have had so much time to adjust the shots, especially of the back foot. We saw Ollie Pope hit a boundary of Josh Hazlewood a few overs ago. And similarly again, Scott Boland, especially for free-flowing batters like Ollie Pope and Zach Crawley, this is the pitch to die for.
Boland in, Pope just flicks this away out towards deep square leg for a single. Now, of course, 2005, which is a series that everybody likes to talk about, and they hope that this one will emulate it. Test match at Edgbaston, 400 runs were scored in the first day. England are going at a run a minute, slightly over 62 in the first hour. That would actually keep them on track because there'll be 390 minutes today.
Of course.
I think they're on 400 track.
Of course, they can get bowled out before.
Oh, very easily. You would expect this England team, they seldom get a second new ball to face. So, but that doesn't stop them getting to 400 always. Boland in, driving beautifully. Here's Crawley, a trademark Crawley shot. The ball runs across the turf and thuds into the boundary sponge at the end of 13 overs, with Crawley on 35, Pope on 19, England 1 for 66.
This is Bruno driving to the footy. And this is his cheap insurer reading the policy fine print.
Clause 9D of your car insurance says you're not covered for thingamybobs.
Thingamy-bobbed at claim time? Beware bargain insurance regret, Bruno. Choose Amy instead. Who pays out over 99% of motor claims? Amy does.
Lucky you're with Amy.
Acceptance rate for the 12 months up to 30 September 2022. Before buying insurance issued by Amy, read the TMD and PDS at amy.com.au and consider if it's right for you.
Here's another top tyre tip from Tyre Power. All Tyre Power owners are committed to local tyre recycling programs, which means at Tyre Power, your old tyres don't end up in landfill. To learn more, visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
The Cheese and Bacon McSpicy is back. Juicy chicken covered in a crispy, spicy coating, plus cheese and sizzling bacon. Order the Cheese and Bacon McSpicy at Macca's today. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
What does it take to win Super Ratings Fund of the Year? Strong performance, competitive fees, and a focus on members. A super fund that delivers all three? That's a plus. Host Plus, 2023 Super Fund of the Year. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Visit lonsec.com.au for awards and ratings criteria and disclosure. General advice only. Consider the relevant PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au. Awards and ratings are only one factor to consider. Past performance is not an indicator of future performance. Search Compare Host Plus today.
The Ashes of 2023. Cummins to Crawley. First ball here, Crawley drives through the offside for four. Wide outside the off stump. He gave it absolutely everything. The Bazballers have arrived. Boundary, first ball, Damien. Fleming. He's in again, passing up by Raza and Duckett. Edges and caught behind. In the channel outside the off stump. He couldn't help himself. Duckett never likes to leave it. Hazelwood knew, bowling to a plan. SEN Test Cricket for Macca's. Here's the 30 years of the Mick Cafe. Our first session is for Drinkwise. Remember, if you're drinking, to Drinkwise. And I suspect this will be a first session that we speak of for a while. England 1 for 66 after an hour. Just 13 overs. With Crawley already skipping along to 35. Pope's on 19. They lost the wicket of Ben Duckett, as you heard before. Caught behind the ball. He had to leave but couldn't leave. That was courtesy of Josh Hazelwood to be prepared for the second hour of play, and Nathan Lyons already a couple of overs into his first spell, 2 of the first 13 in the Test match. Adam Collins with you, and for the first time on our commentary today, Jarrod Kimber. Jarrod, what do you make of that?
Well, we just invented a new fielding position, the catching reverse sweep gully. Like, I mean, it's been bizarre. Nathan Lyon comes on to bowl with 4 players on the boundary. And still gets driven for a 4 as well. It's just been an absolutely crazy opening to any Test series, let alone an Ashes.
I should say before we start with our second hour, thanks for your patience on the effects mic in that first hour of play. We had a few gremlins that we've been able to work out with the engineers here at the ground. So it should be good as gold from here on in for the rest of the Test match, and fingers crossed, the rest of the series. We're having a subfielder, Marcus Harris, run on.
Steve Smith's come off. We've lost our catching reverse sweep gully. It's gone back into slip. I thought it's possible Warner's has gone to the wrong spot because he wasn't expecting.
Well, you can see Marnus is pointing at Warner saying, what are you doing there? Do you want to jump onto the other side? So nothing about convention so far this morning. 3 out on the leg side and a deep backward point line around the wicket. Pope forward defending to Labuschagne at short leg. There will not be a run there. 8 boundaries in the hour. So it's not been as though they've been really attacking the rope with too much fervour. It's been that Australia have set sweepers back.
I was going to say it's hard when everyone's on the boundary to start with, right? They had 3 fielders on the boundary for the 3rd over.
As Lyon passes umpire Raza around the wicket, bowls to Pope, who tucks him down the ground for 1. Mentioned in the first stint that I did, a lot of one-day singles. That's one of them. Pope up to 20 from 32 deliveries rather. It's 1 for 67.
Yeah, I think that's the one thing for me that I found a little bit confusing is that Australia think that all England want to do is hit boundaries. So it's actually in the middle overs of 1 day. So they're pretty happy with getting 1s and 2s a lot of the time as well. I don't think Bazball's quite as aggressive as they thought it was going to be.
Which they transformed in that side that won the World Cup. Line bowls to Crawley, defending to mid-wicket. I heard Ben Stokes interviewed by Mike Atherton last night on Sky. And they spoke quite a bit about the model that Owen Morgan put in place with the one-day squad and changing the way they thought about limited overs cricket, and Stokes effectively doing that for the Test side. McCullum as coach. Line bowls here, reverse sweep down to deep backward point. Hazelwood cuts it off on the rope, straight to him. They get a single. Duckett 36, 1 for 68. That excitement in my voice with the reverse sweep will dissipate over time because they play it so often it becomes conventional. It's like a dab to deep third man.
Well, I mean, they're playing it at the moment just for the single, right? So it is, it's just to get off strike.
England going at 5 and over. Line to Pope, round the wicket, defends to mid-wicket again, as he does so easily at this stage of his innings.
Did you see Smith get hurt?
I did not. I've not picked up anything from him as yet.
I think it was a late decision to go off the field as well because Warner was in a different position and Harris wasn't even on the ground.
So last ball of Lyons, 3rd over. To Pope again, tucks straighter. Nice shot. Gets 1 out to deep mid-wicket. Want to pull 3 sweepers in that direction, would you believe it? Pope's 21 into 14 overs. England 1 for 69, and that's all on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Beaumont Tile sail on now.
My favourite film scene to reenact is Tom Cruise's entrance in Risky Business.
The movie The Notebook, and the scene where she is with her boyfriend and she said, if I'm a bird, you're a bird, and they're reenacting a scene in the ocean.
The iconic Luke, I am your father scene.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, their motto is, if it's legal, it's possible. So you have the freedom to celebrate your life your way. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Our Macca's moment for the first session. I reckon it's the first ball of the Test match. Our Macca's I'm loving it moment. It's a new season for the McSpicy range of Macca's. I saw Phil Tufnell at the back of the box cruising around as tough as does and says, I was on the field in 1994 when Michael Slater did that. You sure were. Sure were, Tuffers. Pope facing Boland, dancing at him and pushing him out through extra cover, or cover point, I should say. And it's a misfield as well. In off the rope, Travis Head. They don't take the chance on the bobble. Travis Head has a laugh. They all go back to where they started. 1 for 70. First ball of the 15th over.
Well, in all the craziness, I don't know how much has been talked about the fact that the wicketkeeper came up to the stumps in the first session of an Ashes test. Now, some of that is obviously because this is a slower pitch. But, you know, I was writing about that in the New Zealand test. When New Zealand started doing that against England, it actually caused a lot of problems because of what we just saw there. They want to take your length away. And they've already gone to it, Australia. Ireland would have done it too if they thought Lorcan Tucker could keep.
2 slips the gully for Boland away from us. Short ball, and ducking away is Crawley. Thought about pulling it, got a good look at it, but just pulled out of the stroke at the last minute. Yeah, it's the conversation we've been having with the Australian team and Pat Cummins since they arrived was, how will you respond if you're under the pump with your fields? And he declared his hand straight up. It wasn't sort of Stokes when they're going around at the start just adds more slips. He goes from 3 slips to 4 slips to 5 slips, as if to tell his bowlers just keep pitching it up. Cummins went the other way, and not unreasonably either. They were able to cut off the boundaries and change the energy of the first hour and get that first wicket. But they're still on top, England. Boland here and carving away with real style is Crawley. Behind point for the 9th boundary of the morning. He advances to 40 from just 42 balls. That's one of the shots of the day so far. 1 for 74. He creamed that.
Talking about Cummins, that's going to annoy Cummins a lot because they started this morning with the fielder right there, deep backward point. First ball on the boundary, which was a bit of an interesting one. And since then, Crawley's hit everything in front of point. And so they've moved that guy around 10 metres by 10 metres until eventually he got to the point boundary. And of course, now he's hit one there. We're going to have one slip and a gully. There's also going to be a delay here as someone is doing something. Murray Erasmus is dancing towards someone behind the sight screen, but Zach Crawley hit that 4, didn't even look at the where the ball had gone, and just came straight up to Murray Erasmus and said, there's something going on back there that's annoying me.
So they're happy now. Murray Erasmus overseeing his 78th test match this week. One of the best in the business. And Crawley, this is exactly what they needed from him. A good start, taking advantage of favourable conditions on a nice hot day. Boland in again, 1 slip and the gully, and using his feet and through. Tried to clip him through mid-wicket, give the bloke a rap. You could see what he was trying to do, but getting outside the line of the off stump, as is the fashion at the moment, after walking 2 steps down the pitch. Get a second look here for tyre power, your tyre experts. But Boland hits the seam and it goes past the edge.
Yeah, I mean, the problem there also is he's taken the 2 steps down the wicket, as you said, but also walked outside off stump and tried to flick the ball on the leg side. He was trying 3 different things in that ball, and he got a good one from Boland, which made him look even more silly. I'm not sure how he didn't get an edge on that in the end.
Boland so consistent for Australia. 2 catches behind the wicket, away from us. Bowls to Crawley, defends. Saw a stat before the start of the test match. Scott Boland, since starting his test career, has landed what is defined as a good line and a good length with 56% of his balls, and that's the most on the database that CricViz keep by an absolute mile. I mean, you get your sort of Pat Cummins types who might be in the high 30s or low 40s on a good day. Boland's another step ahead of even him in terms of accuracy.
Yeah, it's the Muhammad Abbas or Vernon Philander level, right? And he's a decent amount quicker than both of those guys as well, and probably a little bit stronger.
Take his test wickets just under 15. Completes his 4th over here. Crawley from leg stump. Easy single to Nathan Lyon at a deep square leg. Keeps the strike. Crawley 41 after 15 overs. England are 1 for 75. That's on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now.
After the big game, every sports fan deserves to kick back and relax, and what better way to do that than with a mattress from OMF. Get ready to unwind in style with the ultimate in comfort and relaxation. So, what are you waiting for? Head on over to OMF and check out their game-changing range of mattresses. Shop online or at over 50 locations nationwide, 100% Australian designed and owned. Where comfort meets sport.
We're here at Edgbaston for Macca's. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe. Collins and Jarrod Kimber on the call. Got Phil Long, our scorer, with us as well. Nathan Lyon prepares to start his 4th over from the Birmingham City end. To Crawley. Short leg just behind square. Looks to drive. Tries to force, really. Bottom hand, but Lyon equal to it. Diving away to his right. No single. Fielder's back. Long on. Deep mid-wicket. Deep backward square. Deep backward point. 1-day field.
Yeah, he's really mangled the last couple of balls here. His bottom hand's coming right around on the bat.
Smith at slip, Labuschagne at, let's call it leg slip. Line bowls here, Crawley back and turning into the onside. They walk a single. 1 for 76 up to 42. They talk a lot about creating more bad balls by the way they go about batting in challenging English conditions. They don't care so much about losing wickets. It's more about how do they give themselves the chance to score as quickly as they can when bowlers lose their nerve. That's the next piece of this. Can they break Australia by lunch? Can they... Just getting a second look at our screen. Phil Long's brought my attention to something. Line around the wicket. Pope turns into the onside, just as Crawley did for 1 for 77, Pope 23. A great pickup from Sky. They've run ultra edge over that delivery from the previous over, where Boland beat Crawley, where he walked down the pitch and tried to flick him. And there was no appeal. And guess what, Jarrod? Guess what? He edged it. Crawley smiling back at the cordon. No appeal. He's hit it. Unbelievable scenes. Lion bowls Crawley, tucks into the onside for another easy single. He's 43. He should have been out for 36. 1 for 78. I mean, I say unbelievable. There's always at least something of an appeal behind the wicket, and that on ultra edge is clearly ball on bat as he closes the face of the blade.
So as that ball happened, I hit you because I thought it was a wicket, and because I like to hit you. And it just looked like he edged it at that time. But Crawley's face surely told the Australian slip something. He wasn't hiding it. He's not getting a roll on neighbours.
Line in bowls to Pope, who sweeps down to another one of the three men back at deep fine leg. He's 24, 1 for 79. Easy peasy. They should be celebrating another wicket for Tobin Brothers' funeral, celebrating lives.
He looked like when you tell your kid to go, take a plate to the kitchen and they come back with a smile because they've also got some sweets. That's the exact face that Crawley had there. It was incredible, but chance for him.
So Linder finishes over here. Lots of singles so far. Bowls to Crawley using his feet, patting it out to mid-off, where there won't be a single on this occasion. Crawley 43, Pope 24, England 1 for 79, and our coverage is for Macca's. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe.
For logbook servicing you can rely on, you need to make the right choice. You need trained professionals who use the latest equipment, the right quality parts, and are fully qualified to service your car according to manufacturer's specifications. At your local Repco authorised service centre, you get all this plus the reassurance of a nationwide warranty that's backed by the biggest name in the business. For real peace of mind, trust the experience and knowledge of your local Repco authorised service centre. Book in or book online at repcoservice.com.
Our first session for Drinkwise. If you're having a drink, remember to drink wise. Pat Cummins has brought himself back into the attack. You can stay in touch with us. How are you interpreting what you're seeing? 0433 98 11 16 in Australia, 8833 in New Zealand on the text line. Got someone listening in Fiji here. Curtis has synced it up to the TV. Very clever work. Jason in Auckland listening as well. Pat Cummins, extra man behind the wicket in a catching spot. 2 slips in a gully. First ball patted out towards extra cover, no single. So Jason in Auckland, great listening. Will the Poms get 120 before lunch? Well, I'll tell you what, they might get more than that. They should get more than that from where they are. We've got an anonymous listener on the train from Milan to Rome. Josh on a flight to Croatia before trying to get a ticket to Lord's. Good luck in that pursuit, Josh. And Philip tuning in from sunny Prague. He'll be at Lord's as well. It's that classic Australian trip, isn't it? When the Ashes are on, get to Europe, enjoy yourself, fill your boots. Pope on 24, facing Cummins, turns him behind square after jumping across his stumps as he loves doing. He's up to 25, 1 for 80 is the score. You would have done that as a backpacker, Jarrod.
I did the World Cup. I did South Africa World Cup instead, which was also pretty good, to be fair.
Yes.
But I always wanted to go to South Africa, so I went out for the 2003 World Cup and stole one of the Australian training balls, which years later we got Andrew Simons to sign. It was him who hit it, actually. There was a bunch of kids trying to stop the balls in the nets, and they couldn't stop them, so I just put one straight in my pocket, pulled off. 110 bucks too.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure. Cummins to Crawley now, 43, facing his 50th delivery, out to mid-on with the defensive prod that doesn't beat bowling, no single. In 05, I came over to play cricket, but also to, of course, see as much cricket as I could. And I attended the first day of the series at Lord's. The best day of Test cricket I've ever seen. 17 wickets, 300-plus runs, complete carnage. I suppose in its own way it was a bit of a precursor to the England team we're seeing now. Everything felt like it was in fast forward, but I didn't have any money or any of that business, and I did have my dad's credit card. He told me to use it only in the event of an emergency.
That makes sense.
Cummins away from us, broadcast end. Crawley facing up on leg stump, easing it out to deep backward square. And just get one. Oh, Josh Inglis, who's a sub-fielder, lets it go through his hands. They get a couple. Of course, he's here as the second wicketkeeper, but on the field early today. Moves Crawley up to 45, 1 for 82.
I didn't see him come out. I can't work out who he's out
Just
there.
looking at the cordons. So the cordon's got Warner and Smith. Is Kawaja's? Yes, Kawaja's at mid-off.
Do you know about the Scott Boland thing about what happens after his spells? He quite often leaves the field. And so every time we've been wondering in the press box if he's injured. But I'll tell you what the official response was.
Okay. Cummins again. Bowles here on the drive, and beating cover is Crawley, but there is a sweeper at deep point. That's Travis Head, so they keep it to the single. 46, 1 for 83. Nicely played again.
So you see them come off. I mean, we're trying to work out what it is. Cricket Australia like, no, he's just gone off for a wee. So the rest of the World Test Championship I watched, and he comes off the field almost every time. And at one stage, Sky actually had footage of Boland coming off the field all the way, undoing the elastic band and walking straight out the back of the change room. So we now think that after he bowls, he might need just, little relief.
Okay. Well hydrated, fair enough. Cummins to Pope to finish the over, and he's driving as well. Behind point where there has been the sweeper from the get-go. Pope retains the strike. He's 26, 1 for 84 at the end of the 17th over. Our coverage is for Drinkwise. Remember, if you're drinking, to Drinkwise.
I would say the song that kind of represents my life is Life on a Highway.
Staying Alive by Bee Gees.
Probably a Celine Dion song.
I'd definitely have the Beatles.
24/7, 365. It's about enjoying absolutely every day.
Celebrate your life the way you want, like I did with a fixed price funeral plan from Tobin Brothers Funerals. The price doesn't change and your life will be celebrated your way. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
SEN Test Cricket at Edgbaston for Macca's. Here's to 30 years of the Mut Cafe. Mentioned before that I did get to Lord's day one, 05 Ashes, on my dad's credit card, the break glass if required credit card. Got in a world of trouble for it. Lyon round the wicket, slipping a leg slip, bowls here, and tucking around the corner is Pope. Takes the partnership to 63 with that single. He's up to 27, 1 for 85. In the end, he forgave me. He understood why I needed to do it. But yes, 325 quid from a tout, which even now, that's heavy duty for an Ashes ticket.
Touts take credit cards.
Well, I bought it from one of those resale websites, which were just in their infancy at the time. I wrote about it for The Guardian during lockdown as my favourite day of cricket that I've ever been to. Glenn McGrath's 500th and all the rest. Lyon bowls using his feet, Crawley, and going past mid-wicket where Labuschagne is stationed. Work to do for the sweeper at long on. They'll get back for an easy two. Crawley, a couple away from a half-century. England 1 for 87. So it was McGrath 5 wickets down the slope, including his 500th first ball after tea, taken by Langer in the cordon. There was Steve Harmison hitting Langer in the face and Ponting in the face. Matthew Hoggard hitting Hayden as well. Lyon round the wicket, Crawley on 48, make that 49, easing it out to deep square leg. They've milked the field spectacularly well this morning. 1 for 88 the score in just the 18th over. And then Brett Lee had Ashley Giles standing on his stumps last ball of the day to make it 7 for 70 odd after all the carnage in the earlier session. It was a good counter-attacking hand from Simon Kadich, Adam Gilchrist down the list to get them to a vaguely credible score. And of course Australia go on to win that test on the final afternoon. Pope 27, Lyon to him on the back foot, out to cover, no run. No regrets coming out here and watching the cricket.
You might have had more regrets if you did give a credit card to a tout.
Yes, true.
It's such a weird thing, isn't it, being an Australian cricket fan in England grounds and just having, bald men come up to you with one tooth trying to give...
Often with counterfeit tickets. Lyon bowls here, using his feet, Pope, and he beats mid off. Such strident moves down the track, premeditated, but no concerns at all. Getting to the pitch of Lyon, had one man to beat at mid-off. That was the captain Cummins, straight of him, out to the rope. The 10th 4 of the session, 1 for 92. That takes Pope into the 30s. He's 31 from 43, Jarrod.
Basically, Pope couldn't score against spin before best ball.
Yeah.
He was scoring at around 2 runs and over, really struggling. Now he's scoring a run and ball ever since. And these off drives, not what Australia was probably expecting from him.
High degree of difficulty. Going very nicely. Line to finish. Pope goes back. Shout for league before. On with the arm. Umpire Raza keeps his hand down. Nathan Lyon goes straight up to Alex Carey to get a second opinion. Now they go to Cummins. Will we see the DRS for IMAR Insurance, the tradies mate, call 1-3 IMAR? Jarrod, your thoughts?
I thought it was out. I thought
they're going
reviewing
up
now. I thought it was out when it first hit him. And also when the umpire moved his arms, I thought he was going to give it as well. I wonder how much it straightened, Colo, would be my only question. But I think it had to have pitched on line, and he played right across the line. It looked very, very adjacent to me.
Lyon gets a lot of leg before wickets round the wicket since he started being able to get the ball to go straight on. That doesn't quite do that. There's a bit of movement back, but first replay would suggest
that should be hitting the top of the leg, shouldn't it?
That it's on track for leg stump. Chris Gaffney upstairs, an experienced operator. The other thing might be pitching outside leg, I wonder.
I think it's just inside the line by the look of the way it's straightened.
So here's the projection. Hitting in line with leg and hitting leg stump. Nathan Lyon has become an expert at prying out right-handers from round the wicket. And he's done so here to pick up an important wicket to break a punchy stand. And Ollie Pope, the England number 3, has to depart from 30 for 31. England lose their second wicket with a score on 92. Boy, they needed that.
Started around the wicket to both of these batters. They were both moving across the stumps when they weren't reverse sweeping and trying to force away. It was a clear plan. In fact, you could hear Marnus and Alex Carey talking about Adelaide. I don't know if you remember the dismissal on Adelaide, Colo, where Lyon got him as well. But they thought that he had, they thought that Lyon had the wood on Pope a little bit there. And eventually they've got their player. They had the 4 fielders out. He got a couple of boundaries off it as well.
And the ball after he came down the track and struck it nicely down the ground. That's a great review for IMAR. And because of it, they had the chance to celebrate another wicket for Tobin Brothers' funeral, celebrating lives. And, well, the England fans will celebrate the arrival of the former captain as well, Joe Root, playing his 131st Test match, averaging over 50, 11,000 Test runs. Ticked over that milestone at Lords against Ireland a couple of weeks ago.
Is that a lot?
It's plenty. Sachin's in the crosshairs for him, I think, now, 15,000 plus. And Joe Root, his strike rate since Bazball up to 74. It says a lot about the way he's been liberated as an England batter, and the tons have been coming at quite the rate.
He's probably been the one who's batted more normally, except for key moments where he's played these reverse ramps, right? He's probably just playing his normal, almost his ODI style, and then just occasionally that reverse scoop.
Got Jeremy Coney jumping back in for the next half an hour as well. Jeremy?
Yeah, hi, Adam. Yeah, look, they needed the wicket, didn't they? It was very obvious.
Cummins, new over, bowls here. Crawley, who's on 49, will stay there defending the captain.
Cummins had to come back. Virtually all the bowlers, apart from Green, had been used. In the morning, based in bowling in quite small spells, really, short spells. Cummins had to come back as the captain, I think, and say, look, we reassert ourselves a bit here. And I do think at the moment, if anything, Australia have been a tad defensive. They've allowed a lot of easy singles and easy runs, in other words, as well. You don't know until the end of the day whether it's been a good decision or not.
Cummins to Crawley, to the crease, and he eases it out to point for a half century. Zach Crawley reaches the milestone from just 56 balls. 6 boundaries along the way, a couple off the top, and he's worked himself into it. Just a delightful groove, Jarrod Kimber. So much scrutiny on Crawley coming into the series around his position in the side, but he's been backed heavily by captain and coach, and the fans now as well on their feet.
Yeah, I think if he was going to order a pitch to bat on Crawley, this is the one that he would pick. He's still got the edge behind, of course, and he's played some horrendous shots in between some of the best shots you'll ever see. But this is the sort of wicket you expect him to do well on so far. And he, other than that caught behind that Australia forgot to appeal for, he's played some beautiful shots.
Joe Root's first delivery. He's got a good record here at Edgbaston. Facing Cummins, away from us, gets down the track to the first ball underneath his bat. So, I wouldn't call it a charge, but getting well outside his ground. Cummins might have just seen him coming, went with the faster Yorker on the off-stump line under the blade through to Carey.
Yeah, this is something they've been working on for a long time, England. They didn't want to take your length away, so they do these little shuffles down the wicket. And it's even more so with Root than some of the other players because he can go back so far as well. So He tries to get to your length early on. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, Jeremy, I'd say he might be out of the crease.
Yes,
so first ball, he's walked down the crease, and next one, he started out of the crease.
He averages 61 at the Edgbaston route in Test cricket. Facing Cummins, here he leaves him alone. Bounces before reaching Carey's gloves.
And what you'll see later is he'll bat all the way back with his front foot even inside the crease. So he really wants to take Cummins' length away straight away.
Pretty difficult, I think, for the bowlers on this sort of pitch. You were saying about this is a perfect pitch for Crawley, and it absolutely is. He can stand up if it's not quite to him. He can still play through the line. There's no seam for the Australian bowlers as well. Seen a lot of runs on the drive and also square, taking singles.
So it's Cummins with the 3 catching men. Root yet to get off the mark. Won't do so here either. Pushing out to point from back of the length.
You want to bowl, don't you? I mean, the thing is, you want to bowl at one batsman for at least a few deliveries. And really, that's what the Australians haven't been able to do here. You don't build any pressure whatsoever. And so far, Crawley's such a tall man, batting with Pope and Duckett. They're short men, so the bowlers are having to change their length a great deal as well. So not easy for the Aussies today, but I think they've just gone too early to that defensive pattern.
It did feel like they had that plan in mind, didn't it? Cummins to finish. Tidy over to Root, who deflects as he's done a million times before. Out to deep backward point off the mark in trademark style with a single. He retains the strike as well. 19 overs gone. England 2 for 94. Our coverage is for Maccas. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe.
McCafe is turning 30 this year. That's 3 decades of McCafe making the perfect coffee to go with your early mornings, sideline cheers, road trip stops, and long swigs squeezed into short breaks. So here's to 30 years of McCafe. Coffee fit for an Aussie.
Dan Murphy's June catalogue is out now with great value bundle offers like 6 bottles of wine for only $60 from a selection of red, whites and Prosecco. T's and C's apply. Offers end Wednesday, June 14. Choose to drink wise. Dan Murphy's.
Our first session for Drinkwise. Remember, if you're drinking, to Drinkwise. Phil Long.
Yeah, we're maidenless this morning. Jeremy Coney mentioned unable to keep one batsman on strike. In fact, the best over, Scott Boland's first of the morning, which went for just 2 runs.
I doubt there have been many first sessions of Test matches without a maiden bowled.
26 singles for Bazball. 26 singles in the first hour for England.
Doing it on their terms so far. Hazelwood in, bowling to Joe Root over the wicket. First ball of a new spell. Patted back down the pitch, no run. Jarrod?
We've talked about this before, and I think the big revolution that England had in one-day cricket, outside of some of the bowling and that batting down to number 9 and 10, was that 10 to 40 over period. And it was Root and Morgan specifically, essentially scoring it away that you couldn't just bowl at them. That's essentially what Australia have let them do today.
This has actually looked like a one-day game.
Yeah.
That's the feeling I've had about it. The pitch looks like a one-day pitch, and that's the batting and the run-taking that we've seen as well.
Yeah, the way they've looked to score out to the sweepers, hit the sweepers, as they say. Hazelwood bowls and Root drives back to the big quick down with his left mitt, no run. I mean, if you've got that many sweepers set back, then, well, what's the point in trying to attack the boundary when there are so many ways to accumulate and still go, 5 and over or better than 5 and over?
And yet, Duckett and Pope have gone out trying to manufacture runs.
Yeah.
So you can see why Australia's still going with this method, right? And to be fair, Crawley should have been out as well. In fact, Crawley's was the most sort of aggressive shot.
So back to 2 slips in the gully for Hazelwood. Deep backward point. Deep square leg and a fine leg. Passes umpire Raza, close to the stumps, bowls here, Root deflects for a single. So his 2 singles have come the way he likes to play. Deep in the crease, down to Nathan Lyon, he's 2. England 2 for 95 halfway through the 20th.
Well, now we've got the best manipulator and worker of a ball around a cricket field that there probably is in Root. So that's not going to be easy for the... I mean, he's not even playing aggressively, is there? It's just a nice little angle, isn't it?
Saw Rahane do that so well last week, Jarrod.
I wonder if Root, because they've got the deep backward point out, whether we'll still see the reverse ramp.
Should you bring him in for Root?
Change in field with Crawley on strike. Deep backward point goes right on square in front of the Hollies. Crawley on an even 50, facing Hazelwood, leaves him alone on the 5th stump line.
Do you remember when the first session of Test matches used to be, you want to encourage him to drive? Now you're like, can we encourage him to reverse ramp? Maybe we can get him nicking off to deep backward point.
And we know that Root will play it once he's in. Indeed, he's played it before he's in against Ireland. He had a crack at it about 5 times in his first 10 balls. It's Crawley here, though. sizing up a fabulous opportunity. Hazelwood charging towards him. Bowls here, Crawley. Clips out the deep fine leg where Scott Boland puts down the long barrier. Keeps it to a single. 51 from 58. 2 for 96 England after winning the toss and batting. I woke up this morning, Jarrod, I might have said to you last night, Jeremy, if England win the toss, we know they're going to bat second. I mean, as Stokes always says, we're going to win the toss and chase. But they've gone against their plan A. Fascinated by the psychology of that. It's a real alpha move, isn't it?
Yeah, well, you woke up doing that. Jeremy Coney locked himself out of his own room.
He did. We'll come back to that later. We'll talk about Jeremy locking himself out of his room in a little bit.
Discombobulated. All of us are.
At least we sorted it out in time. Hazelwood to finish the over, leaving alone on the half volley into Carey's gloves. End of the over, changing commentary after the break. 20 overs gone. England 2 for 96 on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Crawley's 51. Roots on 2. Damien Fleming jumping in with Daniel Norcross.
Here at Astoria GWM Havel, new car sales are booming, and we know why. It's because our customers say there's simply great value for money. With drive-away prices for Canon Utes from $33,990 and Havel Jolion from $28,490, plus our new hybrids, you can see why. Good stock means immediate delivery, plus an extra $1,000, up to $2,000 off on some models with our end of financial year sale. And we need your trade-in. Astoria GWM Havel, Bentley East, LMCT 10901.
SEN Test Cricket with McCafe celebrating 30 years of coffee. Fit for an Aussie. As Pat Cummins runs away from us, he's in to Crawley, who taps the ball into the onside. It's fielded by Boland, moving to his right at mid-on. There is no run, and I have an Aussie next to me who I'm sure has drunk a lot of coffee at this time. You better say that again.
I've had 3 today.
It's pretty decent.
I'm jet-lagged. I'm predicting 8, Jeremy.
Well, one of the ones I gave you, the first one, if you remember, and thank you for getting me that little ham as well.
It was delicious.
Very nice for our breakfast. But I got the coffee and a double espresso. Ooh. So there's a number of shots in there for you.
So I'm up to 4.
Your hair is actually standing up slightly more on your headboard.
Cummins head to Crawley, who pulls without perfect timing, but it's running away to the deep mid-wicket boundary for 4. And it brings up the England 100 in double quick time. They've got there in the second ball of the 21st over. They have lost a couple of wickets. Duckett has gone. Pope has gone, but Crawley, of all people, the much maligned Zach Crawley, moves to 55, and England are going on at, well, a very familiar pace.
I think I played an Ashes series at home, and I was bowling to Michael Atherton and Nasser Hussain a lot up the top order. They're not 100 after 20 overs. This is different. This is different.
There's Cummins once more, and this is played with an angled bat square of the wicket, the offside off the front foot by Crawley. He'll pick up a single because, as has been the case for nearly the entirety of the day, there's a deep point, and one can sort of understand it when the score's 100 off 20 overs. It was a little perplexing. I know you, Damien, found it unusual. I know you, Jeremy. I did. Deep point to the first ball of the day.
So my question, bowling, is what's my line? If you've got a deep point but also a mid-wicket, what am I doing? Am I attacking the stumps? Am I bowling wide? You know, you needed to protect one side.
I agree. That backward point goes up, and if you need a man outside at deep square,
Cummins in, thick edge, is well stopped by the diving green, the enormous Man Mountain, who manages to get a big mitt onto it and prevent a couple of runs.
So at least if you've got your mid-wicket, you've got a man back at deep square and a fine leg, at least you can bowl at the stumps.
Yes.
And you might be picked off a couple of times, but at least you bring the LBW into play. This is not a bouncy pitch. This is a skidding kind of pitch, and that's why Crawley loves this. He can, irrespective of length, he's such a tall man, can stand up and play, and it can fly off square and so on as well.
You can't give him any room, Crawley.
Just reminded me of something. Of course, I wonder where I'd seen this Crawley before, and I'll tell you. Cummins into Root, who works the ball beautifully and across his front pad out to deep square leg. Picks up a single, 2 for 102. Root to 3. Well, when he got his highest test score of 267 at the Aegeas Bowl, a very, very similar pitch. Now I think about it, it was flat, it was true, it was quite low. Ball didn't really go through to the keeper. And yes, this might be.
Are you calling 260?
No,
for Crawley?
I'm not at all. I'm calling it a Crawley pitch. It's a Crawley pitch. There's only one of its kind. It turns out 2 now. This pitch has been made for Crawley. That's what Ben Stokes was saying. He wasn't talking about the rest of the team.
It's Crawley ball.
It's Crawley ball. Creepy ball. Creepy ball. Cummins in. And this is played off the front foot by Crawley. Defensively.
How much time did he have there?
He had plenty of time at the end of the over. England are 2 for 102.
Whenever you need to build, repair or create, there is a Loctite product for all your project needs. Whether you're doing small or big projects, Loctite provides DIYers, tradies and engineers with reliable adhesive and sealant solutions. So what are you waiting for? Lock it down tight. All it takes is a few drops of Loctite. Get the job done right. Search Loctite.
SEN Test Cricket with McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee, fit for an Aussie. Start of a new over from the Birmingham end, and it's the roll-on, roll-off ferry that is Josh Hazlewood who comes in. Ball goes through to the keeper, there's no run.
I tell you what, we haven't seen a short ball. And I understand because of the pitch that would be, you know, further toward the end. I don't think I'll use that yet.
Yes.
But you would think there might have been one from at least to stop them running at me, at least just to try and change things a little. If you've got a little bit of cover out there as well, you might, you know.
And they've got
I just
the
thought
pace.
they could have a crack. I know a few Aussie bowlers who would have by now.
Hazlewood, 2 slips and a gully, runs in, and Root defends on the front foot. A stifled appeal. Well, not so stifled. Steve Smith is very excited. He's moving around like a jack in a box. Surely, he says, surely was it pad first? But he and Warner have been dissuaded from a review by Hazlewood, who really can't see what all the fuss is about. He was watching it straight on.
Yeah, as excited as Smithy was, Big Joshy, that was pure apathy, wasn't it, from the big quick?
Let's take a quick look on the replay stream with Tyre Power, your tyre experts. Now, it's pad first, I think, but it's hit above the knee roll. Bat and pad very close together, only a half step forward. So you can understand the appeal, but also understand why they wouldn't review it. As Hazlewood is in once more, and driving his route off a thick outside edge, and it squirts down a deep backward point. Well, Lyon does the fielding. One more to the total, 2 for 103.
Yeah, Jeremy, back to what you're saying. Bowled one. Bowled one. It wasn't a good one, but guess what? Didn't have a shot.
No.
Didn't play a shot at it. And it's not only, you're not trying to always get them out with the short ball, but there is a risk when you're playing horizontal shots. But it's about pushing the weight back and then going full. You so often get outside edges at that type of delivery. So I'm with you. I'd be surprised if they're not doing it now, but in the second session. Let's have a look upstairs.
Hazlewood into Crawley, who waits for it and defends square of the wicket on the front foot. There's no run. By contrast, with this being a Crawley pitch, I would say it's possibly not a Root pitch. Because Root does like the ball to come on for the deflection, a nice little deflection. We saw off that last ball when he drove. He was reaching, the ball wasn't coming on, that bat was getting ahead of his pads. So he might be a nick waiting to happen.
So no good for Joe?
No. It's
not Joe pitch.
It's rootless.
Say it ain't so.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's always the way. It's 6 of one, half a dozen the other. If it was me, I'd make a pitch for the man with an average of 50 rather than the man with an average of 28. But what do I know? Hazlewood in, and Crawley defends again very solidly all the time in the world. Front foot into the covers, no run. There's a lovely throbbing hum here at the moment at Edgbaston. First day crowd.
It'll get rowdier.
It will. Especially that Holly stand.
The Holly stand.
Although I've got to say, I've seen a surprising lack of Donald's Trump, of Popes, Benedict or otherwise. No giraffes, no ducks or penguins yet.
Is that a Saturday thing?
Well,
weekend.
Well, you'd be surprised. They'll just do it any day here at Edgbaston. Hazlewood in, defended again solidly by Crawley. Back to the bowler. That is the end of the over. 22 gone. England 2 for 103.
What does it take to win Super Ratings Fund of the Year? Strong performance, competitive fees, and a focus on members. A super fund that delivers all three? That's a plus. Host Plus, 2023 Super Fund of the Year. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Visit lonsec.com.au for awards and ratings criteria and disclosure. General advice only. Consider the relevant PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au. Awards and ratings are only one factor to consider. Past performance is not an indicator of future performance. Search Compare Host Plus today.
SEN Test Cricket with McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee, fit for an Aussie. And on the replay screen, powered by Tyre Power, your tyre experts. What have you seen there,
I'm liking Josh Hazelwood, but when the pitch is not providing any variation, you've got to provide it yourself. And the last delivery was a cross seamer, just hit the seam and went up. We know the wobbled seam is all fashionable now. They download the wobbled seam app.
Did you bowl it? I mean,
No, I wish I did.
Did you not? I mean, is it a genuinely new ball, new delivery-ish?
Well,
the name is new.
Yeah.
I don't know about that, though. I think Hadley, for example, a bit confused why instead of going that way, it went the other.
Boland in. Oh, well, that comes back slightly to Root, who lets it go by into the keeper's gloves, no run.
No, I mean, I was more a swing bowler, and often you bowl an out-swinger and it'd hit the seam and go through the gate. It'd be written up, it was a good in-seamer. I had no idea. That was just pure natural variation. So seeing what they're doing now, I'd love to have bowled it because it actually does move off the seam. And if you don't know which way it's going, the batsman's not going to do it. So I like it. You know, bowlers upskilling, giving themselves more options.
Here's Boland. That's forward and defence route. Gets in a bit of a tangle. There's no run.
But also, Jeremy, you played a lot in Australia. It's not big seaming conditions. But you know, I read up about the old Statham and Truman. Probably not Truman as much who's faced there, but they talk about being able to control the seam. And I'd be reading it going, not really. But they would have, because they had pitches that were conducive to it.
And the balls as well. I mean, a more pronounced seam as a general rule on a duke than them. I'm going to come to Phil Long in a moment. I hope we've got time. Yeah, we have. We've got 4 balls after the over as Boland runs in, 2 slips and a gully. Root upright, cuts out into the offside. He's going to get at least a couple here. It's being pursued by Head, and it will be just the 2. Just laid his bat on it as much as anything else to a shortish wide ball. Moves to 6, 2 for 107.
And also, Jeremy, it is different than actual cutters.
Oh, yes.
When you bowl cutters, you lose pace. They're like fast spinners, so I bowled those. My era of fast bowling mates did that.
Yeah.
And particularly if Warney's turning it, that was an indicator, okay, the cutters are going to work. But you lose pace there. But with these wobbled seam, they're actually at the same pace as their stock delivery.
Boland into Root. And Root just lays bat on ball, waits for it, lays bat on ball out to deep backward point for an easy as you like single. Phil Long.
Yeah, very quickly, the previous over from Josh Hazelwood went for 1 run. The reason that's significant, it's the most economic over of the day. Still on maiden watch.
Wow, still no maidens. And also, of course, he came back into the attack. I forgot to mention, you know, Lyons out of the attack after taking that wicket, which was... Was you surprised by that? Or is he now a strike bowler? He comes on, takes a wicket, and off he goes.
There must be matchups they like. They generally like Cummins to Root. You know, he's had it over the former English captain.
Boland into Crawley, who drives horribly, misses the ball. It goes between bat and ball. It was a whisker away from off stump. It was a whisker away from the inside edge. But Crawley survives.
That seemed to move in the air. Let's see if it's... It looks like it's normal swing.
Yeah. Just take a look at this again on our replay screen with Tyre Power, your tyre experts.
It's nipped off.
Yeah, definitely.
He's hitting the track hard enough to get a little bit. That's just a seamer, really, in the end. Nice angle. I'm sure he's getting that wobble ball going.
Boland in to Crawley, who defends of a thick inside edge. The ball rolls out into the onside. 23 overs have gone. England 2 for 106.
They're off and racing in the Memory Maker Stakes. On the inside, download free, followed by Make Informed Decisions. Poking up on the fences, plan everything with compare prices and options. Heading past the 600 metres, build your own coffin, the front runner. 2 lengths to Unique Life, but here comes Tobin Brothers Celebrating Lives through the middle and gets up to win.
Thanks, Brian. Plan your race to the finish line using the Tobin Brothers Funerals Memory Maker app. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
SEN Test Cricket. It's the first session of the first day, and our first session is with Drinkwise. Remember, if drinking, drink wise.
Will the Holly Stand take that on board?
I think it's highly unlikely. Highly unlikely. There are other stands that might, but not the Holly Stand. Be less Hollies, people, as Hazelwood comes in to start a new over from the Birmingham end. 2 slips and a gully to the upright route. He waits and guides the ball down through deep backward point. Might get 2 because he's got it far enough away to the left of Nathan Lyon. And England advanced to 2 for 108. Root moves to 9. We've had some text in. Dave Loftus says he's listening in from Delhi after a massive few weeks on the road in a rickshaw. I hope he was drinking wisely in that massive few weeks.
Well, I hope the driver was.
Well, especially that, yeah. He says, I can't wait for these tests. Go Aussies! And Chris says, how good we live in a time when the radio call matches up with the TV coverage. We are living in the golden age. What a time to be alive. Hazelwood in, advancing his route, and taps the ball into the onside, just to the right of mid-on, but there's no run as Cummins does the fielding.
So strengthening the slip cordon here, Daniel. It's 2 slips, and then we've now got, well, that huge man, Cameron Green, 2 gullies, I call him. He's sort of, he's now watching that run from route, and big wingspan, and now he's been moved. Now they've gone back to the 2. They want that leg slip in. I want to bowl a bit straighter, says Hazelwood.
Well, Root's doing a bit of that advancing, isn't he? And looking to...
He's 9 off 19.
Yes,
Joe Root, so it's snooze ball at the moment.
Hazelwood's into him, and he induces a further little sleep here with a defensive prod. Not really getting forward or back, just
Come on, Joe.
Yeah.
I want to see Damien Fleming on the Hollies saying snooze ball.
Well, I want to see the camera pan to Ben Stokes just throwing a pen down in furious rage. May yet happen. We've not seen many deliveries today that have beaten the bat. There've been a couple, but there was one, an absolute ripper, that took an edge and wasn't even appealed for.
Wow.
Extraordinary as Hazelwood is into Root, who drives firmly. Can't beat a good diving stop at mid-off, but the parry allows a single nonetheless, and Root moves to double figures. And James on that subject says if Marnus didn't even appeal, was it even an edge? Well, it's true. If Marnus doesn't think it's out,
he's normally pretty optimistic.
He is very optimistic.
But it's fair to say, the pitch is flat. When you don't see any balls beat the bat or one, really no LB shouts from the quicks.
No.
It's an indicator. It's very placid. It's
and even with the fact that there's not so much bounce, so they're just not beating the bat. They're not beating the inside edge of the bat to get the MBW at the moment. Although one did, of course, to beat Ollie Pope. Hazelwood into Crawley, who pulls a short ball out through deep backward square. It will be cut off inside a boundary. They're coming back for a second. Throw comes in, and Crawley is home. Good adventurous running. But it does take England to 2 for 111, and there will be some superstitious people in this crowd. Not so much in the Hollies, they don't strike me as that, but there will be many an English man and woman with his feet off the ground now. Did you subscribe to any of that nonsense? Because actually it was Australia who tended to get out for 111. They got out for 111 a few times in the 20s and 30s, and of course famously at Headingley in 81 when they lost that incredible game by 18 runs. They were out for 111.
We're still talking about that one.
Oh yeah, of course we are. Hazelwood is defended last ball of the over by Crawley at the end of it. To 24, England 2 for 111.
Trying to choose new flooring, window furnishings or rugs for your home? Choices Flooring's Room View makes it easy to find the look you've been searching for. Whatever the space or your flooring needs, simply take a photo of the area in your home and select your flooring styles, window furnishings or rugs from the thousands of colours, styles and texture options. Using Choices Flooring's Room View, you can see your selections right in your own home. Then send your favourites to your local Choices Flooring store to book a free measure and quote.
SEN Test Cricket with McAfee. We're coming towards the end of the first session. We might get another 3 overs in because we're starting the 26th over with 10 minutes to go. Boland is going to bowl it. I'm going to ask my fine sages here, Damien Fleming and Jeremy Coney, to ponder their delivery of the day in association with Macca's. Order via delivery on the My Macca's app. What's your delivery of the day, boys, so far as Boland is in? Outside the off stump through to the keeper, no run.
Well, mine is actually a Boland who's bowling at the moment, and is that one that beat Crawley. nipped in, took off a little bit and went away from the edge of the bat. He was looking to go through leg side, and that was the one that produced the little edge.
But that one,
that wasn't appealed. Yeah, I think so.
Good delivery of the day.
I'm going to be very proactive. I'm going to go this next delivery.
So Australian, aren't you, Damien?
You get ready to call it.
Here's Boland. He's in.
Oh, what a delivery.
Defends an absolute brute of a straight ball that did nothing.
I love a dot ball.
Front foot.
Right back there.
I'm a big dot ball fan. And he did well to defend that. I mean, they would have got most players out.
Especially when it hit the middle.
So what was that? What were we up to? 20.2 overs in.
Yeah,
and we see the ball of the day.
The ball of the day.
Can he back it up?
If you like a dot ball, you should have been sat in my living room with Jeremy and me the other day. I'll give you more in a minute.
I hope so.
In defence. Up to mid-on, Kawaja Fields. There's no run. So, as part of our Ashes prep, Jeremy and I tend to take a sort of dialectical approach. So we'll run through the players individually, how they're going to get out. We do this in the convivial environment of my front room. And we had, on our TV screen via YouTube, Kent against Surrey.
Yeah.
Only one camera. Only one camera.
Sibley.
You would have loved this, Damien. You love a dot ball. You love a dot ball. Sibley took 368 balls to get to his century, and there were some fours in that. This is flicked away, fine by Root. It's running away towards the boundary, and it gets there. Just on the pads from Poland. Root. Screamed the crowd for more. Root moves to 14, 2 for 115. 511 minutes it took Dom Sibley. The slowest century, both in terms of minutes and balls, in the history of the county championship. Now, you, my friend,
thrilling.
You would
but I mean, if
you would have bowled to some guys you thought were blockers. I mean, you've mentioned Athers, you've mentioned Nasser.
Yeah.
They're not in Sibbers' league. Dom Sibley.
And how Sibley goes? He goes Bazball. Bring it on.
The Poland in, has dabbed away, square of the wicket by Root. Classic Root shot for the single, sees the gap, a backward point, trots through, moves to 15.
So he's basically saying, I'm not going to play for England.
I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. I'm happy here. I want to bat all day. In fairness,
they were chasing 501.
They're chasing 501 in 5 sessions.
And got them.
And they got them.
Oh, wow.
With 5 wickets in hand and 23 overs to spend.
So it was kind of an appropriate innings. You could sort of excuse it, if you know what I mean.
Match-winning innings.
Well,
match-winning innings.
Jamie Smith at the other end hit his 100 off 70 balls.
Oh.
Yes, he came in at number 5, was it, and overtook Sibley within half an hour. Boland is in. This is defended on the front foot. There's no run. The offside. It was thrilling cricket to watch if you like that sort of thing.
And if you're a follower of Surrey, of course.
Yes. End of the over. 25 gone. England 2 for 116.
Hard yakka. Toughness is in our DNA, and we don't take shortcuts. Our legendary status is ingrained in our heritage. Modern, durable, quality. We don't play by the rules, we write them. That's why we've designed the ultimate men's and women's gear and boots for your no-nonsense lifestyle. Designed to work hard on the job or off, whether you're chilling on the weekend or heading out to explore the great outdoors. So get the gear that makes you feel like a legend. Head to your nearest stockist or hardyakka.com.au.
SEN Test cricket with McAfee. England 2 for 116 as we approach the end of the first session. 5 minutes to go. Lyon back in the attack. So we should get a couple more overs in, unless a wicket falls, of course. Root faces with a leg slip. And a slip in place, and he dabs his first ball into the ground. It's fielded by Smith, who is that slip. I'll give you the field. We've got a deep backward point. That slip, extra cover, quite a wide mid-off. Long on, mid-wicket. Backward short leg, really, and a deep square leg, a long leg. Field spread here. As Lyon, who's picked up the wicket of Pope today, is in. Right arm around the wicket. Root goes back into his crease, tucks it into the onside. A dive that was never really going to be of any purpose is taken on by Warner, and a single accrues. 2 for 117. Root to 16 brings Crawley back on strike.
What does Crawley do here?
Well,
lunch is
one would normally say
away.
Get out, but
no, but
yeah.
Does he still try and take him on?
Crawley waits and works the ball to the onside. He's happy to milk the single. He might even think of 2. He's played it softly enough. It's a classic T22, that. Just outside the imaginary fielding circle, if you like. So I think your answer is he's still can't look to score. They don't like to take any time going into.
But that's a good cricket shot.
Yeah. It's a little dab, isn't it? It's a tap, if you will.
Yeah, Nathan likes, in a first innings, day one, comes around the wicket a lot, cramps for room.
He's in again, and Crawley, crouching, works the ball into the onside. They've set off for the first quickly again. There won't be a second this time. Root says, no, do you know how old I am? And they stick to the single. Crawley to 61, 2 for 120. So, well, England will have gone at a run at a minute.
Yes.
They are on Edgbaston 2005 pace at the moment. They're targeting 400 in the day, because there will be 390 minutes today. There always are these days. As Lyon is in, Root goes back into his crease and flips the ball to short leg on the bounce. There is no run. Root on 16 from 29. One ball left in this, the 26th over. Then we'll have one more over before the break. Lyon in. Root works it into the onside as easy as you like. Milking Lyon here, really. 6 overs, 1 for 31 for the veteran off-spinner in England at the end of the over, with 1 to go before lunch at 2 for 121.
Pretty bloody hard to find a links, isn't it?
Find where you belong with Harcourts. Here's CEO Tony Morrison.
By the time this ad airs, there will have been shifts in the market. They'll have been reported on TV, in the paper and online. And chances are they'll shift again. At Harcourts, we live and breathe the market and will give you the full story as it happens. Empowering you and getting the best result possible is another reason we've been around for over 130 years.
Visit harcourts.com.au and rest assured.
So Scott Boland is going to bowl the 27th and final over of this session. 27 overs in a session. That nowadays is riches. At this rate, we might even get to like 88 overs in the day. Not the full 90, but better than the World Test Championship final, as Boland is into Root, who works the ball off his legs out towards deep backward square. He's run the first very quickly. Scampers back for the second. And I'm not quite sure which one of you two said too easy, but it was too easy, really.
Great running. I think England have run really well today. You know, Root and Crawley in particular. I'm not happy with the fields going into lunch. Why not put a bit of pressure on? Last over, 4 little hits through the leg side, easy runs. But upcoming lunch can be your friend if you're the fielding team.
Boland's in. This is driven nicely, lovely looking on drive, but can't beat the fielder Usman Khawaja, who is at mid-on.
Give them some incentive to play shots. We've been talking about Bazball all along, but they're getting runs by just whipping the ball through the leg side easily.
Well, there's been a lot of space to play with, hasn't there? The Australian bowlers have been very straight a lot of the time, and Root likes that. I mean, Root likes quite a lot, to be fair. He likes a good width on the offside, and he likes it straight on the pads. There's not a lot in this pitch for the bowlers, but they've stuck to their task manfully as Boland is in to Root, who works it again, clipping off the pads out towards deep square leg. Lyon does the fielding, and Dolly stands already. They're into him now.
Just starting to win them over, Gaz.
Yeah.
Try and win them over.
See, that's the noise you normally associate with a fielder who's missed one, but I don't think Lyon's missed one, has he?
Yeah, but that's why I looked down there.
Yeah.
Because I thought he'd misfielded.
Yeah.
But no, they're lining the off-spinner up.
The Holly stand is lining the off-spinner. Yeah, it's a lot of people doing it. Starting to thin out as people head off to their lunches, trying to beat the queues as Boland is into Crawley, who's beaten by Beauty, edged. Is it? Well, they're convinced they've got their man. And, well, umpire has not given this. This is fascinating. Moraes Erasmus isn't giving that. They will surely refer, because they're convinced they've got him. Surely refer. They were absolutely convinced. Cummins is just checking, and now he has.
They cannot believe it.
They cannot. That was an immediate appeal, concerted appeal, and they've gone upstairs. Let's see. All this will be about his ultra edge.
This will be remarkable, won't it, that he edged one and they didn't go up, and if this one he hasn't edged it,
Crawley looked uncomfortable to me. I had my eye on him and he started to move, and then he realised Marea Erasmus wasn't going to give him.
Surely.
And so he then gently went back again, took another sort of
He's
half
taken
pace.
his gloves off.
Right, we're looking at the replay. Oh, yeah, I think that's flicked. I think that's flicked a bit of glove.
Yeah.
You can see the glove actually move. You can see the thumb on the bottom hand move.
Yeah, he's going.
And that is going to be the wicket of Crawley off what will now be the last ball before lunch. It's the thumb. And, wow, that has turned a good session for England, I would say, into a good session for Australia. They have picked up England's top three. England are now 3 for 1, 2, 4, and on a flat, placid wicket to get Crawley in the last over of the day with a good ball. It's leapt a little bit. Bounced. It's taken the bottom hand, a little flicky glove, through to the keeper Carey, who takes a comfortable catch. And as I say, well, that has changed, I would say, the entire complexion of the morning. Earlier, Ben Duckett feathered one from Hazelwood through to Carey. He went for 12. That was 22 for 1. Ollie Pope was LBW from round the wicket from Nathan Lyon. Trapped on the pads. I had to go upstairs to confirm that because it wasn't given out by the on-field umpire. He went for a brisk, sprightly 31 from 44. And then Zach Crawley, who's batted really well on a pitch that definitely suits his idiom, has gone off the fourth ball of what is now the final over of the session. Out for 61. Caught by Carey. Boland has 1 for 34 with that from 6.4. Lyon 1 for 31 from 6. Hazelwood 1 for 27 from 7. Cummins none for 32 from 7. Damien, Fleming. Australia will peacock a hoop with
Looking at that replay, that was the Boland Boulevard of Brilliance. That was an absolute cracker. And it was a fast leg cutter with extra pace and bounce, like you said, Jeremy. Took a good ball to get Crawley out. A little bit unlucky. He just had his thumb off the bat. That's big for the Aussies because we know Crawley, if he gets going, he's just going to accelerate the scoring rate. Roots struggled. It's been a good battle there, and now we've got a new batsman coming in. So the Aussies will take that flat pitch, no maidens, but 3 wickets.
And rarely for a caught behind dismissal. It just took the replay screen. With Tyre Power, your tyre experts, all it took was to watch it. They didn't need really to check Ultra Edge because you could see the ball just flick the bottom of that right thumb. Jeremy Coney, your assessment of this first
Just that I think Australia will be delighted to get the 3 wickets, and I think probably England will be reasonably happy with 124 runs, kind of really, but the way it was looking that they weren't going to get that 3rd wicket, it was going to be emphatically England's start to the whole series, wasn't it, to get 120 odd for 2 with Crawley still at the crease. But that's just changed things slightly, I agree. So I do think Aussie have been a wee bit defensive at times, and or they went to that position rather early in the session, and it looked more like they were just sort of accumulating right throughout the whole session for me, and that perhaps that enabled them to take a position that they didn't have to put so much pressure on for boundaries.
But all 3 of those wickets were to really good bits of bowling to me on a placid deck like this, when you could see Smith and Labuschagne batting for hours and hours and hours. Ball from Boland, a heavy ball, a bit of bounce, that lovely delivery from Lyon, just getting into pitch just inside the line, and Duckett as well. The
Hazelwood set him up there.
Yeah.
He bowled straight, trained him to hit the ball. I'll go a bit wider, no feet movement, just pure hands, heads in not a great position to nick behind. So it's taken 3 good balls to get the wickets, and that's the way it may play out for the first couple of days here.
Well, they bowled those 3 good balls. From you, Phil Long, before we head to a break?
Very quickly, a first session that had everything apart from a maiden or an extra.
Wow. No maidens, no extras. What a time to be alive. The end of the first session.
I want more dot balls. Dot balls.
You want more dot balls?
But I want 6 consecutive dot balls in the next session. Well, just one of them.
Harry Brooks due next, and he's got a strike rate of 99 in Test cricket, so you may have to wait a little
Not going to happen when we bowl at him, no.
We'll be back after the lunch break, but Paul Sebastiani is going to take you through the next 35 minutes or so.
For Henley Homes. Land from $350,000. Build your dream Henley home at the Dales, Bonnybrook. Live from England. The Ashes on SEN Cricket.
Know someone wanting to get into an apprenticeship or traineeship? MEGT partner with thousands of employers Australia-wide with loads of careers in electrical, admin and many more. Help them find their me with MEGT. Visit megt.com.au/jobs.
It's the end of financial year and that's a big deal at Tyre Power. This is the perfect time to save on Toyo tyres for a huge range of vehicles. Take stock of the savings and get a great break when you buy 3 and get 1 free on Toyo Prox's C100 Plus and C100 Plus SUV tyres. Buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Toyo tyres during Tyre Power's end of financial year sale, but only until June 30 at Tyre Power. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 1321 91 for your local independent operator.
Don't let winter get the better of you. Stock up on big brand vitamins at the lowest prices only at Chemist Warehouse. Go Healthy Pro Calcium Fort 60 capsules for $17.99. Healthy Care Immune Defense 120 tablets, $19.99. Wagner Professional Everyday Multi 90 capsules, $26.99. And Bioglan Curcumin Plus Pain Relief 50 tablets, $32.99. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
Go on a sexy splurge at Sexyland this end of financial year. Grab up to 70% off Australia's biggest range of adult toys, couples games, lingerie and sexual wellness products. Sexyland, something real sexy for everyone. 11 stores in Melbourne and Geelong, open till midnight, 7 days a week. Or shop online for 2-hour delivery at sexyland.com.au.
You wouldn't operate a chainsaw blindfolded. You wouldn't ride your dirt bike blindfolded. And you wouldn't walk on your roof blindfolded. Yet too many people dig without searching before you dig online first. Because if you don't search first, you're digging blind. Avoid high-pressure gas mains and high-voltage electricity cables every time. Search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
We've all heard it. Washing your dishes by hand saves water. It's a myth. That's why Whirlpool designs innovative kitchen appliances with the environment in mind. Featuring patented 6 Sense technology, Whirlpool dishwashers save up to 50% on energy and can clean a family-sized load with just a fraction of the water you'd use in the sink. So, have you got a Whirlpool? Visit whirlpool.com.au to find a stockist near you.
So my boy Adam, he come home with all these bags of shopping. I said, what are you, millionaire? He says it was good bargain. Good bargain? Kogan Mobile prepaid plan is bargain. Unlimited talk, text, and 10 gigs of data for $15 a month. My boy wouldn't know bargain if it called him on phone and said, hello, I'm bargain. Talk about a bargain? Get one at koganmobile.com.au. Decencies apply.
Hello. Frank Walker from National Tiles. National Tiles has just landed from Spain a magnificent range of super large atmosphere floor tiles. Our introductory price on these magnificent $80 floor tiles is an unbelievable $59.95. That's right, save over $20 per metre on these magnificent 1200 by 600 Spanish floor tiles. But you'll have to be quick to save over $20 per metre on this exclusive introductory offer. So rush into National Tiles now and save.
Know someone wanting to get into an apprenticeship or traineeship? MEGT partner with thousands of employers Australia-wide with loads of careers in electrical, admin and many more. Help them find their me with MEGT. Visit meg.com.au/jobs.
For Henley Homes. Building a new home? Henley Homes. Backed by a $7 billion parent company. Build on something solid. Live from England. The Ashes on SEN Cricket.
The finish of the first session on day one here of the first test of the Ashes between England and Australia. Baz ball, well, it was in full flight nice and early. 3 for 124. England at lunch on day one. Session one has come to a close. Paul Sebastiani here with you for the lunch break. A fast start for England. Well, they hit a 4 basically off the first ball of the day, and the Edgbaston crowd got right up and about. A 4 off the ball of Pat Cummins. Incredible start. And then a 4 off the first ball of Josh Hazlewood as well. But Australia fighting back towards the back end of lunch. A wicket from Scotty Boland, 3 for 124. Now England, and Joe Root will be at the crease for England when they do resume their first innings. They did elect to bat. Ben Stokes won the toss on what is looked to be a fairly flat wicket as well. Joe Root, 20 off 33 at the moment as we quickly just zip through the scorecard. Zach Crawley, 61 off 73 deliveries. He was dismissed on the stroke of lunch. A beautiful ball by Scott Boland. Clipped his glove, clipped his thumb. Umpire initially did not give it out, but a review ensured that Australia took its third wicket, caught off the bowling of Scotty Boland. Alex Carey caught behind. Ben Duckett as well. He was caught behind off the bowling of Josh Hazlewood. That was the first wicket to fall in the innings. He only managed 12 from his 10 deliveries with 2 fours to go. We sort of fished that one outside the line of off stump and caught behind. And then, of course, that LBW from Nathan Lyon. Ollie Pope dismissed for 31 off 44 deliveries. But we'll play you some highlights out of lunch. Of course, the SEN cricket call team headed up by Adam Collins over there in Edgbaston. Beautiful conditions at Edgbaston as well. So we'll play you those highlights, and be sure to send through texts as well throughout the lunch break and throughout the rest of the broadcast as well, ladies and gentlemen. 0433 98 11 16. So we'll quickly throw to those, and then on the other side, we will be having a chat about what unfolded in that first session. Again, be sure to send through those texts. 0433 98 11 16. Here are the highlights of day one of the first session of the Ashes.
Boland is into Crawley, who's been by beauty edged. Is it? Well, they're convinced they've got their man. And, well, umpire
2023. Cummins to Crawley. First ball here, Crawley drives through the offside for 4. Wide outside the off stump, he gave it absolutely everything. The Baz ballers have arrived. Boundary, first ball, Damien. Fleming. He's in again, passing up by Raza and Duckett. Edges and caught behind. In the channel outside the off stump. He couldn't help himself. Duckett never likes to leave it. Hazelwood knew, bowling to a plan. Cummins to Crawley, to the crease. And he eases it out to point for a half century. Zach Crawley.
Right, we're looking at the replay. Oh, yeah, I think that's flicked. I think that's flicked a bit of glove.
Yeah.
You can see the glove actually move. You can see the thumb on the bottom hand move.
Yeah, he's gone.
And that is going to be the wicket of Crawley on what will now be the last ball before lunch. It's the thumb. And, well, that has turned a good session for England, I would say, into a good session for Australia. They have picked up England's top 3. England are now 3 for 1, 2, 4, and on a flat, placid wicket to get Crawley in the last over of the day with a good ball.
That was a most important moment to end the first session for Drinkwides. Remember, if you're drinking 2 Drinkwides, we're back here at Edgbaston on SEN Test Cricket for Macca's. Here's the 30 years of the Moot Cafe. England at lunch, resuming now at 3 for 124. We're in the 27th over. Scott Boland has picked up Zach Crawley, caught behind for 61. Needed DRS for it, for IMAR Insurance, the tradies mate. Call 13 IMAR. Went Boland's way, and it meant that on a surface that looks fairly dead, really, Australia have priced out 3 wickets in the opening stanza. Adam Collins with you, Jeremy Coney with me. Good afternoon.
Afternoon, Adam. Yes, you're right. Very placid-looking pitch here for the first day of this first Test match. I'm sure the Australian bowlers will be delighted with that 3rd wicket just on the stroke of lunch. They needed that. Otherwise, 124 for 2, they would have been, I think, just a bit disappointed about the way that things had gone in that first session. But that last wicket just will have picked them up, I think, a bit. And if you just kind of extrapolate that out just for a moment, you end up at 9 for 360 at the end of the day. I'm just sort of multiplying by 3. And that in itself, on the circumstances, I think that wouldn't be a terrible day for Australia. Of course, lots to happen before that, but I bet Smith and Labuschagne are, thinking, boy, this will be all right.
First ball of the session. Brooks first in Ashes cricket. Bowling to him here, and he's off the mark predictably. First up with a single to point, pushing just wide of the man at cover. That was Marnus Labuschagne. Takes England at 3 for 125. Harry Brook, staggering start to his Test career. 818 runs at 81.8. 4 centuries, 3 other scores above 50. And a strike rate of 99, which is the highest strike rate of anyone in the history of Test cricket who's made 500 runs or more. So giving you a sense of just how well he's taken to this Test cricket caper. Boland will completely successful over here in to Root, who drives straight towards mid-off. End of the over. Pat Cummins does the fielding in that position. 3 for 125. That's on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Huge sail on now. Brook off the mark with a single first up. Root 20 from 34, but yes, Harry Brook, I'm not sure how much of a chance you got to see him batting in New Zealand, Jeremy, during the winter, but I mean that 100 he made after walking in at 3 for 30 odd on the first morning was a sight to behold.
Yes, and it was the second Test match. Of course, the New Zealand will remember so much, winning by just 1 run. And of course, Brook run out without facing a ball in the second innings. So. And then New Zealand batting for 162 overs. That was really the killer for England, really, as they became more and more tired with the sort of ageing bowlers that they sometimes have in their resources. And so that didn't quite work. And that's where Australia, I still think, have a chance.
Yep.
If you're going to bat very hard and fast and use, your batsmen up, but score at a very high run rate, you're almost gifting the opposition some overs, some time.
Line to start from the Birmingham City end. Round the wicket to Brook, 4 out, defends into the offsides. A deep backward point there for the reverse sweep. Long on, deep mid wicket, that's Travis Head, and over to our left at fine leg is Scott Boland. Yes, the fields Australia have set are already prompting plenty of conversation. You can add to that on 0433 98 11 16 in Australia, or 8844 rather, in New Zealand. As Lyon gets to the crease and bowls, and Brook takes it off his front pad down towards square leg with a minimum of fuss. He's 2. 3 for 126.
Yeah, it's those runs, isn't it? That exact run there for Brook, you'd want him as he's just come in, not to stand at the non-striker's end and sort of have a look around and ease his way into his innings. But the way that Australia have decided to go, they want to prevent boundaries. They're quite happy at this stage with singles. They might say in these circumstances, yeah, well, as long as our bowlers feel happy with changing the ends all the time.
Field remains the same. There's a leg gully with Lyon bowling to Root. Reverse sweeping, missing. Decision to make for umpire Raza, keeps the finger down. Now, Lyon picked up one right-hander around the wicket before lunch. That was Ollie Pope. He liked it. He's straight to Carey.
I think that's outside leg stump. That was my only feeling about that delivery.
Talking to Cummins, I think they're going to go back to where they started and accept a decision, and they do. Wait for a replay for tyre power. Your tyre experts talk us through it, Jeremy Coney.
Yeah, well, let's just see where it puts. Certainly, it's close though, isn't it?
Might have spun too much.
I think, yes, it was missing.
Where Lyon's been getting the right-handers in trouble has been the one that hits the fleshy side of the ball and goes straight on that angle. Lyon again to Root, who then defends off the front foot. Sweet put away for the time being. That's the mid-wicket, no run.
Same delivery, really, and just a different approach. It is outside leg, is it, that one as well? Yeah.
Had they reviewed it, it would have been a messy one. Greens everywhere. Cloud out for the first time today, just covering up the sun. Lyon, wider of the crease, bowls to Root. Helps himself to a single to deep mid-wicket. Nice big gap in that direction. He's 21, 3 for 127 the score.
Well, that'll be interesting. A wee bit of cloud. That might interest the Australian bowlers. Sometimes you get a little bit of movement, don't you, with the cloud here in England? Sometimes a bit of swing, perhaps.
They might need it because that surface is giving them nothing. We saw CricViz crunch the numbers on that during the first session. In the first hour, it was the least movement they've got on record in the first session of a test match in England. So that's back to 2006. Lyon to complete the first over for him after lunch, defended by Brook into the onside. Over called. 3 for 127 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Huge sale on now. Brook on 2, Root on 21.
Bank said no to your home loan? Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank.
Pepper made us feel important and like we do matter. Everyone deserves an opportunity. They've been really, really good to deal with. Great service. Give them a go. You know, if I can do it, you can do it.
Pepper Money, the home of loan options. Credit criteria, terms, conditions, fees and charges apply. Australian credit licence 286655.
We're here for Macca's. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe. Adam Collins with you. Former New Zealand great Jeremy Coney with me. They're taking a look at the Duke's ball, the umpires between overs. In fact, they're still looking at it with Pat Cummins down there with Mariah Erasmus. I suspect he's going to get the rings out in a sec. He's getting plenty of attention, maybe removing something from it. Got Marnus Labuschagne there as well, always busy, having his 2 cents worth.
This happened a bit last year, didn't it?
Yeah.
Around about 30 overs. Now on the, 25th?
This will be really interesting watching the way that Brook starts here. He's prolific down the ground. It's going to be Root here. 3 catching men, bowling. Nice spell before lunch. This trails back to the right-hander. His shouldered arms. Hits Carey on the end of the finger. Nice bruise for that one, down low. Carey's done a good job in what has been challenging conditions, keeping back. A lot of balls not making it through to him.
No, it's very difficult to know exactly where to stand. The odd one has bounced, particularly from Boland, hasn't it? He tried coming up at one stage to try and stop the movement of the batsman. That's fine. But, yeah, it isn't easy. And, of course, in England, it's one of those places in the world that it moves a lot after it goes past the stumps as well.
Boland away from us. Southern end delivers here, and using the crease so well is Root. Placing it down to deep backward point for another single. He's 22, 3 for 128. So I wonder how they set the field here for Brook, knowing that down the ground he scores 36% of his runs in the V. So, and that's, again, off the charts compared to his contemporaries. So will they have some protection down there? I mean, we've seen already Cummins is keen to protect the boundaries where England are strong. Maybe not. Sticking with a conventional mid-off and mid-on. Deep square leg, fine leg, deep backward point outside the circle, so to speak.
Well, will he, if he goes for the big drive, it's not really coming on a lot. Will he hit over the bowler?
Boland to Brook. Brook gets forward defending. Out to point.
just got to get himself in first if he can, like any batsman, and then perhaps play some of the areas that he feels safe. At the moment, I think Root's just struggling just a little. Yeah, I mean, he's certainly manipulating the ball around, as all the other batsmen have, but he's not quite timing his drives. You can see he's a little bit frustrated when he hits a drive. It's not there when he wants it, you know, and suddenly the batter's going out in front a little bit more than he would like.
So it's Boland into the 24-year-old Brook. Plays under his eyes out towards gully and gets an easy single. Great running. Scampering through to the danger end. He's 3 with 3 singles. 3 for 129. Over to Joe Root again. Yeah, some of those performances from Brook early on, you look down the cards as we were doing on the way up yesterday, Jeremy. 153 from 116 balls at Rawpindi. The century we mentioned before at Wellington in a losing effort, remarkably. 186 from 176 balls. And 2 other tons in Pakistan, in Multan and Karachi.
Extraordinary.
To think how hard that step up is for so many cricketers from county cricket to test cricket. It looks as though Brook was born for this. It's Root here now again. Former captain, Boland delivers, and Root, for the second time in the over, tries to place it behind point, but doesn't quite get the angle right. Labuschagne across at point, no single. See so many players come from domestic cricket in England, especially. I think 18 counties is a slightly bigger jump than it might be in, say, Australia with 6 Shield teams, and it takes them months, if not years, to get to the standard they need to be at. Perfect stage. Perfect day at Edgbaston. Root facing Boland again here, and he beats him with a ball that doesn't get up at all. So much so that Carey has to go down and put up the long barrier to stop it. So 8 overs for Boland, 1 for 37. It completes the 29th. England 3 for 129. Brook on 3, Roots on 22. It'll make for an interesting replay for Tyre Power, your tyre experts. And that's all on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Huge sale on now.
Here at Astoria GWM Haval, new car sales are booming, and we know why. It's because our customers say there's simply great value for money. With drive-away prices for Canon Utes from $33,990 and Haval Jolion from $28,490, plus our new hybrids, you can see why. Good stock means immediate delivery, plus an extra $1,000, up to $2,000 off on some models with our end of financial year sale. And we need your trade-in. Astoria GWM Haval, Bentley East, LMCT 10901.
Line to continue from the Birmingham City end. Into Brook on 3. Round the wicket, using his feet up and over the top of cover. Don't reckon he got all of that, but it doesn't often matter with this bloke. 3 bounces into the rope. The long side of the ground. His first boundary, 7 from 7. 3 for 133.
Well, a shimmy early on in the over. First ball. He goes down the wicket in the classical way, with the back foot coming behind, and gets enough of it and up and over between cover and mid-off.
Just a chip, really, wasn't it?
Yep.
So strong through the wrist, Harry Brook. No change to the field. And all back on the leg side, deep backward point as well. Line delivers, Brook goes back to defend, out to mid-wicket. Saw that last ball again during the break, Jeremy. That delivery from Boland, it just, I mean, it was worse than dying. It was almost keeping low.
That's right.
And there's been some scrutiny of the surface already. And I compared it on social media to where we were in Rawpindi last year, or Ahmedabad earlier this year. Lyon bowls and Brook goes back, and it's not far away from the diving man Smith at slip. Ends up with Hazelwood at deep third. They'll add a couple. Brook's up to 9, 3 for 135, but Lyon knows that wasn't far away from being close enough for Smith to drag in. We'll look at it again here for Tyre Power, your tyre experts. You know what? Smith nearly did get down in time. It went
quickly.
It went very quickly on the cut.
Towards down, but I mean, he was past him sort of about calf height.
Lyon bowls on the leg stump. Brook out to deep square leg. Wants a couple. Root does too, but they go back to where they started when they realised that Travis Head's throws bang on the money. 3 for 136. Brook into double figures from just 10 balls. So, yeah, the pitch will be a talking point, I'm sure. I mean, we heard from Ben Stokes before the series saying that they wanted flat pitches. They wanted this, but I think we were expecting hard and flat and bouncy, perhaps, for the scoring rate. Lyon bowls here, and Root goes back and places at the deep backward point conventionally, not on a reverse sweep on that occasion. He's 23, 1 ball left in the over, 3 for 137. Instead, maybe they've just overdone it, and maybe they've just over-prepared it on the available evidence.
It's still certainly very dry, isn't it? I mean, you can see that from here. It's that russet kind of colour, and it's not accessing any wells of moisture, if you like, underneath the grass and the roots and so on.
Lyon's got 1 for 41, finishing his 8th over here, and going back is Brook. He ended up sort of shouldering arms after the ball passed him. They get through for a leg by Labuschagne, racing around from leg gully, throwing it to the non-striker's end. So 30 overs gone. England 3 for 138 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Huge sale on now. Brook 10, Route 23.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. National Tiles has just landed from Spain a magnificent range of super large atmosphere floor tiles. Our introductory price on these magnificent $80 floor tiles is an unbelievable $59.95. That's right, save over $20 per metre on these magnificent 1200 by 600 Spanish floor tiles. But you'll have to be quick to save over $20 per metre on this exclusive introductory offer. So rush into National Tiles now and save.
0433 98 11 16. Text in Australia, 8833 in New Zealand. Lee asking what we think par is. Looks a road, 400 question mark. I mean, at least.
I think so. Yep.
Got to make the most of conditions like this. Boland to Brook. New over starts. Using his feet, slapping him past the bowler only just. Takes some pace off it. Cummins fielding it mid-off. So this is exactly what they expected from Brook, coming down at them and trying to smack it between mid-on and mid-off. Yeah, it's sort of interesting to me that you don't want to get too preachy about pitches in the second session of a test.
No.
But I am aware and mindful of how much cricket we've seen in England, and we anticipate ball and bat, the contest, to be a fierce one early in a match. Duke's ball, bit of moisture typically in the surface as Boland arrives and delivers to Brook, pushing into the onside, no single, but it's going to be a different kind of test match.
Well, this one is. I mean, we haven't seen, as you say, I mean, there's been virtually no bounce. There's been virtually no swing at whatsoever, no swing. And really just occasional irregular amounts of seam as well. And so there's, I mean, I'm wondering what Anderson and Broad, as they look at this, how will they be feeling about how they're going to bowl on it as well?
It could be the kind of pitch where it's movement through the air that gives you the best chance, and they've left Stark out of this side. It's worth remembering who's the best at that for Australia. Boland up 2, slips a gully, delivers here. Brook goes back and gets it out to deep backward point. Labuschagne fancies his chance of cutting it off, and he does. Good hustle, but they're still through for an easy one. Brook 11, 3 for 139. So if the boot was on the other foot and England were bowling here, interesting to see how they would have used their quicks, acknowledging that they've left Mark Wood out, who, well, on a really flat track in the subcontinent, he's the first guy they want in the team.
Of course it is. Yeah. On those dry tracks, you want to take the pitch out of play if you can. You know, so you're getting bouncer Yorker men. They're the ones that you want to have. I mean, Archer on this pitch could be quite awkward. So, yeah, but I can just see, I mean, if the Aussie batsman can get in, just the same as the English aren't really looking troubled, are they? And it'll only get lower. Yeah. It'll only get lower, this pitch.
It feels that way, doesn't it? Boland, can he make the most of that? Stump to stump, not quite. Extra bounce there, but played so well by Root. Soft hands again, deep third. Gets the angle acute enough for 2. It's 25. 3 for 141. Couple left in the 31st over. So Boland, we've seen before where his accuracy can bring leg before wicket, bowled into play as well. But at the moment, still bowling that conventional line about 4th stump.
Yeah, that one bounced just a little bit more, didn't it? And that's surprised Root a wee bit as well. Kept it down nicely, just wide of green.
Boland, away from us, bowls again. And carving this time is Root. He scored 26 runs. That's his 26th via a single. That must be 15 or 16 of them behind point on the offside. Does it so well. 3 for 142. I saw a couple of years ago we were doing those New Zealand, those England-India tests, weren't we, on SEN, SENZ, and Root scored 3 centuries on the trot, and that's when he really shifted to a new gear as a test batter in England with with his offside play immaculate. Back to Brook. Last ball here from Boland. 19 on his back. Delivers. And Brook slaps it out through cover point. Great contact. He'll get 2. Head the sweeper. Man back for that very shot. End of the 31st. England 3 for 144 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Huge sale on now. Route 26, Brook 13.
Just going to grab some more beers. Pause it for me?
No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. He's about to get his ton.
Nah, it'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no. Did I miss it? Come on, mate. You got to rewind it, please.
Oh, not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel. You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
We're here at Edgbaston for Macca's. Here's the 30 years of the Merc Cafe. Got Phil Long, our scorer, with us as well as Nathan Lyon starts round the wicket. New over to Root on 26, and that'll be 27. Just out to cover. Easy single off the back foot. 3 for 145. Longy.
You mentioned what a good winter, or good English winter, Harry Brook had. This is just his 3rd Test match in England, and today he's moved to 13. His highest score in Test cricket in England.
Yes, that absurd test at the Oval against South Africa last year that was all over in 2 days. We had a day washed out, a day called off due to the Queen's passing, and then it was all finished over the weekend. Brook 13 facing line here, back and punching straight to Cameron Green at cover, no single. And then against Ireland, he barely got a look in. England rattling off more than 500 runs in 82 overs, as they do.
Yeah, 9 not out off 7 balls against Ireland of the week.
Interesting that week, Jeremy. We didn't see Johnny Bairstow or Ben Stokes get a chance to have a hit. Lyon, 2 catching men. Brook using his feet and not quite beating mid-off. Good contact. There's work to do from Cummins there to his right. Put in the dive, took the pace off it. Great fielding, saving 3. They still get 1. Brooks 14 from 17, 3 for 146.
Almost overrunning it, wasn't he? He had to just close the face of the bat down to get it nice and straight and use those wrists. You're dead right. Excellent work from the captain from Australia, though. Parried it away, but then he was up again quickly to prevent the second.
The one thing this Australian side under Cummins, that they know how to toil in the field. They had to do quite a lot of it in Asia over the last 18 months. Line in, bowls here, off the pad. Root just kicks it to leg gully where Labuschagne does the fielding. They had some long days in Pakistan, believe me. 15 days, and many of them were Australia fielding all the way through and trying to keep it tight. That second test in Gaul, where you were with us, Jeremy, last year, similar conditions, and Ahmedabad in March this year, Flatty there too. Lyon bowls and Root pushes out to mid-wicket, no single. So they won't give it up here. They won't let runs come too easily.
They don't look distressed in any way. The only thing they'll be hoping is that this isn't the best time of this surface that we're seeing now. They don't want to keep seeing it getting lower and lower.
Last ball for Lyon, just 2 singles so far. Reverse sweep from Root. Oh, gets the angle so good. Doesn't quite beat Hazelwood, but it was a close thing. Hazelwood gets there with 1 metre to spare in front of the Hollies. They return for a couple. Root's 29 at the end of the over. 32 gone England. 3 for 148 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Huge sale on now.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. National Tiles has just landed from Spain a magnificent range of super large atmosphere floor tiles. Our introductory price on these magnificent $80 floor tiles is an unbelievable $59.95. That's right, save over $20 per metre on these magnificent 1200 by 600 Spanish floor tiles. But you'll have to be quick to save over $20 per metre on this exclusive introductory offer. So rush into National Tiles now and save.
SEN Test Cricket for Macca's. Here's to 30 years of the Merc Cafe. And a shout out to our listeners in New Zealand just after 1 o'clock in the morning on SENZ. Here thanks to Resine, New Zealand's most trusted paint brand. Text in on 8833 if you're listening in New Zealand. Bowler new over. Deflection from Brook, doing as Root does. No third man for him. That'll mean he gets his 3rd boundary. Brook steering it in the gap between second slip and gully. Moves to 18 from 18. 3 for 152. Another little milestone checked off, and the crowd acknowledge it accordingly. Lovely, lovely batting.
It's the first time I've seen Brook live, actually. And he looks a very, very compact player. We've seen him coming down the pitch and driving. We've seen him go, you know, off the back foot, and there just a nice little deflection, a run down to third. Looks a good player.
Boland in his 10th over, 1 for 47. Now he goes in a similar direction. Field change, and it will just be cut off by Travis Head. They'll get a couple. I mean, they moved the fielder 30 metres around from deep point to deep backward point following the previous delivery, and Brooks said, I'll play the shot anyway. He's up to, well, it's probably 20. They'll check for the 4 in case Head's leg was touching the rope at the same time, but it looks good to me. As a collection, they'll go through all of the different angles. No, that's fine. So Brook keeps the strike. He's 20, 3 for 154. As we welcome Peter Lalor with us for the first time today. G'day, Pete.
G'day, Adam. A bit excited to be in the seat here. Jeremy, how are you?
Good.
Yeah. Came all the way to England to watch Harry Brook bat.
Feels that way, doesn't it?
Yeah.
He's special. He'll be a big impediment for the Australians. Got to get him early. Extra slip comes out now. Boland delivers, and Brook dances and slaps over cover with real authority. Couple of bounces into the advertising boards over to our left. Brooks already 24 from 20. It is ominous. 3 for 158, Jeremy Coney.
Well, he's come down, but he's also gone inside out as well, and he's hit that very cleanly. See that back foot opening up the offside as well. It's not really a half volley, but he's been able to just deposit that very comfortably over extra cover. Continually eager, isn't he?
It's the best of white ball cricket on the test stage, watching a player do that. Inside out over cover off Scott Boland, no less. Delivers again, short ball, change up, out towards deep backward point. A chance on the dive, doesn't quite carry to Travis Head. Did everything right, charged it off the rope, put in the dive. We'll get a second look for Tyre Power, your tyre experts. My sense is he didn't quite get to the contest. We'll see in a moment. Brook shares a laugh with Joe Root. Definitely a false stroke. He's up to 25, 3 for 159. Boland short ball.
Didn't move quickly. It's got a top edge. And a chance from third coming in, running. Wasn't really going hard at it. And I think it has reached.
It did carry.
And it's as the elbows have gone down, as he's dived forward towards the ball. He's got it, he's caught it, and there it goes out.
I thought from the bobble that was a little half volley, not to be. Head did get to the contest. It is a drop catch. It was Harry Brook. Roots back on strike after the single down the leg side. Doesn't catch up with it. 3 for 159. Brook given a chance on 25, Pete Lalor.
Oh, that is a big moment in the game. You do not give these fellas a chance. And I think you're right, Jeremy. He's a bit slow getting under that, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Found himself a couple of yards short. Had to dive. Perhaps not the greatest fielder in the Australian side, Travis Head. Well, he's living up to the billing.
Well, I tell you what, it's a bad shot. We've seen Brook faultless so far on that occasion. Just couldn't resist the short ball well outside the off stump. It was a tempter.
Loose
Took the bait.
Wasn't trying to hit it, was he? Wasn't really striking it hard. It was more of a ramp.
Boland to finish. Delivers here. Outside edge on the bounce. Soft hands from Root. Cameron Green does well to deflect it down. Jumping across from fourth slip. End of an eventful over. Boland's bowled 10 overs, 1 for 54 one-day figures. England 3 for 159 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Huge show on now. Brook 25, Root 29.
Blunston is bringing you the new standard in steel safety. Our Rotoflex steel boots are built for whatever you throw at them. Packed with next-gen features, they combine stability and safety with flexibility and comfort. They're our toughest, most advanced boots yet. So no matter what you do or where you do it, there's a Rotoflex boot for you. Rotoflex by Blunston. Put our innovation to work. To find out more, head to blunston.com.au/Rotoflex.
This session for Drinkwise. Remember, if you're drinking to Drinkwise, Harry Brooks changed his bat after the over. They took 5 new bats out to him to pick from. Don't know what process he went through at that point, but anyway, that might be after the top edge. And the drop catch. Back on strike to Lyon. That big gap over cover if he wants it. Lyon bowls and Brook goes back and defends from his off stump.
Doing a great job. Not expecting to see Nathan Lyon bowling so much on the first day at Edgbaston. Not a traditional spinning wicket, but one where he picked up 9 wickets, I think, last time here. 3 in the first and 6 in the second. He's doing a great job.
Lyon in his 10th over as well. Brook 20 2 balls at the middle, 23 now, punching that to cover no run. Pete, what was your news line in the paper? I know you would have followed first edition during lunch.
No, I didn't follow the news line. It was excitement of the session.
Okay.
Really. Yeah. Oh, essentially, that England have lived up to the hype.
Right.
Believe it, it's true.
Line in. It's Brook going back for the 3rd time in the over, mid-wicket again, no run. I wonder by the end of the day whether your copy might be also discussing the deadness of the surface. I mean, we end up getting in these scraps when we're writing for the papers, don't we? We talk about the pitch and all hell breaks loose on social media, but so far this pitch has really given nothing.
Yeah, we've received a few comments about the pitch from Australia already.
Line in, Brook to short leg, or I should say to leg gully, maybe off the thigh pad. No commotion from Labuschagne around the corner in that position, looking towards umpire Raza. It was a leg by, so the ball ticks over to 3 for 160.
Looks like a good one-day batting wicket, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And we've got 5 days of cricket on it.
It's looked like a one-day game. All the singles, well over 60 singles so far.
Yeah.
What do you think about that? The easy runs that they're kind of getting. They might say, yes, we're stopping 4s and boundaries, but it's not until the end of the day when you sort of think back on it.
It's a really good point, Jeremy, isn't it? You know, and that's what this sort of batting does to you, though. It does to your field settings.
Line of route, using his feet and turning into the onside and moving into the 30s. A single at the deep square leg, 3 for 161.
I mean, you'd rather cut off the boundaries and give them a couple of singles. I mean,
it means, of course, that the changes of end are happening more and more often. So you're bowling to different batsmen of different heights, and we've had particularly Crawley tall in the first couple of batsmen with him short. You know, so you're having to change your length all the time as a bowler.
Line delivers here around the wicket. Brook in behind it in defence. Good over from Nathan Lyon. His figures are 1 for 46 from 10. Changing commentary after the break. Norcross in for me. 34 overs gone. England 3 for 161 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Huge sale on now.
Beaumont Tiles is proudly sponsoring Test Cricket's World Cup final, and I'd like to bowl you over with these Beaumont bargains. Coming at us at top speed is their monster bathroom wear catalogue sale, packed with everything at up to 25% off. Vanities, baths, shower screens, even the kitchen sink. And yes, up to 25% off Australia's biggest tile range. Well, that's bowled me over. Up to 25% of all bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1, Beaumont Tiles.
SEN Test Cricket with McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee, fit for an Aussie, and I've got 1.5 Aussies alongside me.
I've got Pete Lalor, I've got Bharat, Sundaresan, and we have had...
I'm not half a man. What are you saying?
We've had 30 minutes of play. We've had 37 runs, and we've had no wickets in 7 overs.
Josh Hazlewood replacing Scott Boland this end after Scott Boland was unceremoniously charged by Brook. We talked about them walking into the line and breaking the line up, but he charged him like he was a spinner, didn't he? Seen Carey come up once or twice to the stumps to Boland.
So we've got a slip and a gully, or maybe a second slip and a fourth slip, depending how you look at it. 2 in the covers. Deep backward point, Hazlewood for the first time from the pavilion end. His full delivery is defended into the onside, mid-wicket, deep square and a long leg.
I was going to say, when it's green, he slips and gully. He covers a hell of a lot.
That's
of territory.
true, yeah.
He took a great test. Great test. Great catch in the last test.
Two great catches. One a bit more controversial.
Does he have the largest wingspan in cricket? Is he can we call him the albatross?
I mean, Jason Holder comes close. I remember
Jason Holder,
last year when the West Indies were touring Australia, there was a picture taken with those two standing next to each other.
Yeah. Who had the edge?
I think they're on par.
Hazlewood in. Root gets one that actually climbs on him a touch, and he defends from the crease into the offside. This is a funny old end, this one. Watching from our end, the pavilion end, Boland's got it a few times as well. Ball sort of kept low, gone through to the keeper, and on a similar length have actually shot up. The one that got Crawley out. Now we're going to get the tamper. There's nothing I like more than coming on commentary after hanging around for half an hour and then getting 5 minutes of talking drivel about a tamper.
There you go. And I don't think the ground staff were expecting it. They've been caught napping.
No, they're off having their lunch.
I tell you, I don't think there's a ground in world cricket that is as tamper-friendly as Edgbaston.
Really? Well, we saw it a lot last week at the Oval as well. We just started having a lot of problems with the foot ends at the pavilion end.
Anything to do with Warner? as Hazelwood is into route. Very full, driven firmly, and up to the boundary for 4. Good effort from Cummins, but he doesn't have quite the wingspan of Green, and he wasn't quite as agile getting to it. The ball may actually just bounced over his hand. Well, take a look at that on the replay with Tyre Power, your tyre experts. Full delivery, driven firmly. Straightish mid-off, and Cummins, actually it did just bounce just in front of his hand, and then so he just got a bit of thumb to it. Deflected away for 4.
And throughout the build-up to this test match, Joe Root's been practicing batting outside his crease. Maybe he had an idea of how slow this pitch would be.
Hazelwood into Root, and Root works his ball around his front pad. Short mid-wicket, Labuschagne does the fielding.
And that delivery that he just drove down the ground for 4, I don't think it was a half volley, but because of where he's standing right outside his crease, he converted it into a half volley, made it look like a half volley.
And where Carey stood up, of course, to Boland, he's not going to stand up to Hazelwood, surely.
No, not really. No.
Especially with a bit of variable bounce, and it has been noticeable at this end. I mean, we talk about it being a flat pitch, and it is. It's a good pitch to bat. I think Australia is still on top with those 3 wickets in the first session on what is a great deck, but just signs of a little unevenness. Hazelwood in, full, driven in the gap between cover and mid-off. Cummins will sprawl to his left to field and cut off any thought of a second run. One more to Root. He moves to 36.
I've been looking forward to this all day long, to see Harry Brook face some of the quicker Australian bowlers. Yes, it is a slow pitch. Yes, it is a flat pitch. You just watch Harry Brook, the way he shapes up, and I'm sure we can break down his technique in the next over and over the next few days. He's one of the few test batters you see him get into that power hitting position. You see there's just that back and across movement, but he just locks himself in like a lot of white ball batters do. To see him do that in test cricket, you can see what his intention is. He wants to hit that ball.
Last ball of the over. Hazelwood is in, and Brook guides this very nicely down to the deep backward point. Travis Head misfields to the delight of this Edgbaston crowd, and Brook picks up 2, maybe 3 more, but the other way is Mike. At the end of the over, the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sail on now. England 3 for 170.
Hey, it's Candy here. As a presenter in the world of sport, I see many powerful performances. Now, thanks to Azito, we're helping power your next DIY project. Did you know Azito's 18-volt range is powered by Einhell? German-designed quality, driving, innovation and performance. So you can power over 85 cordless tool and garden products with the same battery. Azito, powering DIYers all day, every day. Exclusively available at Bunnings Warehouse.
SEN Test Cricket with Maccas. Here to 30 years of McCaffey's first ball of a new line over is worked easily out towards Travis Head. And this will now happen all day. Travis Head, bless him, he's dropped a very difficult chance. He's just doffed his cap, has he? He's just doffed his cap to the crowd. He's given away a couple of runs at the last ball of the previous over. The crowd will not let him forget it. He could take 3 startling catches now. Won't stop the crowd. As Lyon is in around the wicket to Harry Brook, who waits and plays a late dab through the offside. A delicate shot. Touch a bit of class there. Picks up a couple of runs. There's a gap between, well, really extra cover and all the way round to deep backward point. So he's got a bit to play with there, but that's the risk, of course, because as he looks to play that with the ball turning back into him, he could get a little edge, could miss it altogether. 2 more to Brook. He's into the 30s. He has 31. Just 28 balls. Lyon into him as he crouches. It goes for a big mow, misses it through to Carey. An inquiry from Lyon, no more. Maybe a whelp. So just take a look again on the replay. Our replays with Tyre Power, your tyre experts at that drop catch. It's a very tough chance. Lyon in. This is worked into the onside. Out towards Head. Here we go. That tells you he's fielded it. They get through for a single. I heard you both saying Well, you off mic, Bharat, and you on mic, Pete, but Travis Head's perhaps not the most accomplished. Would that be right of Australia's fielders?
He does get made fun of a lot for not being the quickest on the field, and they do kind of jump on him for that. And you could see the misfield in the previous over, the last ball. Steve Smith threw his head back. I don't think it was appreciated.
Lyon's coming over the wicket to Root, who goes for the sweep. Does he get anything on that? Because the ball plops out towards a diving Smith and slip.
I don't think he gathered it in, did he, Smith? If anyone would, he.
Yeah, I don't think it carried to it.
We're behind him. He couldn't quite see the cat.
And you could hear him say straight off the pad.
Straight off the pad.
To Marnus.
Lyon, last ball, the over. He's in. It's defended by Root. Back up to the bowler. End of the over. 36 have gone. England 3 for 174.
Something wonderful happens when you visit Mildura. The city vibe continues, but the outback's only moments away. Fresh produce is endless, the embers are hotter, and the night skies seem longer. Nature sings, kangaroos graze, and the sun glistens magically on the river. Photos captured and stories told are shared amongst family and friends. So, when you're ready, start your journey with us. Visit mildura.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket with Maccas. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. Brook 32, Root 36, the partnership 50 now, and it's come up off 54 balls.
We're talking about the uneven bounce from this end. I haven't seen, we're not really seeing too many bounce up, are they? They're bouncing down, which is going to be a real worry as the game develops.
Well,
if that keeps happening.
I mean, it will be more of a worry if England selected a really quick bowler, perhaps, as Hazelwood is in. This is dabbed into the offside. He wants a run as Booker isn't there. It'll be more of a worry for Australia, that is.
I think we're about 6 overs in. I got the first message from Australia. This pitch is a disgrace.
It's a disgrace.
Disgrace.
Well, they got 3 wickets on it.
Aussies slam pitch. Norcross.
Not quite right.
Where have I heard that before?
Well, I'm trying to think. Indoor, Ahmedabad for different reasons.
Yeah.
Delhi.
Nagpur.
Yeah.
We just say it as we sees it.
That's right. Hazelwood in. Brook defends to the onside. There is no run. We haven't seen him charge Hazelwood yet, Pete, have we?
No.
And Hazelwood has got the ball to kind of skid through the surface. He's the one bowler of the 3 we've seen so far who's got that skid through. We saw him get rid of Ben Duckett with one of those deliveries that did that.
That's weird, because you don't, I mean, in your mind's eye, you don't think of Hazelwood to use a skidder, but because he looks so tall. Please.
Exactly, but I think it's the length that he's bowled, also the rhythm that he's been in. So it would be, he would be a challenge to jump down to.
Hazelwood's in down the leg side, tucked into that leg side. Good diving stop from the bully Labuschagne. Prevents what would have been an easy single.
I'm not all that happy with the Australian fielding this morning. It's a 6.5 out of 10 effort, isn't it? A few nerves, they're fumbling, balls come straight to them.
I think they've overcomplicated it so far, even with the field changes and some of the tactics that Pat Cummins has used. I think they've overthought it and overcomplicated it, but it still worked out.
Here's Hazelwood with his rolling shoulders. He's in wide of the off-stump attempter, and Brook is unusually not going to take the bait. Let's go through to the keeper.
I think it's an outside edge. The question is whether it's going to carry to that slip. There's only really one man in the slip. It's Steve Smith, and then, as we were saying earlier, Green's over in that sort of fourth slip gully position, isn't he? It's a big gap, but I can't see it flying through there.
No, I mean, Hazelwood's been the only bowler who's consistently got Alex Carey collecting the ball above his waist. All the others, he's had to collect a few in front of him, even with Pat Cummins we saw with the new ball.
Hazelwood in again. Brook bat raised, waits, a little shimmy across the stumps, pushes into the offside, wants a run, it's not there again. His head moves to his left to field.
Selectors will be happy with Hazelwood getting that early wicket.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. They would have been under pressure. A big call to leave Mitchell Stark out. Remember, this is not 2019 when he was struggling a bit. The last 2 years, he's become a different bowler almost. We saw what he could do in Australia, but also the spell in Pakistan where he turned the game around. To leave him out would have been a huge call.
Here is Hazelwood to complete the over. He's into Brooke, who defends studiously back to the bowler.
Maiden.
End of the over, the first maiden of the day. What a time to be alive. At the end of the over, England 3 for 174.
After the big game, every sports fan deserves to kick back and relax, and what better way to do that than with a mattress from OMF. Get ready to unwind in style with the ultimate in comfort and relaxation. So, what are you waiting for? Head on over to OMF and check out their game-changing range of mattresses. Shop online or at over 50 locations nationwide, 100% Australian designed and owned. Where comfort meets sport.
SEN Test Cricket, it's session 2 with Drinkwise. Remember, if drinking, drink wise. Root on strike on 36, Brooke on 32. These two Yorkshiremen, they know each other very well. One wears 66, one wears 88. Both of them, if they stay in, going to score at quite the lick. Australia would love to break this partnership. They got a wicket with the last ball before lunch. Nothing since then as Lyon is in. This is worked into the onside. Through a gap, little bottom hand shovel. Then deep in his crease. Travis Head is taking fewer cheers now, but still, that'll happen. One ball at the total.
Going back to the pitch, I mean, there's been so much talk in English cricket that they're reinventing the game, they're bringing Test cricket back to life. And we've seen that with their approach.
Lyon is in. A Brooke. Crouches and then he's bowled out. Unbelievable. The ball has deflected off Brooke. It's looped in the air. I don't know if he's got any bat on it. It has looped 10 feet in the air and it has landed back on the stumps. What a freakish way to get out, and Harry Brooke will be disconsolate. England have lost their 4th in the most remarkable fashion. But take a look at this. Once more on the replay screen, it's come off the thigh pad. Brooks not looked for it. It's then bounced in front of him and spun back onto the stumps. I've never seen a dismissal quite like that. Brooke goes for 32. What a fortuitous wicket. England are back in trouble.
I want to see a replay of that. It almost looked like it went up and hit Brooke again on the rebound and rolled onto the stumps.
It's gone up like a periscope.
Yeah.
And Alex Carey's completely lost the ball. So there was an edge on it. He wasn't catching it. And then it's fallen right on top of the batsman almost.
I think
and
so,
deflected into the stumps.
I think
it's an extraordinary dismissal.
It hit his thigh pad. It went all the way up. And then I think on its way down, hit him on the back.
Because it came back, so
it did.
It spun backwards, or at least it went backwards so far. To give you an idea, Brooke was back in his stumps. So he was maybe 2 feet in front of his stumps when the ball hit his thigh pad. I don't think it touched any bat. He was trying to get bat and gloves out of the way. And it's, as Pete Lawler's just said, like a periscope, flown up in the air, vertically, straight above his head. And now it's come down. And what we really need to see on the replay with Tyre Power, your tyre expert, is whether that ball has brushed a bit of body, a bit of bat maybe, or just had revs on it.
Brooke can't have had any awareness of where it was. No. Otherwise, he could have used his bat to deflect it. Obviously, you can't use your hand, but you can use your bat to deflect it.
And it hit his thigh pad and went right above it. So he just assumed it's going to maybe go over the stumps or to the side. He didn't realize it went straight up. And like you said, Pete, Alex Carey was looking for the ball. Nobody had an idea of where it was.
Well, I was looking for it. And we all were, weren't we? I mean, I don't think... Did either of you see any danger when the ball was up in the air?
Well, not when it was in the air. I thought it was actually coming back to the keeper.
Yeah.
But it went straight up and straight into the stumps, and well bowled Nathan Lyon.
I mean, the first ball from Nathan Lyon today, which had a little bit of bounce too, so maybe he can claim that wicket.
Well, he will do. Either way, it's not a run out. So, left-handed Stokes, England's captain, faces his first ball of the series and defends. Front foot. We're going to be very much on Stokes' knee watch. It'll be fascinating to see how he gets from one end. Well, it's not how he gets from one end of the pitch to the other. It's how he gets from one end of the pitch and back. Because straight line, he's all right. Oh, mostly. It's all a bit relative. Here's Lyon into Stokes, who defends. Backward a square on the offside. I'm desperate to see. There's no run. I'm desperate to see a replay of this because, do you know, in all my years, I don't think...
And haven't there been many of those?
Slightly too many.
Yeah.
I've not seen quite that before. That dismissal. Lyon is in. Reverse sweep, of course, from Stokes. Hits pad, rolls into the onside short leg, collects. These are perilous moments for England. Australia have picked up a 4th wicket. If you say their first 3, here we go. Let's take a look at this replay. Oh, no, they're not. Unfortunately, they're not helping us. They're showing us a replay of that reverse.
Well, Stokes has only managed to glove that. He's lucky he didn't glove it back into the stumps.
Nearly did. He just hit the back of his foot and rolled away.
Stuff is happening. Don't get a bed back in Australia. Lyon in, tucked into the onside. Stokes is underway. They pick up a single at the end of the over. A successful one for Lyon and for Australia. And on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard, Beaumont Tiles, huge sail. Now, England 4 for 176.
What makes a good footy side? Try trading and drafting, executing game plans consistently, and keeping your players on the park, just to name a few. But just like investing, it's hard to become great overnight. So Syfe is slowing down the game, helping you take the guesswork out of great investing to get you kicking financial goals. Choose from over 12,000 US and ASX stocks or pre-built smart baskets curated by wealth professionals. Elevate your investing with Syfe. Download the Syfe app or visit syfe.com.au. Seek your own advice to see if this product is right for you.
SEN Test Cricket with McCaffrey celebrating 30 years of coffee, fit for an Aussie. But I tell you what else is fit for an Aussie? There's a sporty old wicket like that. They love getting wickets any which way, but the wicket of Harry Brook, we've now seen quite a few replays with tyre power, your tyre experts, and I think we can all agree what's happened now. I mean, we don't know how it's happened, but we know what's happened. We'll tell you that in a moment as Hazelwood runs in for the first ball of the 39th over. He's into the left-handed Stokes, who lets it go by through to the keeper. No run. Who wants to start? Bharat.
I mean, Harry Brook has this wry smile on his face, and why wouldn't he? That ball has hit his thigh pad, gone up in the air, somehow moved direction in the air, landed in front of his stumps and rolled back onto his stumps.
No, rolled. It bounced.
It bounced, yeah.
It's gone up in the air. It's touched nothing, and it's bounced.
It's hit the top
backwards,
of the
backspin. If you imagine,
folding middle stump.
If you imagine at home, sometimes you might play with a ping pong ball, and you try and flick to backspin, and you get it to go forward, and then it comes back towards you. As Hazelwood is in, and Stokes lets this go by in the channel outside the off stump. Have a rare leave. It's done that. It's gone up in the air, and it's hit backspin. Ordinarily, you'd expect that to land and roll, but I mean, is Brook to blame here for a lack of awareness? And no one seemed to know where the ball was, neither slip nor leg slip nor keeper nor batter.
But when it deflects off your thigh pad like that, it is bounced and it's turned. And let's acknowledge what a good delivery it was from Nathan Lyon.
It's a bounce that he got off it on a pitch like this.
Yeah, looking probably for that catch, the short leg.
Extraordinary dismissal. Jeremy Coney is the most sage of us all here. He may have seen such a thing before. As forward comes Stokes, played into the offside. There's no run. I haven't. Have you? Either of you quite like that? Well, Phil Long has.
Oh, no. Harry Brook now averages 77.27 in Test cricket. He's been out 11 times.
Yeah.
One we just saw before us, and he was also run out without facing a ball in New Zealand.
He's having a rough trot, isn't he?
He's not a lucky boy.
He's not a lucky boy. Yes, he would have. Yes, he'd be having a Bradman-esque average in the hundreds if it weren't for this sort of thing. But she's a cruel mistress, cricket. She brings tears to your eyes and blood to your shoulders as Hazelwood is in. And driving is Stokes, edging to the keeper. And, well, given. I believe given. Stokes is asking, have you given me out? This was a very difficult decision. He's given him out. And now is he going to refer? He is. I think he was genuinely asking if he'd been given out.
No, I think Erasmus didn't raise his finger all the way up, but he did give him the finger.
Well, I think Stokes doesn't think he's in it because he's shaking his head.
Well, the Australians are absolutely adamant that is out. They haven't stopped to appeal to the umpire at all.
Take a look at the replay.
Into a huddle. Lovely seam delivery.
I think that's probably it. The man. We'll check on. Yeah. Carey claimed the catch immediately, and they're now going to take a look at Ultra Edge. This is a key moment in the game. Australia on the brink of picking up their second wicket since lunch. One, a fortunate one. That one rather given away by Stokes, chasing a wide one outside the off stump.
4 excellent deliveries from Hazelwood in the slot. That one, it just moved away. Stokes chased it, thought it was there to hit. He'd let the other 3 go.
He's looked a little edgy in this innings. Ever since he's walked out to bat Ben Stokes, that was
Right, here we go, finally. Ultra edge.
Running through.
Yeah.
Well, yes. Big edge.
Stokes is going to have to walk off. We never got to find out about that knee. He departs. And England have lost their 5th on a blameless pitch. And Australia are all over them. England 5 for 176.
I mean, he has been the bowler of the day, Josh Hazelwood. What a selection now it looks like, isn't it, for the Australians?
Another tick for the selectors.
He's got the ball to skid through. We saw him get rid of Ben Duckett earlier. But this one, too, just jumped off the surface. It was wide. Ben Stokes, the current outfielder, does chase deliveries which are slightly wide outside off stump. And I'm just surprised that he wasn't aware that he nicked it. He was in shock when he was given out.
Must be a lot noisier out there than you think.
Yeah.
Australia didn't hear that edge earlier, did they?
Extraordinary.
Well, this game has swung back into Australia's favour. 576. I mean, we've got to 576 very quickly.
Yes.
It's been a brisk scoring rate, but points to Australia at the moment. This England could be in trouble here. Very low.
Big trouble. I mean, I think they'll feel a little unlucky at Brooks' dismissal, but they've got no complaints about the way Hazelwood's bowled and the way Stokes played. Okay, this is going to be the first time we're going to actually talk about Bazball as drinks have come onto the field, and maybe we're going to have to talk about Bazball after the break, because it's drinks time. They've taken a drink because the wicket's fallen.
For logbook servicing you can rely on, you need to make the right choice. You need trained professionals who use the latest equipment, the right quality parts, and are fully qualified to service your car according to manufacturer's specifications. At your local Repco authorised service centre, you get all this plus the reassurance of a nationwide warranty that's backed by the biggest name in the business. For real peace of mind, trust the experience and knowledge of your local Repco authorised service centre. Book in or book online at repcoservice.com.
Right now with Bupa, get up to 10 weeks free when you join on eligible products. Plus, 300 everyday rewards dollars. T's and C's apply. But hurry, offer ends June 30, so search Bupa 10 weeks free today.
The Cheese and Bacon McSpicy is back. Juicy chicken covered in a crispy, spicy coating. Plus cheese and sizzling bacon. Order the Cheese and Bacon McSpicy at Macca's today. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
Anyone who loses their licence for drink driving will have an alcohol interlock fitted to any vehicle they drive, which means your day will involve a lot of blowing into the interlock. Pulling over in busy traffic to blow into the interlock. Telling your boss that you have to fit an interlock to your work vehicle. Paying to have an interlock fitted and serviced. And a whole lot of blowing into the interlock. Drinking, driving, they're better apart. A message from the TAC.
Line is in. Brooke crouches and then...
Oh, he's bowled out! Unbelievable. The ball has deflected off Brooke. It's looped in the air. I don't know if he's got any bat on it. It has looped 10 feet in the air and it has landed back on the stumps. What a freakish way to get out. And Harry Brooke will be disconsolate. England have lost their 4th in the most remarkable fashion.
She's a cruel mistress. Cricket. She brings tears to your eyes and blood to your shoulders as Hazelwood is in. And driving is Stokes edging to the keeper. And, well, Given. I believe Given. SEN Test cricket, and big appeal for LBW. First up, given by Pete Lalor, not given by Hazelwood, given by Smith, not given by the umpire. What a dramatic over this has been from Hazelwood. Smith is convinced that this is out. He's telling Cummins he's got to refer it. Bharat Sundaresan is saying no. Pete Lalor is saying yes. They've gone for it.
You're verbaling me.
Well.
I'm in two minds on that.
This is one of the most dramatic 10 minutes of Ashes cricket you could wish to see. We've had a crazy freak dismissal. We've had a thin-edge shooting keeper that the England captain didn't think was out. And now, first ball, Johnny Bairstow back after injury with these 2 quick wickets. Has been wrapped on a pad first ball. Josh Hazelwood didn't think it was out. It's hit above the knee roll in front of leg stump, probably just going down, I would think. But we wait to see ball tracking. They will check first with Ultra Edge. But this stuff that has come back sharply off the pitch. Oh, I don't know.
Too much.
It's missing height. It's actually not missing too far in direction. Half the ball would have hit, but it's about half a centimetre maybe above the stumps.
Yeah, once again, Josh Hazelwood getting the ball to skid through this surface, and as he has throughout the day's play.
He's been a cut above everyone.
Oh, very much so. And what a cut.
That's a man who's playing only his third test in 2 years, pretty much.
Exactly.
And he doesn't look like it.
And I wonder, Pete, whether it's the experience he's gained in that time bowling a lot in the subcontinent on dry pitches.
Hazelwood to complete this over, would you believe it? There's Ed Bairstow, who guides the ball into the offside square of the wicket, and they saunter through for a single. Bairstow is off the mark. We're going to have a change in commentary when you come back after the break. Adam Collins will join Pete Bowler.
Here at Astoria GWM Havel, new car sales are booming, and we know why. It's because our customers say there's simply great value for money. With drive-away prices for Canon Utes from $33,990 and Havel Jolion from $28,490, plus our new hybrids, you can see why. Good stock means immediate delivery, plus an extra $1,000, up to $2,000 off on some models with our end of financial year sale. And we need your trade-in. Astoria GWM Havel, Bentley East, LMCT 10901.
SEN Test cricket for Maccas. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe. Australia have gone bang, bang. Brooke bowled in bizarre circumstances. Stokes caught behind, not making the most of the surface laid out in front of him. Adam Collins with you. Damien Fleming back in with me. England need Bairstow to do what Bairstow did last year routinely. He's new at the crease on one. Surviving a close shout for leg before. Line to him here, round the wicket, Birmingham City end. New over. Bairstow punching hard straight to mid-off. No run. Big deep breath, Flem. A lot going on.
Fantastic, isn't it? Second session, Aussies dominating, picking up early wickets, pressuring here, isn't it? This is a big partnership for England. Bairstow and Root.
Line in again, round the wicket, men out on the leg side and one out at deep backward point. Bairstow gets behind it, pushing to cover, no run. Yeah, it does feel like lots made of what Bairstow did last year, but typically that was batting towards the end of a test match. We're on day one here, very different circumstances.
And we keep hearing about Bazball. You know, generally when you lose a couple of wickets, it's about consolidating.
Line delivers. Bairstow clips into the onside, beats the man at mid-wicket. It's David Warner, who thumps his hands on the turf. Wanted to do better there. They get one. Bairstow 2, 5 for 178 England.
But Bazball doesn't talk about consolidating, does it?
No,
it's about
true.
dominating and accelerating the test match. So, yeah, just intriguing day continues. Geez, he's done well, Nathan Lyon.
Done everything right so far. Daniel Norcross had a blameless surface, to say the least. Lyon delivers, and Root, who's still there with him, keeps one off his stumps that turns a bit more sharply. Inside part of the blade to mid-wicket it goes. Yeah, when Bairstow walked out at 6 for 55 last year against New Zealand at Leeds, the ball was doing everything, and he kind of had to counter-attack. It was the epitome of Bazball, that if you can transfer pressure back onto the fielding team, well, you can cash in later. And he was in an extraordinary run of form. Lyon bowls and Root into the onside and at it deep square. Travis Head moves to 38 with the single. Root 5 for 179. This is very different because the surface is flat as a tack. So in theory, if everything we've heard in the build up to the series, Flem, is that they will keep going at this point.
Yeah. I love that delivery from Nathan Lyon. He's cramping him on leg stump. Bowling stock delivery, but it's that quicker one that skids on, that gets a lot of LBs.
Line in, Bairstow out towards square leg as well for one. It's 3, 5 for 180, and that completes the 40th over on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Huge shout on now, and our coverage is for Maccas. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe.
Whenever you need to build, repair or create, there is a Loctite product for all your project needs. Whether you're doing small or big projects, Loctite provides DIYers, tradies and engineers with reliable adhesive and sealant solutions. So what are you waiting for? Lock it down tight. All it takes is a few drops of Loctite. Get the job done right. Search Loctite.
Our middle session, Flem, is brought to you by Drinkwise. Remember, if you're having a drink, to Drinkwise. Josh Hazlewood, pick of the bowlers by some way for Australia. 2 for 37 from 10. He's just putting it in the right area and giving himself at least a chance.
Just good rhythm, isn't it? He's having a little bit of problems with his landing.
Away from us to Bairstow, he bowls, and Bairstow out to mid-on. Quick single, takes on Khawaja, does it well. Gets one. He's 4. 5 for 181.
Uzi on his heels there. This hasn't been a class effort in the field, has it? You know, Travis Head a couple of times. Usman then. You know, it's about building pressure and hitting or forcing the big shot. But Hazlewood having trouble with his landing, that suggests to me it is dry.
Yeah, very.
That the footmarks are going to come into play big time for Nathan Lyon.
Interesting hearing Pat Cummins talk about Lyon here 4 years ago at his press conference yesterday as Hazlewood delivers to Joe Root. Sun's out. Finds the gap at mid-wicket. Classy shot. Great placement. Timing spot on as well. Trickles towards the rope and reaches it in front of the Holly stand. Root up to 42 with just his third boundary. 5 for 185, so striking in the mid-60s, not needing to find the rope too often.
He started slow, isn't it? So he has been scoring quite quickly in the second half of his innings. That's just a beautiful shot. He moved across the crease, didn't try to overhit the ball, just a little flick of the wrists at the last minute, middle of the bat. That was 4 all the way.
That right out in front of the front pad as well.
Beautiful.
Delightful replay for tyre power, your tyre experts. Hazlewood again to Root on leg stump. Goes the other side of mid-wicket. Times it even better. There is a sweeper though. Nathan Lyon around from deep square. Keeps it to a couple. Root 44 moving through the gears. England 5 for 187.
Now he's not happy. We've pumped him up, but he hasn't started this over very well. And it's just the angle in. And he's got fielders on the off. I'd still like to see that they're drawing them up, but every now and again, get one on a 5th stump line. Encourage a big cover drive. You've got mid-off, you've got a cover, and you've still got 3 catches behind the wicket.
So he's bowling from our broadcast end, Hazlewood, from right in front of us. He delivers here to Root. He's 44. Full face of the bat out to Cummins at mid-off. No run. Nice sound, though. He's middling it.
That was full face of the bat.
Yes. So Root responsibility onto him. Losing Brooke and Stokes in the session, 2 men who like to go at a really decent clip. How does Root now combine with his old mate Johnny Bairstow? They've been playing cricket together since they were 10 years old.
Well, Johnny, he'll go. As you said, he really got Bazball going, didn't he, last English summer?
Yeah, we were doing that test at Trent Bridge where they, in that final session against New Zealand, just ripped up all the history books with how they played that day. Hazlewood here full and straight and driven out to mid-off. They needed 160 runs in the final session of a test match with 4 wickets in hand, I think it was. 5 wickets in hand, I should say. They lost 1 wicket in that stretch. They hit the 160 in 16 overs.
Yeah.
Bairstow hitting 8 sixes in that stretch. It was just something that ignited the belief that they could do that as often as they saw fit. Backed it up with 100 at Leeds that was even better, I reckon, as Hazlewood.
Camp Green warming up.
Good call, Flem. Last ball, he shimmies forward Root before defending. Hazlewood better second half of the over than the first half. He's bowled 11 now. England 5 for 187, I should say, with Bairstow 4, Root 44 on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard.
Bank said no to your home loan? Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank.
When I got the phone call, and it was just absolute relief to know that it had been approved and we could go ahead and buy the house. Once we got that letter of pre-approval, it was very, very satisfying.
Pepper Money, the home of loan options. Credit criteria, terms, conditions, fees and charges apply. Australian credit licence 286655.
Change of bowling for Australia. It will be Cameron Green, as you so correctly called last over, warming up, ready to roll. The 24-year-old, 25 test wickets at 34 last week at the Oval in the World Test Championship. Picked up a couple of wickets in the first innings.
It's just another handy game, wasn't it? He missed out in the first innings, handy 20-odd with the bat. Got some wickets, dropped 1 soda, but took 2 unbelievable catches. This is what genuine all-rounders can do. They don't have to dominate, but they just contribute everywhere. I think this was a late call too. Greeny warmed up late, and then Roots, I think it's the people in the corporate boxes above.
He wants the patio door shut.
So I've got my binoculars on now. There are 3 sets of doors. I don't know why they're... this must be Bairstow facing, is it? Of course it is. Bairstow has got ongoing problems with anything in the same postcode as the ball coming out the bowler's arm. Because the door that's actually shut would be if Green were coming round the wicket to hit, not over the wicket. So this is all in keeping with the theme. Bairstow fussy in the middle, thumping the bat into the turf.
He needs to be ready. Greeny's quick. 2
in the cordon. Green bowls here. Bairstow bounce up first ball.
Like
gets underneath it. Yep. Haven't seen many of them today.
Just a little bit high, but I like it. I like actually seeing a bouncer first ball of a new spell for most bowlers. You know, it gets you through the crease. If the batsman takes it on, you generally got 2 out. But that really looked as quick as any delivery that was seen today.
Maybe that's the way to do it. Bang it in halfway, give them something to think about. Johnny Bairstow, a century against Australia the last time these teams met. With him playing at least off the back foot here, finding enough of a gap to take a single wide of Pat Cummins at mid-off. Bairstow 5 for 188 England score. He made that century at Sydney. Didn't play the Hobart Test match. And last year had his year of years, 6 Test tons. And remembering that the 2 years prior to that, he was averaging 21 in Test cricket. He went from being the least effective top 7 player in the world to one of the most consistent match winners in the world.
It's funny, isn't it, that, you know, careers very rarely just keep on the incline, isn't there? There's plateaus, there's dips.
Green to Root. Back of a length, goes back and defends.
Because he's always looked too gifted a player to not be a high-scoring Test match batsman, and obviously his wicket-keeping as well.
He's got 2 centuries here at Birmingham, and they both came last year in the game against India. 106 in the first innings and 114 not out in the second.
How many balls for those?
106 in 140 balls in tough conditions. They were 5 for not many when he was doing most of that with Ben Folkes, and 114 not out from 145, chasing down 380 odd. Incredible. Green here to Root, who drives straight to cover where Labuschagne does the fielding. So all up for Bairstow, averaging 69 at this ground with the 2 aforementioned tons last year.
So just that delivery there, beautifully hit by Joe Root. It was a classic cover drive, but you know what I've been saying today? I want to see the English batsmen play that shot a little bit more, because if they're not perfectly in a good spot, they could easily get caught at cover or mid-off. I think at times we've just bowled too straight and been worked onto the leg side.
Green slipping a gully in position, bowls here and defending his route out towards mid-wicket. There's a text in that's relevant to this from, doesn't have a name, Flem. Are we likely to see a reverse swing player role in today's play? The side wicket looks very abrasive, including the pitch. Thoughts?
Who was that?
No name on it. 043390 1116. Send in your name with your text.
Very good question. I would say yes. That this is going to be an abrasive surface that will naturally bang up the ball. They've been bowling cross seamers too, that deteriorates the leather.
Green to finish his first over. Good one so far. Delivers to Root, who drives again towards cover. Didn't quite middle that. Labuschagne to his left, cutting off at least a single. Well bowled Cameron Green. 1 run from it. 42 gone. 5 for 188. Bairstow 5. Root 44, and our coverage is for Macca's. Here's the 30 years of the Mac Cafe.
Just going to grab some more beers. Pause it for me? No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. He's about to get his ton. Nah, it'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no. Did I miss it? Come on, mate. You got to rewind it, please.
Oh, not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel.
You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
Got a change in commentary. Jarrod, Kimber joining myself and Flem. Victorian heavy bench here now. Coverage in the second session for Drink Wise. Remember, if you're drinking too, drink wise. Hello, Jarrod. Oh, sorry.
Should I turn myself on?
You should. Try it again.
Okay. This is fun. Although no one's been bowled off their body for quite a few minutes now, have they?
Yeah, that's one of those
backside backspin.
Still don't quite know how they ended up on his stumps. Was it via his
It was his over spinner.
Yeah.
Well planned, well executed. See you later.
Cummins, fresh spell away from us, broadcast end, delivers to Bairstow, who cuts away. Sweeper at deep backward point in the actions, Travis Head. Gets the Bronx cheer after letting one go through his legs earlier in the session. Bairstow to 6 with the single. I was 189.
I was thinking how he will explain it in 10 to 15 years, you know, when he starts hitting the circuit. He's been around for a little while. He's already done some after dinner speaking. Now he wants to jazz up the story a little bit more. It's, you know, that was
set play.
That was my Jeff, double Jeff.
Yeah. You got to come up with a name. Interesting. I love Greeny's first ball. I didn't like Pat's. Come on, get through the crease, skipper.
Roots 44. Cummins to him here. Back of a length, turned easily into the onside. Out to fine leg. Make that 45. 5 for 190.
You know, we focused on Zach Crawley hitting a boundary first ball. So I went back and I had a look at it. It's one of the widest balls I've seen Pat Cummins bowl in quite a long time. So he has struggled a couple of times just getting into his spell. Yeah. I mean, he over pitches occasionally, doesn't he? But he doesn't usually bowl wide anymore.
I mean, you'd know more than me. Last 2 years he started to get some LBWs because early on it wasn't even an option. So he has bowled slightly fuller, but he's definitely not a half volley.
No.
You know, he's got an in-swinger, but he doesn't bowl outies.
Delivers here to Bairstow on 6 and beats him. To be fair, Bairstow pulled inside the line at the last minute, but there was movement away. Haven't seen much of that today. I think the thing with Cummins, and I know you've written about it, Jarrod, where it's not so much about his line's very consistent on the full stop. It's the trenchy drives from about 3 feet away from the batter to about 8 metres away. He varies his length on that line all day long.
Yeah, I mean, since the wobble ball, because back when we first saw him, he bowled outswingers, didn't he? You know, when he first bowled in South Africa, once he's got that wobble ball, he's been really, really accurate, which makes him far tougher because he doesn't give you anything to play. Today, he has been a little bit looser than we're used to seeing.
So it's Cummins to Bairstow. Bowls here a bit wider of the crease. Bairstow defends to mid-off.
Yeah, and I think the wobble ball, you know, because it goes that late, the batsman's already made up their decision. And if it's too good for him, it's too good for him. Whereas swing bowling, sometimes it can be picked out of the hand. So it's a fantastic weapon. And
it's killed your art form. Swing bowling.
Yeah,
is
exactly.
Dying. I don't think there's a genuine swing bowler left because even Southey bowls wobble balls now.
So I still think swing bowling's probably got more of a run in white ball cricket because the wobbles seem probably not as significant.
Cummins here. Bairstow wants a quick single to mid-wicket. There is the one, though.
And probably T20 cricket. If you can get wickets, as you know, in the power play and have 3 down, it's game over.
Well, I think what you've seen in white ball cricket is guys who can swing it both ways, a bit like leg spinners who can spin it both ways, are very handy. So, you know, Arshdeep and Bhuvi Kumar and those sorts of guys coming through. So swing bowlers are quite important there, whereas Test cricket, you just don't see it very much at all. I think that's another reason that they were happy to move Stark.
Yes.
And he gave the wobble ball a go for a little while. It just didn't work for him.
Cummins to finish the first over of his new spell. Into Bairstow again. He tries to force it out through mid-wicket, but Khawaja cuts it off at mid-on. So just a couple of singles from the over. 43 gone, 5 for 190 the score on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Bairstow 6, Route 45, and our coverage is for Macca's. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe.
What does it take to win Super Ratings Fund of the Year? Strong performance, competitive fees, and a focus on members. A super fund that delivers all three? That's a plus. Host Plus, 2023 Super Fund of the Year. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Visit lonsec.com.au for awards and ratings criteria and disclosure. General advice only. Consider the relevant PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au. Awards and ratings are only one factor to consider. Past performance is not an indicator of future performance. Search Compare Host Plus today.
This session's for Drinkwise. Remember, if you're drinking to Drinkwise, Phil Long.
Yeah, we'll take a big, deep breath. Last 7 overs, there's only been 16 runs.
That's not very Bazball rhythm.
It's snooze ball. I'm telling you, we're going to be seeing snooze ball. Impressed by Green's first over. He created doubt in 4 of the deliveries. Like it. It's building.
So they're keeping a deep backward point for Root. And 1-2 men out on the leg side. Smith's up at second slip, but quite close. Green bowls here, Root. Uppercut over the cordon. Beautiful shot. One bounce over the rope. Knew exactly what he was doing. Into position early. Bent the knees. Pinned the ears back. 4 runs, Joe Root. Up to 49, 5 for 194.
Yeah, happy enough to hit that in the air as well, wasn't he? It was maybe a little bit edgy, but he was... You can see here, he's...
Yeah, fine.
Yeah, just a little bit of an edge over the top. But... interesting, that's where he's been hitting the ball with the reverse scoops. So that was a normal cricket shot there.
Yeah.
little bit of extra bounce from Green, though, to get that top edge?
Mate, it's still half a chance to get caught. I didn't mind it.
It's a good shot as well, though. Knows where the field is. Green bowls to Root on 49 and moves to 50 with a single. Square driven out. The deep point. Joe Root has played such cautious cricket to start to lay his foundation. Doesn't always need to do that these days in this England lineup. But along the way, 4 boundaries. Very much the senior partner in this lineup, the senior pro in this lineup. And it's the 59th time in Test cricket he's passed 50 without converting to a ton. You add those two together, it's a staggering career.
Are they chanting Bruce? Am I hearing Bruce?
Yeah. Bruce, there it is. Here's Green to Bairstow on the back foot, no single.
No, he's a fantastic player, Root, isn't it? When he's going, graceful, full array of strokes.
You've seen a better batter just getting off strike. I can't think of
That's
anyone.
a good question without notice, that one.
Yeah, I really threw that at you because
I'm trying to think of common ones with soft hands, but sometimes they're running out people.
Front foot no ball, I should say. That was retrospectively called from the third umpire.
So we've had a maiden and an extra.
And an extra. Phil Long will be excited. Here is Green, bowling to Bairstow on 6, swing and a miss. We said earlier in the over that Root knew what he was doing over the cordon. That was the very opposite from Bairstow. Goes and takes a look at the surface. Johnny, it's got nothing to do with the pitch. You didn't move your feet, had your head looking over to the city. You tried to pop it on the moon and you missed.
He went down to see if to get eye contact with Joe Root, and Joe Root walked away as if to go, what can I tell you, mate? That was just not a good shot.
Root's now passed 50 87 times in Test cricket.
It's handy.
That used to be a criticism, didn't it? Well, you don't make enough hundreds. Well, he's arrested that. 29 of them. Bairstow here facing Green. That's better. As good as it gets from Johnny Bairstow on the front foot, moving into the ball, striking it through extra cover, bisecting the two fielders in that direction. Bairstow to 10, and England bring up their 200 for the loss of 5 wickets in the 44th over.
That's a remarkable stroke, wasn't it? And once again, not a lot of foot movement. He's got a great eye. Little short step, but not really moving into the ball, but it's back foot, it's inside out, and it's in the middle of the bat.
Just a super shot from Bairstow. Yeah. When his eye's in, it's tough to bowl to, that's for sure. Green here, Bairstow off his hip. Wants a couple wide of fine leg, but the throw speared in, so they are satisfied with the single. Bairstow 11, 5 for 201. Contest here between the Australian all-rounder and the two Yorkshiremen. That drive that Bairstow hit, we're seeing on television, a graphic here for Tyre Power, your tyre expert, showing only 20 metres to work with there, so all the more impressive that shot. Nice little glare as well from Bairstow after completing it. Back to Root, last ball of the over. Defends, and it's a good stop from David Warner. Away to his right, Root tried to steer it to third man again, not to be. 44 gone, England 5 for 201. Our coverage from Ackers. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe Route, an even 50, Bairstow 11.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. National Tiles has just landed from Spain a magnificent range of super large atmosphere floor tiles. Our introductory price on these magnificent $80 floor tiles is an unbelievable $59.95. That's right, save over $20 per metre on these magnificent 1200 by 600 Spanish floor tiles. But you'll have to be quick to save over $20 per metre on this exclusive introductory offer. So rush into National Tiles now and save.
Australia have had the chance to celebrate 2 wickets in the session. Wickets falling at 175 and 176, Brook and Stokes respectively. Celebrating wickets for Tobin Brothers' funeral, celebrating lives. Hazelwood a couple, Lyon a couple, Boland 1 on the stroke of lunch to get rid of Zach Crawley on 61, our top scorer today. It's Cummins here into Bairstow on 11. Goes back to the first ball of the over to defend.
There's something I want to ask you about Cameron Green. We know he's a bowler in development, obviously got a lot of talent. That last over, I'd say he was a little bit too short of a length on a couple of occasions, and then overpitched a couple of times. If you go and have a look at his bowling, very rarely has a length that he hits. Being 6'23" as he is, if he just does that Tom Moody, Jacob Oram length, no one's ever going to be able to hit him again. If he can conquer that, is that enough for him to be in your front 4 bowlers? at that stage?
It's just how his back and his workloads match, isn't it?
Cummins bowls to Bairstow on leg stump to mid-on, no run.
So he debuts as a 17-year-old, gets 5, so he's a fast bowler.
Exactly.
Stress fractures turns him into a top-order batsman, and we've got the perfect mix. But, this is tough work coming in halfway during the day. No margin for error. The flatter the pitch, your corridor of uncertainty, your avenue of apprehension, it gets smaller and smaller here.
I just think at his height, if he just finds one length, I know you have to change it on each pitch and all those sorts of things, but you just watch so often that he floats the ball up, as a lot of tall bowlers do, and then he goes back of a length. He just can't find that one length to get on top.
Cummins again, bowls here, carving away his Bairstow, straight to the sweeper at backward point for 1. Heads fielding, busy in the session. Bairstow 12, 5 for 202 England.
Back to his initial bowling, he opened the bowling out swings.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's his stock delivery. When the ball's not swinging, okay, that changes your natural length. I think in that first series against India, didn't take a wicket, okay, but he was brought on as an enforcer, bowled a lot of bounces and short. So I don't think he's had an extended run of owning what his stock ball is at Test match cricket if he's not going to get the new ball.
Cummins to root, short one there.
If we get better pitches that are swinging and a little bit of seaming, he's not a bad option to bowl the second over.
It's also, like, we see this a lot with batters, right? Moeen Ali, of course. Moeen Ali has always said he doesn't know how to bat at number 7 and number 8 because he was a number 3 or an opener his whole life. It's a very similar thing for Green, as you said. Like,
he's an opening bowler.
What are we, the 40th over he came on to bowl? Like, that's how often would that have ever happened to him? And he's going to have to do that for the rest of his career, right? He's very rarely going to come on early, certainly not with the new ball unless someone's injured.
Or in Asia, as you mentioned before, when he played as the second seamer. Cummins in and going back his route, deflecting into the surface, not far away from the stumps. Ends up at first slip. No concerns in the end, but too close to the body for that shot.
So I thought he bowled a brilliant first over.
Yep.
I'd be bowling bounce one over because that first one got through, looked the quickest delivery there. And then if he bounced Bairstow the previous ball before that one in cover drove for 4, Bairstow might be on the back foot and then hitting on the up. So it's not only, maybe as a shock bowler, you don't need a consistent line and length, but you need a consistent thought process on how you're going to get that wicket.
Root was setting up to face, and then he saw something behind the side screen. We can hear in our effects, Mike, which is, it's a steward who unfortunately is wearing a red T-shirt, so there's really no excuse on that one.
That's the guy who got caught at the other end of the ground earlier as well. Exactly the same guy.
Oh dear. And he's going to be
two in the one day.
In trouble with his supervisor later. It's back down now. Cummins this time to finish the over to Root. It's 50. Bowls and Root.
Oh,
stuff. Shout for league before wicket. Cummins likes it. Marais Erasmus does not. Look to be sliding from our angle, which I must say is perfect for it. He's going to call off any chance of a review. They're not going to blow one on that, I don't expect. So 45 gone, 5 for 202 the score. Our coverage for McCafe celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. And we're going to have a changing commentary. No, we're not. We're going to have one more over, then we'll do that.
The old favourite, My Way, takes an early lead in the Celebrating Live Stakes, followed by High Tea, who's travelling well. Red Tulips is blooming beautifully, followed in behind them by Wind Beneath My Wings. Coming late is the Harleyhurst. Yes, it's the Harleyhurst who's running on. They hit the line. The judges call for the photo in the Celebrating Live Stakes.
Thanks, Brian. When you reach the final finishing line, how would you like to be celebrated? Find out more at turbinbrothers.com.au. Turbin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Now, Macca's moment of the session, Macca's I'm loving it moment. It's a new season for the McSpicy range of Macca's. Has to be Harry Brook and how he somehow got bowled off his, I don't know, his back, his bum, his thigh pad, his boot. Bit of spin from line, all in the mixer, and it rolled back onto off stump.
Backside backspin.
Yes. Okay, let's see what happens this over. He's gone for a couple of 4s. I'd still prefer if he's going to get hit for 4. I don't mind him getting driven through the offside because there's still an element of if batsman isn't quite there. There's catches behind and there's catches in front of the wicket. But let's go a bouncer.
Yeah.
Second or third ball.
2 back for the short one if he wants it. Green delivers here. It is short. Bairstow thought about flirting with it after going back to duck. He pulled the bat out the way.
So for me, the way he's reacted to that, I'm going Fuller for a couple. I'm going to bowl another one this over.
No ball.
Well, Might be able to bowl too.
So it ticks over to 5 for 203. Actually, Chris Rogers has spoken before about when he first came upon Cameron Green. It was when he had spent some time in the academy and all the rest of it. And they thought he was the next Pat Cummins in terms of his bowling. Definitely. Out and out. Next Australian quick. Watching the replay here for tyre power, your tyre experts. He's over by half a boot.
Nathan Lyon will bowl into that bookmark.
Chris Gaffney's not missing that upstairs. So Green again, the start is over. To Bairstow, beats him outside the off stump. Haven't seen many do that today. Just makes the gloves of caring.
So with a bit of bowlology, is that set up from the bouncer?
Yeah.
Is he thinking, if he goes again, I am going to just open up the face over? And that is so close to bowling him and getting an outside edge.
I'll tell you what, two interesting things there. That ball didn't go anywhere after it went past him. But also, you see Bairstow's back foot.
Yeah.
That was the bouncer, because his foot was in the position of this is going to come short again.
So Green on top in this little stoush with Johnny Bairstow. Gap at cover if he wants it. Bowls here, Bairstow. Hit him on the pad, but moving over to the leg side. Not really a gap at cover, I should say. It's if he wants to find the gap at cover. They've not plugged that since the last over. So a relatively short man in there and a mid-off.
Interesting. Last 4 balls, they've hit the pads twice.
Yeah. Only half an appeal from the West Australian, going way down the leg side.
Things are happening here. Johnny wants to get going. Wants to keep scoring. He wants boundaries.
One more wicket here. They're going to look at Moeen Ali before tea. Hasn't faced a red ball for 21 months. Bairstow 12. Green bowls. Short ball. Helps it down to fine leg. In fact, does better than that. Great contact. Marcus Harris, the sub-fielder, dived away to his left. Receives applause from those beneath us. They still get through for 2. Bairstow 14. 5 for 205 to score.
Not high enough.
No. I think that was supposed to be the bouncer, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Is that the pitch, though, or did he get the length wrong? Actually, that didn't get up much at all.
No,
look at that replay.
Well, a genuine edge is going to struggle to carry here.
But that's the thing, though, with forcing pull and hook shots.
Yeah.
The batsman's relying on consistent pace and bounce.
So Green's got Smith up really close to second slip. Bowls to Bairstow, slashing at one behind point. Off the front foot, 4 more. Johnny Bairstow taking advantage of a little bit of width. Not a huge amount to work with. His second 4, he moves to 18, 5 for 209.
Yeah, I think that's something we've seen a lot of. England have sweated on width, because I think coming in, it's been about them doing a shuffle down the wicket, maybe taking the guard, and they knew that Australia was planning for that. But what they've really done today is anything even slightly on the outside of your corridor, they're willing to throw their bat at. And that's all that was, right? He just
bad ball. Johnny hits inside out.
Yeah.
You can't give him any room.
Green up, bowls here, Bairstow defends.
Because I think you said before that they've probably been either too straight or too wide. There's been a lot of moving the ball onto the leg side, but if you look at early on, there was quite a lot of wider balls as well. They haven't just, and this must have something to do with the way that England bat, because generally the Australian bowlers are really top of off these days.
And the pitch as well, as I said, the corridor gets smaller and smaller and smaller, because you don't get any help from any movement in the air or off the seam. But the field placements are interesting too. You bowl to the fields.
So it's Green's last ball here to Bairstow. Good over so far. Bairstow pushing to mid-on. That contest will continue. Well, the changing commentary, Flem, you and I are jumping out. We're going to be replaced by Norcross and Coney with the score 5 for 209. Bairstow 18. Root is on 50. And this session brought to you by Drinkwise. Remember, if you're drinking, to Drinkwise.
Bharat Sundaresan here for Henley Homes. Check out Henley's exclusive community at the Dales Bonnybrook. Land from only $350,000 and build a Henley home, or buy a brand new completed home from only $619,900. Henley.com.au.
McCafe is turning 30 this year. That's 3 decades of McCafe making the perfect coffee to go with your early mornings, sideline cheers, road trip stops, and long swigs squeezed into short breaks. So here's to 30 years of McCafe. Coffee fit for an Aussie.
SEN test cricket with Maccas. Here's to 30 years of McCafes. Pat Cummins starts up from the pavilion end. He's into Joe Root. He's on 50, exactly 50. And Root defends the ball around his pad into the onside. Goes straight to the short mid-wicket. There's no run. Jeremy Cody's in the house, as is Jarrod Kimber. This has definitely been Australia's session, despite the fact that England have scored 85 runs in 19.1 overs. But they have lost 2 vital wickets, very different kinds of wickets. One, there was a degree of gormlessness to the Brook dismissal, which was strangely dramatic. There was a gormlessly dramatic, yeah. As Cummins is in, down a wicket comes Root, and then flicks the ball around his pad down to long leg for a single. Gets off 50 at last. Because he's got a magnificently expressive face, as Harry Brook. And when things happen that he doesn't fully understand, he expresses that bewilderment in ways that leave you in no doubt whatsoever that what has just happened is beyond his comprehension. And I mean, it was fairly much beyond ours as well. But I've been mulling this over, Jeremy.
Have you?
I have mulled it. I've done a mull.
Of Kintyre? Of course.
Or of wine.
Okay, yes.
As Cummins runs away from us, rocking from side to side, and Bairstow tries to heave at this ball, gets no timing on it, and it goes back to Cummins. There's no run. I've seen many times the ball deflect off a batter, off a spinner, and sometimes they don't know where it is, and their initial reaction is to jump in front of the stumps with both feet pointing down the wicket to create a kind of physical barrier between the ball and its intended and fatal target, namely the stumps. Brook did not do that. Instead, he wondered where the ball might be. I wonder where it is.
I don't think he even looked up.
No, he didn't really. No. Cummins into Bairstow, who defends a foolish straight ball up straight mid-on. There's no run.
It wasn't a thing that he actually considered that might possibly happen at all.
No.
Not within the realms of possibility.
He didn't get... I mean, even from my point of view, you think sometimes you might get in the way of the wicketkeeper a little bit, even if just to get the little entanglements.
Yeah.
Even though you haven't got the edge, you just want him to know that you're there. He didn't do that. He just stood there in a pose like a video game character, unaware that the game had continued.
I mean, in his fairness to him, Carey didn't know where it was. I'm not sure Smith did either. But
Marnus did.
Marnus always does. Cummins is in, driving his Bairstow up to mid-on, off, I beg its pardon. Hazelwood does the fielding.
That's also what's confusing, though, because if Marnus is the only one who thinks it's near your stumps, you automatically think he's wrong.
Yeah, and Marnus would normally say, because he can't avoid it, he'd say something like, "To the air, man!
Oh my God,
where's the ball's gone?" And if he did do that, Brook
might have been alerted.
Yeah, I think what Marnus was actually saying, he was trying to get Carey to turn around and catch it. I don't even...
Oh, you're right. Yes. Even though it was a little bit in the bat, I think. Last ball of the over. Cummins is into the upright Bairstow, and Bairstow works his ball, flicks it away nicely through mid-wicket. Won't bring in more than a run, but at the end of the over, Bairstow advances to 18, and England are 5 for 211.
Just going to grab some more beers. Pause it for me? No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. He's about to get his ton. Nah, it'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no. Did I miss it? Come on, mate. You got to rewind it, please.
Oh, not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel.
You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
SEN Test Cricket. Daniel Norcross, Jeremy Coney, Jarrod, Kimber, and delightfully, we've got Phil Long with us, who's doing his best to confuse me as to what's...
Well, I confused myself because I'd added 6 to 12 and come out with 16, so...
That's curious. He's our numbers man, ladies and gentlemen.
That was a tough one, though.
Yeah. Now we've just seen on the replay screen, our replays, Tyre Power, your tyre experts, a little graphic of the 3 bowlers in there, and a triptych, a Wilton triptych of hands behind seams and fingers. What did you make of that, Jarrod?
They were showing here, he bowled an outswinger earlier, and then he bowled a wobble ball, and I didn't quite see what that last one was, but they were saying that the wobble ball hit the seam and actually bounced up and it took the top of the splice. So I think what they're trying to say is occasionally they're either bowling cross seam or wobble ball and they're getting a little bit of extra bounce, because we have seen 2 LBW shots recently go over the stumps, whereas early on we weren't sure if anything was going over the stumps.
Absolutely right. Lyon in, round the wicket to Bairstow, comes forward, tentatively defends into the offside. I mean, it's been very baffling in that way, isn't it? I'm trying to read this pitch because we see quite a few go quite low to the keeper very early on with a hard ball, and then Boland, who for my money has probably bowled the delivery of the day. Our delivery of the day with Macca's order via Mac Delivery on the My Macca's app. One that just
popped a bit, got the thumb of Crawley, what turned out to be the last ball before lunch.
Oh, I haven't been on since that dismissal happened, and I haven't seen the replay, but live watching it, he gets his thumb on the ball and he takes half a step towards the change room, then he stops and goes back in. Beautiful effort to review from that position, knowing that it's taken your thumb off.
Well, he didn't
was
review.
It like, was it the other end?
No, it was the Aussies who reviewed. Sweet by Bairstow. He doesn't get hold of a great deal of it, but it manages to roll out towards deep square leg for a single. No, it was Stokes.
It was given not out.
Yeah, that was given not out. Stokes was given out, and he hit it, and he did review.
No, here's a sign.
So he's not fine really.
I thought it was back crack.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so I'm okay with that. Do you know what I mean by that?
Not really.
When your back handle cracks.
Oh, I see, yeah.
I think there was a possibility that of Stokes for that. I mean, it looked like it was an edge on the replay. But no, but the Crawley one, what I'm saying is, either way, if you take a step, you're giving a big clue that you might have done something wrong.
Line in, back into his crease goes Root, and he finds this huge gap, an enormous fissure, if you will, in the field that goes from deep backward point to short extra cover. And Cummins has to drop to his left to field. Root can amble through for the easiest of singles.
So if you look at Crawley today, he got an edge behind and he turned around and smiled at the slips, basically telling them he got there and they didn't notice. And then later he gets given not out by the umpire, takes half a step towards the change rooms and then comes back again, giving everyone just, you might want to play poker against him there.
Oh, well, line is in and it's pushed into the onside. There's no run. Yes, I
do you play poker or bridge?
Yeah, I play both. I play both. I play poker and bridge. And if you were to offer me the two England players I would most like to play cards with, it would be Harry Brook and it would be Zach Crawley.
Not Stokes.
That's a good shout, Stokes. As this ball pushed into the onside, there's no run. Lyon fields of his own bowling because Stokes is not a dissembler. But
I've always said that about him.
But also, I don't think that he would necessarily gamble on a rubbish hand, whereas I'm fairly sure that Zach might give it a go and then give it away. Just get that feeling. I don't know why. Line in, last ball of the over. Bairstow drives in the air, over mid-off for 4. Very much the shot of 2023. Has got his front leg out of the way and blunders a boundary. At the end of the over, Bairstow has moved to 24 and England a 5 for 217.
Here's another powerful reason to choose Tyre Power. Our buying power gives you the power of lower prices on a huge range of leading tyre brands. Get the power to save on your next set of tyres. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 1321 91 for your local independent owner.
Bharat Sundaresan here for Henley Homes. Check out Henley's exclusive community at the Dales Bonnybrook. Land from only $350,000 and build a Henley home, or buy a brand new completed home from only $619,900. Henley.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket, our second session is with Drinkwise. Remember, if drinking, drink wise. So change of bowler. Scott Boland's back into the attack, but during that little break, Jeremy Coney was bowling phantom off spin in the box. What were you doing there, Jeremy?
I just thought, did you see that the bit of drift that Nathan Lyon actually got in the last over? In other words, there's enough on the ball that it'll drift away from a right-hander. It's not as if it's a seamer that's going to swing slightly, or an arm ball, and it's actually done with sort of spin swerve.
Spin swerve. He's a very good bowler, isn't he?
And then it usually dips as well.
Dips and then it might bounce and it might pop.
It's back.
It could do the lot.
Bowl you.
Or as it happened, it went for 4.
On that occasion, yes. Boland runs away from us. He's into Root. He just advances ever so slightly and tucks the ball to short mid-wicket. And there is no run. Bairstow 24 from 37. His first major innings back since that broken leg. And Joe Root, well, he's got form in first test matches of Ashes series before. Got a notable 100 at Cardiff, was it not? At the start of the, I want to say 2013 Ashes.
2013, 2015.
I think he might have got 100 at the start of the 2015 Ashes as well. He often likes the first test of an Ashes. Boland is into him and he drives in the air momentarily up to Khawaja and mid-on. The ball bounces a couple of times before resting in the midst of the Aussie opener. There is no run.
That ball there is quite interesting because that carried a long way
in the air.
Yeah, on the first day of a test in England, you don't usually see someone chipping towards mid-on and mid-off. That would be very interesting to notice if we see double short covers and triple short mid wickets.
So subcontinent fields.
Well, and right by the wicket too, position.
Inverted umbrellas.
Poland into Root. Root defends a ball that doesn't get up at all, really. Around about knee roll height. Just turns it into the onside once more. There's no run. It's been an absorbing day today. Yeah, the sense I would get, I'd have to say, or I have, is that this is a really good pitch and a really good batting side, even against a pretty good bowling side. Would hope to end it on about 330 for 3. 340 for 3 even. England aren't going to do that. But I think in part that's testimony to Australia's excellent bowling today. Boland is in. This is guided by Root, but he can't get it past a diving Green, who swoops, as he does so often, and prevents what would have been an easy run down to deep backward point. So I'm going to give them that. I mean, I know we've been quite critical of the plans and the field settings, but the actual balls bowled by Australian bowlers have been pretty good, haven't they, on a pitch that is a very fine pitch to bat on.
I don't think they've been as on it as I've seen them of recent times. But yeah, I think that when they've bowled very good balls, they've certainly had something from this surface.
Hazelwood especially, as Boland is in. This is flicked away fine by Root. It's running down to the boundary for 4. Just as I've said, they've been bowling well. That was a loose ball on the pads. Root has hit another one in his innings like that before. Gets it fine enough. Long legs a little wide, but certainly the Australians have been able to celebrate 2 wickets. Our wicket celebrations for Tobin Brothers' funeral, celebrating lives. I tell you, Harry Brook had a few lives while he was out there. Dropped by Travis Head. I mean, Zach Crawley had life when he was edging and nobody appealed. Could have taken more wickets today, Australia, as the last ball of the over is defended into the offside square of the wicket, where Root so frequently picks up a run, especially when deep point is in place. And at the end of the over, 49 gone, England 5 for 222.
Beaumont Tiles is proudly sponsoring Test Cricket's World Cup final by hitting a 6 with their massive bathroomware catalogue sale. How's this? Vanities, basins, baths, loos and even tapware are all slashed by up to 25% off. Plus, get up to 25% off all tiles. That's another 6 for Beaumont's. Head into one of over 110 stores around the country and save up to 25% on bathroomware and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1 Beaumont Tiles.
Test cricket on SEN. Our second session is with Drinkwise. Remember, if drinking, drink wise. Nathan Lyon is remaining in the attack. 14 overs, no maidens. That tells you something of the, well, what a nice pitch it is to bat on. Nathan Lyon, who's got pretty well, pretty accurately, but still has conceded 4.5 and over. So the next delivery is clipped into the onside. We only had 1 maiden in the entire innings, but Lyon doesn't hold a single one.
No, that's quite right. Just, I think it was Hazelwood, wasn't it?
It was. It was.
Claimed the first one.
Flemmo was on air then. We all
he'd be
punched the air.
delighted. Yes.
Oh, he was. Always was.
Rose to his feet.
Loves a dot ball, that boy. As Lyon is in again. Back into his crease goes Root. Big appeal. Shake of the head from the umpire. He wants this, does Lyon. He wants this more than I could have initially thought he might, but having a chat, but there's a bit of a sigh there from Lyon. And Cummins, what is it? Cummins started to make the tee side and then pulled out
of it. Yes.
Yeah.
Looked as if it was pretty much leg side-ish, wasn't it? It's because he goes back, allows it to turn, and I think that's hit the outside of his front pad, the left leg. So I think that's just missing the leg stump.
Line in again to Root. He goes for the reverse. He gets it square of the wicket. Hazelwood's got quite a chase on here, and he has to put the dive in, and it is a dive in vain. I mean, Hazelwood, it didn't look exactly the most nimble as he was running around there. I'm going to suggest charitably it might be because he's not played a lot of first-class cricket. He's bowled quite a few overs today, but he was rather running through, well, running. He was rather ambling through treacle as the applause you hear is for the 50 partnership between these 2 Yorkshiremen. That 4 from Root, taking the partnership to exactly 50, around about 50. We're relying
Phil Long for this.
Who's adding things up.
He's adding things up,
Yeah, 50, 176.
Exactly 50. Line in, he's going to go again, is he? In a big appeal for LBW. Given! Finger goes up, instantly Root refers. Well, this is all happening very quickly. He's gone for his second reverse sweep, and Root is he was having none of that. I think he said, I've hit that. He's just nodded to his partner, Bairstow. So, well, this will be a very key moment as we come up towards tee. Umpire gave it out straight away. The ball pitches on around off stump. And, well, it's hit him in front of off stump and very low. It's not going over the top, but has he got some back?
It's hit the gloves, hasn't it?
It's hit the gloves and gone down. The ball's gone down there. And actually, all the Aussies are now back in position. They can see even without Ultra Edge, they're giving that nod out. We're just having a further replay. And it looks like it's in the glove. You can hear, and now we're going to check on Ultra Edge, and it has. It's a risky old shot,
very risky.
Coney.
It is. It is. You've got to get contact with the bat if you can. He was reaching well out, which is exactly what you need to do with your arms. Reach out, and he did make a good stride.
Line in. He's going to go again, and he's gone fine. And Hazelwood's not going to get to this. So he's just played 3 reverse sweeps, 2 for 4, and he's been given out of the other one. And had it reversed. It's all happening. This is baseball. Root advances to 65.
At its best.
Well, at its best, yes. It's a bit of a value judgment. I'm not quite sure how I feel about it, but it gives us something to talk about.
Slip's gone back now to stop that stroke. So he's about sort of 10 metres.
Lyon in, and forward in defence comes Root. He's played his reverse sweeps, doesn't need to play anymore. End of the over, an eventful one. Root survives, England 5 for 2-3-0.
As a coach or volunteer at your local sports club, managing kids and parents causes stress you can do without. So get ahead of the game with Stack Team app. Download Stack Team app or go to teamapp.com to create a customised app with a dynamically updating website. It's free and it takes only minutes. Sends real-time news to members, captures registrations and payments, uploads videos and more. Stack Team app, helping your team have success both on and off the field.
Test cricket at SEN with Scott Boland. Bowling, he's not actually on commentary. It's Jeremy Coney and Daniel Norcross. Phil Long behind me. And he's waving his hand. He's got something for us.
It's his abacus. Someone's found him an abacus. It's excellent.
One mistake.
I'm sorry. Merciless.
Well, that's right, yeah.
Yes.
When you're out, you're out.
Very good joke about a Greek fisherman that goes something like that. As the next ball is flicked away. First ball of the new over. Bastow's going to get runs here. Should be 2 of them. So it goes out between square leg and long leg. Fielder runs round to his left. It's poor old Hazelwood who's been given the task. When you send them out to graze and they don't really look like they want to run, but they've got to go a good 80 to 100 yards between overs.
Well, he's going from third man to fine leg.
He's going from third man to fine leg, and he's also having to chase after the ball a lot. Well, Bairstow moves to 26 for that couple. 5 for 2-3-2 as Boland runs in. Bairstow drives, thick inside half of the bat up to mid-on. There's no run. And what you will find with the new approach that England have is that although we're coming up to tee, it won't make any difference to the way the England batters will bat. In years gone by, they might have thought, you know, we're in a perilous position here on a good pitch. Let's see it through to tee. But tee's kind of meaningless these days, or any kind of break. Is that almost, I mean, is the logic there that actually you're in now, you might not want the break? Boland in, short edge past the diving Green, down to the deep third boundary for 4. Green was interested in that, but not even he and his colossal wingspan could quite pluck that out of the sky. Green's feathers not quite long enough.
Just a little wide from Boland, and a mistake really from Bairstow going hard at it. And he just opened the blade slightly. It got more of an edge to it. Perhaps that, in fact, would have gone to Cam Green. However, it's brought in 4 runs, exactly what England need to really build this part after losing 2 quick wickets at the sort of the start or the third of the way through this session. And they really needed this. they're still not quite out of it yet, are they? You sense in the conditions.
Boland into Bairstow, flicks this gloriously through deep mid-wicket. He won't get 4. He will get a couple as Nathan Lyon, who's slightly more nimble than Josh Hazlewood, is able to move from square leg up to deep mid-wicket and cut off the boundary. Another couple of runs. 5 for 238. Yes, the reason why we don't think England are remotely out of it is because I think you're always in a test match if you score 400, but this is the kind of pitch where England will really need to score 400.
Yes, they will.
Especially the pace they score, because they're not getting 400 slowly. You give Australia plenty of time in the game. So, you know, it's going to be a tough old ask for England's ageing pack of bowlers on this docile surface.
Bairstow's starting to open up, don't you think, here a little bit?
Boland into Bairstow, who gets a thick leading edge. He looks to turn the ball into the onside. It squirts to short extra cover. There's no run. Bairstow 32. He is looking to get on with it.
Yes.
There's only 5 minutes to go till tea. So typical. They might squeeze. 2 overs in after that. And you know, they could probably do with doing that because the over rate in this session has not been great. So the 24th over bowled. We've had a few referrals in fairness, but only 2 wickets. Stop that, you know, great tumble of them. Boland is into Bairstow, jabs down on this ball in the last minute, defends back to the bowler. 5 for 238, 51 gone. Bairstow 32, Root 65. And we were out last night, and I heard some pontificating about over rates. I want to proffer the more generous argument.
Yes.
That especially the way England play, slow over rates mean at least somebody who's got a 4th day ticket stands a chance of watching some cricket.
I see what you mean. Well, yeah, there is that argument, but I don't know whether you'd appreciate it if you're on day 2. Well, if you bought your ticket and you didn't get your overs, that perhaps you sort of, you know, for the entertainment that you paid for.
Yes, I mean, does one literally pay for entertainment? You know, I mean, if you saw 45 overs of Dom Sibley batting, or even if he was batting for the full 90 overs in the day.
Well, that's what you pay for, the 90 overs, don't you? You expect to get your 90 overs.
Line in, and Root tucks this ball to short square leg on the bounce.
I mean, we've come to expect that last half hour from 6 till 6:30, that's just been pulled straight into the game, even though it was actually there for situations where you didn't get through and it was understandable, so you had the extra half hour.
Line in. It's defended by Root to short mid-on. I mean, we rotate
That's not the case.
Every day. It's just rotated.
Absolutely. We know it's going to happen.
We do, but you know, when you talk to people who leave cricket grounds in England, many of them are insensible.
Oh, well, that's a different issue.
And I don't know if they care about it quite as much as we do.
Maybe so. Certainly not those people.
No. I mean, I'm sure the Hollies stand is not going to be mithering about a missed 2 or 3 overs. They're going to be wallowing in the warm glow of the first day of the Ashes as Root flicks this ball through mid-wicket. There is cover out there in the form of Travis Head, who's been out there a long time, and he gets a little cheer because he's had an awkward day in the field. And keeps the scoring to 1. Root, who has 66 on his back, now has 66 on the scoreboard, and England are 5 for 239.
So how many overs would you be happy to be down on the night? I mean, we were talking about 15 overs, which it was. In fact, on day 3 of that World Test Championship, it was 15 overs short. Now, you happy with that? Or with 25?
I'm not entirely happy with that, but then you get a Pakistan, it's supposed to be 90 overs a day, and they insist on playing in midwinter, and the light absolutely collapses before the scheduled close of play anyway. So, you know, it's not great around the world. Lyon is in. This is defended by Bairstow on the front foot, back to the bowler, no run. Now then, the time in England is 3:39. Scheduled tea break is at 3:40. I'll count down for you. I'll give you the proper seconds. There are 25 seconds to go. Bairstow's doing no gardening in days gone by. He'd have asked for a bit of a side screen change. Here's Lyon for the last ball of the over. Is it the last ball before tea? Bairstow flicks it fine. It goes down to Boland. A fine leg. They'll get through for a single. 5 for 240. Is that tea? Is that not tea? It's touch and go. Umpires are not going to get there, and they're going to walk off. So at the end of another pulsating session of Ashes cricket, 116 runs in it, 2 wickets, 25 overs, so a scoring rate of 4.64. But for England, yeah, they lost 3 wickets in the first session, so you might say they've done better in that session, but actually they've lost 2 crucial wickets. Harry Brook, who looked sensational on occasion, although he had a couple of lives, must be said. And then the captain, Ben Stokes, who got out driving in a loose ball. Hazelwood had kept the ball on a string. He bowled the only maiden of the day. And then he enticed Stokes into a loose drive. Got a thin edge through to the keeper, which he reviewed, even though the umpire had given it out. Throughout that session, though, standing firm is former captain Joe Root, who's batted very well with no alarms, except that he was given out LBW. And that was overturned because the ball quite clearly hit his glove. He goes to tee on 66 from 97. Johnny Bairstow feeling his way back into Test cricket after that lengthy injury. He has 33 for 45 with 4 boundaries. They've had quite a lot of those, 26 of them so far today. And the bowling figures, 2/3 of the way through the day, roughly. Cummins down to 37 off 10. Hazelwood, the pick of the bowlers for me, 2 for 44 for 11. Boland 1 for 67 from 12. Ryan Nutt 2 for 71 from 16. Just 3 overs, but a lot of pace from Cameron Green. 3 overs, none for 19. Jeremy Coney. What do you make of what we've seen both so far in the day and in that session?
Well, quite an absorbing session, really. I mean, at halfway the stage, once Stokes had been dismissed in England, that was the 2nd wicket of the session. Suddenly it wasn't looking so good for them at all, and so the Bairstow-Root partnership really was required to at least get some runs into the bucket for them, really, and they have done that, haven't they? They've just, you know, strengthened the position for England a little. They're not out of it yet. I think that if they can keep going here, the way that Root has played so calmly throughout, I think, you know, he's just been prepared to pick up runs on offer. He's played the odd big shot. Yes, he's missed. He nearly was LBW with a reverse sweep, but generally you'd say he's looked pretty safe, wouldn't you say? Yeah.
I would.
Yeah.
I would say he's looked very safe. Bairstow looked a little bit scratchy at the start of his innings, but is starting to, well, unfurl some shots. The ball is manky and old. It's 52 overs old. It doesn't look in the best of shape. And it's a warm old day. We're going to have another 2.5 hours of this, though. I don't know whether we're going to get in the final 38 overs, but we'll get somewhere relatively close to it. But we're going to take a little break during the tea break. Up next, it's Paul Sebastiani.
For Henley Homes. Building a new home, Henley Homes.
Lion is in. And Brook crouches and then... Oh, he's bowled him! Unbelievable. The ball has deflected off Brook. It's looped in the air. I don't know if he's got any bat on it. It has looped 10 feet in the air and it has landed back on the stumps. What a freakish way to get out. And Harry Brook will be disconsolate. England have lost their 4th in the most remarkable fashion. But take a look at this. Once more on the replay screen. It's come off the thigh pad. Brook's not looked for it. It's then bounced in front of him and spun back onto the stumps. I've never seen a dismissal quite like that. Brook goes for 32. What a fortuitous wicket. England are back in trouble.
SEN Test cricket for Maccas. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe. That was the Maccas moment of the session. The Maccas I'm loving it moment. It's a new season for the McSpicy range at Maccas when Harry Brook somehow found himself bowled off his bum and his back and his boot for 32. The other wicket to fall was Ben Stokes for 1, caught behind from the bowling of Hazelwood. Those wickets falling with the score on 175 and 176 respectively. This pair were put on 64. Joe Root resuming on 66. Johnny Bairstow 33. The 2 Yorkshiremen know each other so well. Been playing cricket together since they were children. And Australia put in a good shift, all things considered, on a docile pitch. 5 wickets down for 240 as we begin the final stanza. Scott Boland has the ball in his hand at our broadcast end. Adam Collins with you and Peter Lalor with me. Good afternoon, Pete.
Good afternoon, Adam Collins. Not many times in Scott Boland's career of late that he's bowled 12 overs, gone for 67 runs, and Only one wicket in the wicket column. We expect much more from Scotty.
Well,
we heard Pat come and say that, didn't we, after the press conference? I think sometimes we expect too much from Scotty.
What happens is whenever we start having these conversations, he goes bang, bang, in and over.
That's right.
And that's been the life cycle for him so far.
Critical first hour, isn't it? I reckon it'll decide who takes the points in this first day of cricket. I thought Australia had pulled that momentum back with the dismissal of Ben Stokes in the middle of that last session, but...
Boland to Bairstow to start the session. Back of a length, nearly chops on. Inside edge kept a bit low. Instead it goes for 4. Bairstow up to 37 with a bit of luck. Pat Cummins clapping is quick. 5 for 244 the score.
Loose start there from Bairstow. Played it a wide one. Kept a little bit low, I think.
Yeah.
Lucky not to have edged that back on the stumps, but he's got 4 runs for it.
See the replay here for tyre power. Yeah, keeps low, goes past the leg stump. Tyre power, your tyre experts.
Should have been another wicket. Scott Boland. I was saying when Stokes was dismissed in the middle of that second session, I thought Australia had the ascendancy, but these two have certainly pulled it back.
Important partnership building. Boland up to the crease, delivers to Bairstow. Gets on the front foot and slaps it more than drives it out to Cummins at mid-off. Just gone 1 a.m. in Melbourne, eastern seaboard of Australia. So usually, Pete, the rhythm is if you're watching in Australia an Ashes series, you stay up till tea, you make it to 12:40 a.m. and you go to bed.
Yeah.
Now, I wonder how many people have held on today thinking day one, big session, like you say, big hour after tea. If Australia get a couple more here, it'll be their day. Text us in 0433 98 11 16. Where are you listening in from? Boland, 2 catches behind the wicket. Bairstow forcing off the back foot out to point where there's been a sweeper all day long. Gets 138 for him. 5 for 246. What have you made of Australia's adaptation to baseball today? How have you seen it?
Well, I think Jeremy Coney was saying before, he's worried about the number of singles they're conceding, aren't they? Because they've pushed the men back onto the ropes. We've seen with baseball in the past that if you don't have those men back on the ropes, you are really going to pay, because you've got to nip them in the bud early, these English batsmen. They put on 30 runs before you blink.
Root 66, his first ball of the session. He advances to Boland before shouldering arms well outside the off stump through to the gloves of Carey. It felt like Cummins wasn't going to stand on ceremony when it came to having 3 slips in the gully, right? We've seen that with him before. He's a proactive captain. When he realises something's not quite right, he tends to pull a bowler off 1 over earlier than otherwise might be the case. We saw it with Stark last week at the Oval, didn't we? In the first innings with the ball. 2 overs off and brought him back later. So he was happy to make tweaks early, even if it didn't necessarily look pretty. Put all the sweepers out. Boland up, delivers reverse ramp from Root over the top of the cordon. He loves that shot. It goes for 6. Joe Root has made that one of his primary weapons over the last 12 months. It's been a signature stroke of baseball, really. Getting down low, getting down early. It takes England beyond 250. 5 for 251. Root up to 72. That was outside the off stump, just where he wanted to be to lift it over the 2 catches in the cordon.
Gee, that's some sort of shot. We were saying baseball is classic cricket shots, but that one is not, is it? That's brought straight from the T20 game. What disrespect to Scott Boland.
Will he try it again? Boland in, Root conventionally, opens the blade, gets 1 out to point. Good batting. 6 followed by a 1 to complete the first over after tea. 5 for 252. Root 73. Bairstow 38. That's on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Beaumont Tile's huge sale on now. Getting another look at this from Root. He switches the hands over, gets inside the line and just helps it on its way. What a shot that is for tyre power, your tyre experts.
Oh, we saw 2 magnificent reverses from him before the break off Lyon. One very square that dragged the third fine leg, around wider, and then he got one fine. Beautiful cricket shots. He plays them as if he's left-handed, doesn't he? He gets the full face of the bat on the ball.
Incredible.
I remember marvelling at David Warner doing that 10 years ago, but I never thought I'd see Joe Root doing it in a test match. That is our first genuine taste of baseball there, isn't it? After tea on the first day. And you see what it does to the bowler too, because next to he's able to walk at the bowler. What do you do when a batsman can do that to you? What are your options?
I think baseball is as much about forcing Australia to put 4 sweepers out in the first half an hour as well. It's about making it feel like a one-day international. They've only bowled one maiden today in 53 overs. I mean, that'll be exhausting for the Australians as well. Another factor to consider. As a fielding team, being out there for 90 overs, if they do field all day, having to run around like it is a one-dayer, that's a different kind of stress we'd normally have on the first day of a series. As Nathan Lyon prepares to take up the attack from the Birmingham City end, he's got 2 for 71 from 16, going at 4.4 and over. No maidens for him, unusual, but that's that kind of day. Picked up Brook in the middle session. Round the wicket here. First ball of the new over. Root opens his hands, placing the backward point. Bairstow wanted the single, got sent back. Smith does the fielding, no run.
Smith's not in a classic slips fielding position there, is he? He's standing quite back and quite wide.
He's kind of there for the reverse sweep gone wrong, isn't he?
He is, I think, yes.
You would call him a conventional backward point if it were a seamer on. So, yeah, definitely there for the reverse miscue. Root on the front foot, pushing, turning around the corner where Labuschagne is positioned at leg gully. Another relatively unconventional position. Not leg slip, not short leg, somewhere in between. An absorbing start to the session. All involved. All eyes on Lyon, bowling to Root. He's faced 102 balls. Wide of the crease, Root forward again, and just behind square, but no one. Cut off at square leg by David Warner. So, yeah, it's all about, we asked Pat about it how many times, like, what will you do when this happens? And he was phlegmatic, as he tends to be, pretty open-minded to the situation, and that challenge continues into the final stretch here. Lyon bowls and Root using his feet before pushing into the onside Pujara-esque, no run.
Well, he's a relatively conservative captain, isn't he? He doesn't like to leak runs. He'll push the field back to block off runs rather than really attack. You don't agree?
I wonder whether he would characterise it differently as Lyon gets back to the top of his mark again. Root 73 bowls here. Root back, 1 to point, 1 all day in that part of the ground. 74, 5 for 253. Whether he would see blocking off boundaries as a way of containing pressure and being aggressive in its own way, I wonder.
Yeah, but it doesn't contain pressure when the single's there.
True.
Does it?
True.
When the singles are there. As Smith moves back into a more conventional slip position with Bairstow at the crease.
Yeah, Bairstow less prone to playing the big reverse, although they do have a deep backward point still out there for it. Bairstow 38, Lyon bowls Fuller, and he's taken down to long on in that one-day fashion for an easy single. They walk it through to complete the 54th over. Bairstow keeps the strike. He's 38, Root 74, 5 for 254. The score on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now.
It's the end of financial year, so take stock of the savings and get a great break at Tyre Power. Buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Toyo tyres, but only until June 30 at Tyre Power's end of financial year sale. Visit tyrepower.com.au.
Hi, I'm Caroline Wilson. Join me and my friend Corrie Perkin each week for the Don't Shoot the Messenger podcast, thanks to Red Energy, my supplier. Powered by the mighty Snowy Hydro, a leader in renewable energy, Red Energy is 100% Australian-owned and local. Phone 131 806.
We're at Edgbaston for Maccas. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe. Scott Boland prepares to go again. As soon as whoever's standing up in front of the sight screen sits down, or whatever it is that's going on that Maria Erasmus isn't happy about. Mentioned before, 0433 98 11 16 or 8833 in New Zealand to text us, as someone has from America. Thanks for this great SEN service, which I discovered and subscribed to today. Welcome in the States. It's probably a better time zone for listening right now. Boland in. His 14th over. Delivers here. Full and driven through the covers by Bairstow. Through the eye to needle. No room to work with there. Didn't try and overhit it. Just placed it through that gap to the extent there was a gap. He's 43 from 50 balls. Bairstow's now struck 6 boundaries. 5 for 258.
Well, these two came together with a score of 5 for 176. England in a little bit of trouble. Had just lost their skipper for no runs. But this has been a brilliant partnership.
82 from 95 balls to stand so far, and it does rather validate the point that Stokes has made, that if they get in trouble, they'll keep playing the same way to get out of trouble. Boland's got 2 catches behind the wicket. Bairstow 43 to him here, clipping down the ground. He struck that so well, but Khawaja saved a certain boundary to his left, had to dive the time to perfection, and so he did.
Nice piece of fielding from Khawaja, that, the number 1.
Absolutely hammered that Bairstow. Watching the replay here for Tyre Power, your tyre experts. Just a clip, but yet Khawaja got there with the left hand. Super stuff.
haven't had their best day in the field, Australia. Travis Head's dropped that catch. They've fumbled a few trying to field them. And as you say, they're running around a bit. They're chasing a lot of leather, aren't they?
Absolutely. Boland in, Bairstow, little inside edge, possibly onto the pad.
Yeah, I think so. Pad or foot.
Out to cover, nevertheless. Yeah, this experience of going hard and Boland not having played Test cricket quite like this before. Message in here from a listener who's got an early tea time at 7:45 a.m. but isn't going to bed because it's so enthralling. Sound like me. I wouldn't go to bed if it were a position like this at tea, if I were in Australia.
Do you go to bed? I imagine you barely sleep.
Not during these series when I was a kid growing up. Bairstow 43, Boland in, off the hip. Single all day long to deep square leg. Maybe two. He's weighted it well. Bairstow wants a couple. Takes on line through with utter ease. He's 45, 5 for 260. Again, it's that kind of one-day running as well, isn't it? Not satisfied with knocking it out to deep square and getting one immediately. The call was two through RFX, Mike.
It's smart cricket to drop it and get one. It's brilliant cricket to drop it and get two. That's the bonus. As you said, they push the fielders back to the ropes. There's runs there.
Got John in Hawthorn. Cold and windy in Melbourne. We have 3-week-old twins. So I've selflessly volunteered to take the night feeding shifts for the next month or so. Good on you, John. Congratulations. He also says, go D's. Boland bowls back of a length and cut by Bairstow to deep backward point for another single. He's 46. 5 for 261.
They just can't control the pace of the game, can they?
Yeah.
They just can't. One maiden there, and that maiden led up to the Stokes wicket. I think it was 9 dot balls in a row from Hazelwood. Not the Stokes. Yes, the Stokes wicket.
Good selection, Hazelwood.
Yeah, the selectors will be feeling really good about his performance today.
He's got a habit of bowling well in tough conditions, Josh Hazelwood. Deems fit, looks fit. He'll be back on soon, I'm sure. Boland to complete his 14th over. Joe Root out towards mid-on. Kawaja does the fielding. End of it. 5 for 261 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles huge sail on now with Bairstow 46 and Root on 74.
What does it take to win Super Ratings Fund of the Year? Strong performance, competitive fees, and a focus on members. A super fund that delivers all three? That's a plus. Host Plus, 2023 Super Fund of the Year. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Visit lonsec.com.au for awards and ratings criteria and disclosure. General advice only. Consider the relevant PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au. Awards and ratings are only one factor to consider. Past performance is not an indicator of future performance. Search Compare Host Plus today.
Our coverage is for Macca's. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe. Pete, what's the first series you remember as a kid listening to the radio through the night from England?
Very, very early. Keith Stackpole was playing.
72?
Yeah.
Giving your age away there, Pete, a little bit. Sorry, mate.
My face gives my age away, Adam. 72.
A Massey Test match at Lord's, 16 wickets on debut.
I remember seeing that on the TV, I reckon. Or was it the highlights I saw?
Would have been the highlights in 72. They didn't get direct coverage in then.
That's when it used to swing in England.
Line, round the wicket, Bairstow defence. The first game beamed back live from England was the 75 World Cup final, where they found a solution to get it back live. I suppose that would have been on Channel 9. Of course, radio coverage live from England all the way back to 1948. When they took the BBC commentary, McGilvray was overdoing it, as he did all the way through to the mid-80s. Line bowls here, Bairstow tucks into the onside. Could be two, no, just one. Happy with that this time. 47 for him, 5 for 263.
Which is the first one that you remember, Adam?
89. Oh, no, 93 listening to. I have memories of waking up early as a little boy in 89 and sort of having a sense this was pretty special. But definitely remember 93, taking the radio to bed each night and convincing my parents to let me go to bed at 4 o'clock every day after school, and sleeping for a few hours and kind of justifying that existence for a few months. Line delivers round the wicket, Root using his feet out to square leg, no run. The 72 Test match, they didn't play one here, I was going to say Australia. Well, that was 75 where they won by an innings and 85 runs. Lilly, Walker and Thompson all taking fifers. They didn't always play a Test here at Edgbaston on early Ashes tours. Line delivers, Root round the wicket, out towards mid-wicket, no run. So there was a test here in 1902 where Australia got very lucky. Bowled out for 36, their lowest score in test history, and due to the rain, they got away with a draw. It's the first test ever played at Edgbaston. Wilfred Rhodes, 7 for 17. Line delivers, Root back, out to square leg again. There's no run there. There's some brilliant matches over the years. I mean, 2005, of course, 2 runs, the deficit at the end. A great piece of commentary from Richie Benno on television. You know, Jones, Harmison, Kaspovich, the man to go. In forward here is Root to complete the line over. A tidy one of that. 56 gone, 5 for 262. That's on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now. Route 74, Bairstow 47.
Just going to grab some more beers. Pause it for me? No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. He's about to get his ton. It'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no. Did I miss it? Come on, mate. You've got to rewind it, please.
Oh, not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel.
You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
SEN Test Cricket for Maccas. Here's to 30 years of the Mick Cafe. Damien Fleming jumping in with Pete Lalor and me. Flem, what's the first memory you have of following the Ashes in the middle of the night?
81. And I reckon both of them got going in that series.
People have talked about that.
Yeah,
I heard something.
That's correct, isn't it? So that I remember, watching that late at night, Colo. And Dennis, my idol, Lily, dominated. Didn't know Terry Alderman before that. Certainly did afterwards. But Beefy took us down, didn't he?
Here as well. So everyone remembers the 100 at Headingley, the 149, and the 100 at Manchester in as many balls. But here taking 5 for 1 to finish the Test match at Edgbaston. Australia were 4 for 105, chasing 151, and were all out 1-2-1 when both of them went nuts on the final day. It was devastation for Kim Hughes and co, wasn't it?
Well, they were so close, weren't they, for winning 4 tests?
Yep. Hazelwood starts a new over and a new spell. Pulled out towards square leg, or make that mid-wicket by Bairstow for 1. He's 48, 5 for 263.
Just shows you the pace of the wicket, that shot, didn't it?
That's what I was saying. I mean, that's a short of a... or fuller than short of a length. And that was just so easily put away.
Waited for it to get to him.
It is a very placid pitch. It's just got the odd one that keeps down and the odd one that goes through a bit, but generally it's easy batting.
Speaks to how well Australia has stuck to their task, but they need to break this down worth 87 now. Hazelwood to Root on middle stump, pushed out to Khawaja at mid-on, no run. In Bendigo, we've got well and truly wide awake, walking the dog.
Oh, wow.
Boland seems to have been unlucky so far. We've got Sam in Melbourne, overnight truckie, heading southbound. The Ashes keeping me company for the next 5 weeks. Love every SEN call. We love you for it, Sam. And John in Venice. Coverage been great. Crowd's been perfect. Loving your work, Colo, etc. Won't keep reading that because I realise you're saying nice things about me. All told, 0433 98 11 16. It's late at night. What's your first memory of tuning in? Let us know on the text. Hazelwood bowls, and shuffling forward is Joe Root before pushing to the offside no run. Pete?
Who's walking the dog in Bendigo and where?
Unfortunately, that disappeared from my screen.
Oh, right.
Get back in touch. If you're the dog walker in Bendigo, where are you? Pete knows all about.
Born and bred just there next to the Kennington Oval in Bendigo.
Yeah.
You would have played cricket at the QEO, wouldn't you, Damien?
Yeah. That we used to play the tour games.
Yeah, Queen Elizabeth Oval.
Great.
Holly Stand involved over to our right, singing in their rounds as they do late in the day. Root on 74, facing Hazelwood, full and pushed out to the offside. That chant ends with, "You're the convicts, you're the convicts, you're the convicts over there."
Is that what they're saying?
That's the end of that round of a song. We're the left side, we're the right side, we're the middle, you're the convicts.
Is that level
and
with
on,
us?
and on and on it goes.
Okay.
It must be that tour group. We're
Pretty
seeing
clear.
Merv Hughes on our screen for Tyre Power.
Hey, they've declared.
Merv's here with Jeff Marsh, I believe.
So
Mitch Marsh's
there
dad
they
is
are.
here.
So they are giving it to the tour group in yellow shirts that Merv's with. They're getting the "You're the convicts, you're the convicts," and they're waving back, and it's all fun and games.
You wouldn't want to be pushing Big Merv too much, would you? But great to see. I saw Jeff Marsh at the function last night.
Yeah.
What a great man. What a lovely man. Finally finished up with cricket. 64 years of age. He's retired. It's all over. Yeah, no helping out Western Australia or the Scorchers.
So he's now leading tour groups around the world with Merv.
Tour groups.
He hasn't really given up on cricket, has he?
I'd say coaching.
Not a bad way to do it for Merv. Always a feature of these tours in England as a player, now as a tour group leader, a commentator from time to time. I think we've topped the text from Venice a moment ago. Route 74 facing Hazelwood, gets forward, beats him outside the off stump. Haven't said that many times today. Root throws his head back, realises that was ever so close to.
It's almost like it goes through the top, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Well, that's two beautiful deliveries from Hazelwood. It's interesting now, you commented that one that got pulled, it's short of a length. If you can get that extra metre and a half, it actually comes off the pitch quicker.
Root just fended at that, watching it again for tyre power.
That was such a good ball.
Yeah, deserved the wicket. Australia's best today, Josh Hazelwood, away from us. Passes umpire Rasmussen, bowls again to Joe Root on middle stump. Keeps him honest, pushing to mid-on, no run. Said before we can beat Venice. How about Lake Como? That's from Slicker, listening there in Italy. Can't get excited. Can't get too excited. There's a lot of English by the pool. Okay, fair enough. That's the end of the over as well. 5 for 263.
What does it take to win Super Ratings Fund of the Year? Strong performance, competitive fees, and a focus on members. A super fund that delivers all three? That's a plus. Host Plus, 2023 Super Fund of the Year. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Visit lonsec.com.au for awards and ratings criteria and disclosure. General advice only. Consider the relevant PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au. Awards and ratings are only one factor to consider. Past performance is not an indicator of future performance. Search Compare Host Plus today.
Our coverage for Macca's. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe, our dog walker, Pete. North Bendigo near the zoo. New over for line. Conventional short leg in for Bairstow now. Haven't seen him today. Round the corner he goes towards fine leg instead. Coming back for two. Bairstow herring down to the danger end. Taking on Hazelwood. Hazelwood hits his hand in frustration. And it brings up Bairstow's half century as well. Johnny Bairstow struck 6 boundaries. He's done everything right. This partnership now worth 89. Coming together with his Yorkshire teammate Joe Root. These two know each other's game so well. Bairstow struck twin tons here last year, and he's picking up where he left off through his majestic summer of 2022. 5 for 265, Flem.
Just strike rate of 86. That's the thing. He's such a dangerous player, and this is a big partnership for England, isn't it? And it's building momentum. The Barmy Army is singing. The strike rate's going up. Tough times for the Australians. Can they eke one wicket? Run through the English.
It's prompted a change in angle. I don't think we've seen line bowl over the wicket today. First ball from that angle. Slipping a short leg, delivers here. Bairstow goes back, plays with the spin to mid-wicket. Warner fields no run.
And I like it. Why not change up the angle a little bit? Johnny might feel like he wants to take him back over his head. There's a long on-in position.
Line from the Birmingham City end to Bairstow on an even 50. Sweeping. Getting loads of that out to deep square leg. It thumps into the boards. He's given that everything. Premeditated shot, but line was full, and Bairstow said thanks for that. 5 for 269. He's 54 with his 7th boundary.
I think the Duke ball just said ouch. He smashed that.
He did. Smashed it right through Mana Slabashane and right between the two fielders back there on the rope.
And that experiment's lasted 2 deliveries. Lions going straight back around the wicket again. He did that a lot back in 2013 here in England when he was brought back into the side with a fair degree of success. Bowling to Bairstow. He's moving through the gears. Up and over the top of cover. That'll be 4 more. Using his feet. Doesn't quite get to the pitch. It doesn't matter when you're in this kind of nick. Johnny Bairstow moves to 58. 5 for 273. Partnership up to 97.
He's showing all his talent here, isn't it? I mean, that was a beautiful sweep shot, the previous delivery. Forced to change in line and Lyon was trying to tuck him up to hit him through the leg side, and he just opens up the face and smashes it through the offside.
Didn't actually hit it all that hard, just enough to get over the fielder's head, wasn't it? Wasn't a silly shot. Didn't throw the kitchen sink at him.
No, he loves hitting inside out though.
Yeah.
Line 2 left in an expensive over. Bowls to Bairstow, back pushing into the onside. Doesn't beat Warner, does well at mid-wicket. Cross to his right. Pete, just quickly, we saw this at training, didn't we? The Aussie batters trying to baseball Line to get him ready for this yesterday, day before.
That's right. Yeah. I think Nathan's seen a few fly over his head in his time.
Well, part of the charm of being a finger spinner. Last ball of the over. Bairstow here sweeping again straight into Labuschagne's ankle, and that has hurt him. Labuschagne dancing around. Gets a little cuddle from Alex Carey. He'll be okay. End of the over. 10 off it. 5 for 273. Bairstow 58, Root 74. That's on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. National Tiles has just landed from Spain a magnificent range of super large atmosphere floor tiles. Our introductory price on these magnificent $80 floor tiles is an unbelievable $59.95. That's right, save over $20 per metre on these magnificent 1200 by 600 Spanish floor tiles. But you'll have to be quick to save over $20 per metre on this exclusive introductory offer. So rush into National Tiles now and save.
SEN Test Cricket for Macca's. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe. Got a younger listener, Thomas. His first memory of listening in overnight was in Cardiff 2009. I remember screaming at Anderson, Panesar, the 12th man and the physio. Back to Joe Root facing Hazelwood, back of a length. Good contest starting between these two. Out to backward point, no single.
No, that was a shocker, wasn't it, that test match?
The perfect test match for Australia until the final couple of hours.
Bit us in the end, didn't they? England won the Oval test match.
Yep.
To take it.
Dan in Bannockburn, listening on my way home from Geelong after birthday celebrations with work colleagues. Well, what a birthday. Ash's day one. How's that? Hazelwood away from us, up to the crease. Bowls to Root, back of a length again, able to steer it this time to deep backward point. His favoured part of the ground. He's 25 away from 100 now, 5 for 274.
These two bat deep into this session. England have the ascendancy, don't they? One a day.
Well, how many overs left?
Well, it's more 2 hours and 3 minutes to go because, of course, the extra half an hour and all the rest of it. So theoretically, 31.4.
Right.
So they won't get all of those in, but. You know, you're right though, Pete.
That's over 400.
Nathan Lyon's been bowling all day and we're still not getting the overs in.
Not even close, yeah. They lost their entire match payment, not that it matters to them, of course, in the World Test Championship final last week. Bairstow back on strike, thumping a back of a length delivery from Hazelwood to cover. No single, though.
India lost their whole match payment, didn't they?
Oh, sorry, Australia lost 80%.
Yeah, so India lost their whole match payment and Shannon Gill. Shannon Gill.
Shannon was listening earlier.
Yeah.
Right now. does a spot with Jarrod Waitley each week. Great job.
Hi, Shannon. Shubman Gill lost 20% of his match fee for dissent. So he's lost 120% of his match fee, hasn't he?
He's paid to play. Or has he served the suspensions concurrently? Not quite sure. Hazelwood in, Bairstow in the long sleeves, out to cover again off the front foot. I mean, the assessment there was that across a test match where 37 overs were lost, they only got fined for 9. So that is to say 5 for India and 4 for Australia. I don't know. I do not have any concept of how that was arrived at, but anyway, we won't go there today.
No, we got, as you said, Pete, a very exciting last session. If they keep going, 400 plus for England today.
And the rest, they hit 400 plus here back in 2005 on day one. Hazelwood in to Bairstow. Partnership's worth 98, stays there with a prod down towards mid-on. End of the over.
I don't think it is.
Oh, my apologies. I got ahead of myself. Don't go to the ad.
Hazelwood's bowling so well. Like, he's really got their respect. And also, they play a bit differently. Like, Root wants to hit through the leg side, and you can see Bairstow moving inside the line, like he wants to hit through the offside. So Hazelwood's adjusted his line to attack the stumps and cramp him for room. So
Bairstow 2 out on the leg side, 1 out on the offside. Hazelwood to him here to finish the over, and Bairstow slaps him straight to cover with real force, but Labuschagne is there to cut it off for the second time in the over. 5 for 274 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now with Bairstow 58, Root 75, and a change in commentary. Daniel Norcross coming in for me.
I tell you, kids these days, they don't know the meaning of bargain hunting. Back in my day, I would sleep outside the store all night, no tent. And then once you got in, I still have a scar from a stock take sale back in 91. But these days, with Kogan Mobile, you can sign up for the best value gigs per buck while sitting on the toilet. Talk about a bargain. Get one at koganmobile.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket with Maccas. Here's to 30 years of McCaffrey. Nathan Lyon's going to continue. He's bowling to Joe Root, who's brought up his three-quarter century. He's on 75. So he's in around the wicket. And Root's dropped on a pad. But Lyon not as interested as Labuschagne, which I suppose is nothing new. We've been getting some of your messages in, and do give us your messages, because I tell you, we commentators, we pretend to be kind to the people who give us messages in the first couple of sessions. As Lyon is in, has dabbed it to the offside. Big bit of space and a single. The Root takes him to 76, to 75 for 5. But, you know, let's face it, if you're not up listening to the first session of the Ashes and you're an Australian, you're not an Australian.
No.
If you're not up listening to the second session of the Ashes, you might be slightly older Australia. I'm going to let the kids off.
Yeah.
But the real Australians,
yes,
the proper Aussies, they're the ones who are here for the third and final session.
I'm here.
Now, what's happening? You're here, yeah. Softball, but no, they've got to keep using it.
So this just helps the over rates. I like this.
Well, in fairness to the players, the patch of balls that Dukes have been producing over the last couple of years, they're a bit better this year than last year, but they're not.
Are they like fine? Are they like red wines? Do they have good years and bad years?
Do. The Dukes do, yeah.
Okay.
Shall I tell you something that I did not realise but found out the other day? There's a great article by Jim Wallace all about Dukes balls, and here's a beauty for you. It's the line. Is it down the wicket? Comes Bairstow flicking in the air, going out towards deep mid wicket, and a dive is in vain. Head can't get there. It's another boundary. Boundary for Bairstow. Takes him to 62. The score now, 5 for 279.
He's going to go past Root, isn't he?
Well,
that's a beautiful shot. Inside the line. Flick it over mid-wicket. There's no fielder there, and the outfield is lightning. 100 partnership.
The 100 partnership up, and that's why we've got a standing ovation, and it's come in the number of balls that Phil Long will tell us shortly.
Good leading.
Yeah. Lovely shot. Lyon in. I haven't forgotten about those balls, don't you worry. And Bairstow waits the ball, scurries slightly, but he manages to chop down and get a single as he goes to the right of extra cover and the left of mid-off. 5 for 280. So, yeah, some years when the weather's not so great, the grass isn't as lush.
Yeah.
The cows from whose hide the balls are made are not as robust.
Okay.
So, in a strange kind of way, yeah, you've got a whole series of, there's food chains, there's sun, there's rain, there's reverse sweep in the air, goes down towards deep backward point from Root, gets a single.
And how do you test for a bad year of Dukes?
Well,
I don't like this.
Well, if you'd seen them last year, blimey, when they got hit, they went flat on one side. There's your ball.
Because I always think of the Duke as really hard.
Yeah, well, these didn't. They flattened on the side he got hit. And, of course, last year there was a lot of hitting. I did a game where there were 9 changes of ball in one innings. It was preposterous. Lyon in, back into his crease goes Bairstow, picks up a single, pushing it up to long on. A productive over for England and for Bairstow. He moves to 64. The end of the over, 5 for 282.
Go full sport with Code Sports, Australia's biggest and most experienced sports news team, bringing you all the latest news and in-depth stories from around the globe, as well as every stat and live score. For all your sport now in the one place, visit Code Sports today.
Hi, I'm Caroline Wilson. Join me and my friend Corey Perkin each week for the Don't Shoot the Messenger podcast, thanks to Red Energy, my supplier. Powered by the mighty Snowy Hydro, a leader in renewable energy, Red Energy is 100% Australian-owned and local. Phone 131 806.
Test cricket on SEN with McCafe celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie, as the two Aussies alongside me can testify.
I'm up to 4 coffees today. 4 jet lagged.
Yeah,
I'm going to go 5.
You don't mind me saying so?
I need it.
You're looking at.
I need it.
You're looking for coffees. When did you arrive in the country?
Tuesday morning. So I've had 3 nights, but no.
Yeah,
I keep staying up later, but waking up at the same time.
Yeah.
Less sleep.
Absolutely classic.
But I'm up for this. Hazelwood's bowl. He's in a very good spell at the moment.
He's had a great day with the ball, hasn't he? He's looked a
Look how close first slip is. You know, for Josh Hazelwood, bouncy stock ball, they're normally yards back.
Hazelwood in, driving his best, hammering it through the offside for 4. A bit of width, a bit too much length, and Bairstow's climbed into it. He's starting to motor here. He's up to 68. Dangerous both for Bairstow and for Australia. This is a tense passage of play.
Yeah, over-pitched and wide. But the interesting thing is that all day Australia's had a sweeper out on the offside. Yeah. It feels the majority of the day their job has been to pick the ball up quicker and roll it back in. So they had it too fine early on, then they had it too square. They just never got it right.
Hazelwood into Bairstow again. Bairstow drives, edges, drops. There was a really tough chance to Carey's right. But he's been keeping magnificently lately, and he'll be a little annoyed there. He's got it in, I would say, that maybe the webbing. We'll take a look on the replay screen with Tyre Power, your tyre experts, and they confirm my initial suspicions. There was a goodly thick edge. It was wide. He went after it, Bairstow, and
no, he got there. He got there.
Yeah.
That's a definite chance. I mean, he's a tall wicket keeper. He's got long arms. And he actually went too far.
Yeah. He did get.
And that's a tighter line. You know, you can't go any further than a 5th stump line to Bairstow because he's giving himself room to the leg side.
Bairstow picked up 2 for that. This next delivery just works the short mid-wicket. Now then, we've got... What do we make of this field, boys? We've got Jarrod, Kimber and Damien Fleming with me, because we have got now a straight mid-on, very straight, who's actually standing right next to Root at the non-striker's end. Deep square and quite a straight short mid-wicket, a mid-on, a mid-off. Is this saying... I'm going to bowl straight here.
Well, we saw, didn't we, early on that Root almost hit one to mid-on, chip one up in the air.
Did, yeah.
So we're just going to see these kinds of fielders more and more throughout the game, I think.
Bairstow waits, Hazelwood runs in. Bairstow pulls high in the air, out into the holly stand for 4. One bounce. It didn't get up. You can understand why he might try the short ball occasionally. But with a 60-over ball on this pitch against this batter, and the result felt fairly inevitable. And Bairstow is now a runner ball, 74.
No, that's the corridor of carnage, that halfway down, nothing behind it. If you're going to bowl the bouncer, you've got to bowl it with real intent. It has to get it at eye level.
I love that. We've had the hall of hesitancy and now the corridor of carnage. Hazelwood in again, full. Bairstow drives straight to short, extra cover. There's no run.
And Joe, I mean, you were talking about it before. I mean, for most batsmen, that's tying them up, and it's going to go to mid-off at all. But because Johnny stays leg side, and what happens is, because he's got an open stance, he can generate more power to hit through the offside than a traditional batsman.
Remember, very early on, he had the LBW shot when he shuffled across. You can actually see in his triggers, he's trying to hold himself onto leg stump, isn't he? Which is just giving himself a little bit more room. Because that was his big problem early in his career, was LBWs all the time.
Hazelwood in to complete his over. Bairstow waits and he defends a straight ball into the covers. End of another productive over. England on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Beaumont Tile's huge sale. England 5 for 292.
Looking for innovative appliances designed with the environment in mind? Then look no further. For over 110 years, Whirlpool has been a leader in kitchen and laundry appliances using patented 6 Sense technology Whirlpool guarantees outstanding results while saving precious time and energy. That's the best result for you, your family and the environment. So, have you got a Whirlpool? Visit whirlpool.com.au to find a stockist near you.
It's Cricket on SEN with McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee. Fit for an Aussie. We've got some physios out there, maybe a couple of little drinks. It's not a drinks break, not a scheduled drinks break at the moment.
Just helps for the overrates. I like it.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah, I like it.
You're getting tetchy about his overrates, aren't you? You can tell you are, Jet lag. Now, we've had some tweets in, or some texts, I should say. Some texts in. Listening in from the train in New York State en route to the Hamptons. So grateful to have commentary. Thank you. Well, thank you, Alex. Although, I might say so, if you're listening in from the Hamptons or in New York, then it's only about sort of midday for you. So I'd expect you to be listening. Tim and Edward are here. I'll tell you more about them in a moment. As Lyon starts a new over from the Birmingham end. He's into Joe Root. Root dances down the wicket, flicks the short mid-wicket on the ground, no run. Hey guys, me and my colleagues are paramedics in Sydney. Well done, you're up. Loving the Ashes commentary to get us through the night shift. Well, you're heroes,
well
Tim
done.
and Edward.
I mean, quite literally.
Yeah, they really are.
Yeah.
Lyon in, and that is swept out through deep backward square leg. Hazelwood's going to have to take his weary body a bit to his left, and he cuts the ball off. One more to Root and to England. He goes to 78. Paul has also been in touch. He says, loving recovery as I listen in while taking an evening stroll in Hong Kong. Just got back from that. I've loved the Ashes since Mum used to let me stay up late and watch the 89 series. Oh, Paul, you brought back terrifying memories.
It's a popular Ashes, that, 89.
I was 20. Well, I guess very popular in Australia because the English thought Australia were rubbish, much the same way as Australia thought
Worst
England.
touring team ever.
Well, the Aussies said that about the English in 86-7.
Worst touring team.
Yeah. Bairstow hammers at this, smashes it through hit backward square leg. Dragged down short by Lyon. It's 4 more, and you know what? Bairstow's caught up with his Yorkshire teammate. He has 78, Root has 78, 5 for 297 now.
Well, he's certainly downloaded the boundary app at T, hasn't he? He's got 12 now, 12 in his 78.
What was the score at T? 2?
Since T, it's 45-12 to Bairstow.
Wow. Down the wicket, he comes, he's gone, stumped! Lyon's got his man, he's beaten him on the outside edge. And Bairstow looking to be aggressive, looking to keep going, has charged Lyon. Lyon's seen him coming, thrown it fast outside the off stump, and Carey has taken it and whipped those bails off. And he's got to go to a standing ovation. 78 he's made. And he's come back.
Tell you what, he ran down that far. He almost crossed with Joe Root, didn't he? He went so far down. I mean, what a knock. 78. Brilliant strike rate once again. Moeen Ali is back. It's his hometown. So he'll be pumped up to continue the Baz ball so far in this session. But, geez, Jarrod, Bairstow had the Australians had no answers. You know, he could have really advanced this game so much.
He really, after he made 50, sort of put his foot down, didn't he? But that last one...
But batted beautifully.
Oh, yeah. But that last one, it was almost like he didn't make a decision.
Yeah.
He came down, and then at the end, as he tried to go for a single, like, that's not even a shot.
It's a little.
How would you describe that? It was such an odd moment.
If he decided to just hit it over Nathan Lyon's head, he could have done that.
It would have been a much better option.
Well, or just get some body on it. Because, frankly, he's let that go through him by trying to flick across the line.
Gee, that's a bonus for the Australians.
They've had a couple of bonuses, although a couple of missed chances as well. So.
It's a massive wicket. 6 for 297. We keep saying on this pitch, 400 feels like a minimum, and England's tail is weak.
Run a ball for Johnny Bairstow, 78 from 78, 12 fours. That partnership in the end worth 121 from 140 deliveries.
Phil, what did he score after he made his 50? It felt like that was when he made the change. Because he wasn't at a run a ball at 50, was he?
No, nothing like it.
I think he was 13 off his first 26.
There we go. Nathan Lyon has got the wood on Moeen Ali. He's in to bowl to him and has come back to the England team. And he gets off the mark straight away, pushing it to the offside. A short ball.
Gets it square of the wicket. No, they're not going to get an overthrow, but they will get the one run that gets Moeen Ali off the mark. But I tell you, if I were Australia, I would be delighted on this pitch to have England 6 down for under 300.
Just even that there, though, you know, was that Renshaw on the field? You've got to know, Ali's first test innings for a couple of years, you know, he'll want to get off with the single. I don't reckon he was walking in. Easy pressure to get off the mark.
Yeah, Moeen Ali also, like, he likes to dominate Nathan Lyon, but he's never really dominated Nathan Lyon very often.
Ever. Well, Nathan Lyon's had the wood on him, hasn't he? Round the wicket comes Lyon to Root. How does Root play now? He defends off the back foot. Back to the bowler. A successful over for Lyon and for Australia. On the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sail. England 6 for 298. SEN test streak with Maccas. Here's the 30 years of the cafe. Phil Long.
Yeah, Joe Root, sorry, not Joe, Johnny Bairstow, you were asking about, Jarrod. Yeah, he 28 of the last 20 balls he faced with 6 fours.
Yeah, something changed. He just started to attack a lot more after that period. There's a chunk out of the ball. We talked about soft leather.
Yes, we did talk about soft leather. So we've got a little bit of a break in play while the balls are being brought out. There's going to be a replacement ball. So while we're at it, I've got an Aussie alongside me. Macca in London. Any pub recommendations for a couple of Aussies in London to watch the cricket?
Ooh. I don't know of any great cricket watching pubs because I live in London, but there's some great pubs near the ground. There's the Fentimore near the Oval. And there's also the Kennington, which is not too far from the Oval either. There's a pub I like that I'm sure you would have been to. Actually, well, I mean, Dan, you've been
Black Prince or whatever it's called.
I was going to say the Prince of Wales.
Prince of Wales.
In Cleaver Square with the petanque. If you've never been to London, I think it's a very London experience where you can drink out on a square with while people play petanque around you.
Sweet. Who doesn't want to play petanque?
Do you play petanque, Bharat?
There's a petanque club right next door to where I live now in the Adelaide Hills. I'm very keen. I see my townspeople indulging in petanque all the time.
Do you play petanque?
I will, because I was told, unlike with lawn bowls, with petanque you can sip on a glass of wine while you play petanque.
Do you play petanque, Phil?
I have played petanque, but I haven't played petanque for a while.
You look like a petanque.
I've played petanque, yeah. With the Pims.
So
Pims and petanque.
If you're having a fever dream in Australia right now, as Cummins is in, and Moeen Ali gets up on his toes and defends it to the onside, we don't apologise.
If you're listening to this in Uredla, once I'm back home after this Ashes series, I don't mind indulging in a game of petanque with you. Bring the wine. I mean, you bring the wine.
I'll bring the wine. Yeah. You bring the
petanque ball. See, this is what happens, right? It's late night.
It isn't here, though,
wonderful,
is it? That's
I mean, when the three of us get together, it's generally late night radio.
We should be all right, shouldn't we? But it's those back home. I'm sorry. Cummins is in to Moeen Ali, and he drives and has dropped, I'd say, by Cummins in his follow-through. I think he got a little hand on that.
He slowed it down, didn't he? It certainly seemed like he did. It was the drive off the inside part of the bat. We talked about those scooping shots already. So we're going to see a lot of that. Just having a look. I think it was just a wobble ball, nothing special there.
We've seen Pat Cummins take these before, and
well, we see on the replays with tyre power, your tyre experts, that he actually should have done a bit better. They're quite difficult, aren't they, catches in your follow-through, but the height wasn't too bad.
He just didn't pick up where it was, did he? Because I think if he did, he would have, because his arm wasn't even fully...
That's right, it wasn't extended properly, was it? Cummins into Moeen Ali, who defends into the offside, and they scamper through for a quick single. Joe Root did brilliantly there. He's alert to this situation. He wants Moeen Ali to start feeding some runs off bat. England now move to within 1 of their 300.
Yeah, just going back to that cotton ball chance for Pat Cummins, it was a sensational cotton ball, very similar to this, which turned the game in Lahore. Got rid of Azhar Ali on a pitch when Pakistan looked to be well ahead in that game. Then came that spell of reverse swing from Cummins and Stark, and they won the 15-day test eventually.
Yes. The 45 sessions, did he describe it as that, right?
Yeah.
Cummins runs in to the right-handed Root. Root comes down a wicket. It's in the air, chipping again, but not for too long this time. He goes to short mid-wicket. But Jarrod Kimber, he spotted this some time ago. Was it the start of the session, or was it at the end of the previous session? Off Scott Boland. It was Root off Scott Boland.
Yeah, I remember the drive. I can't remember if it was the end of last session or the beginning of this one. But
it's happening more, if anything.
Yeah, because you don't see Root drive in the air very often, unless he's trying to. And it was just, and it bounced, what, about 5 metres, 3 metres in front of the fielder?
Yeah, it was nowhere near a chance, but it suggested there may be chances to come. Cummins in to Root. Root just guides the ball through the back of the point, as he's done so many times. And the applause is for England's 300. Root to 79, they've got there in the kind of scoring rate that has been a feature of this England team over the last year. What precisely is that scoring rate? The scoring rate over the last year has been about 4.85, and it feels like it's about 4.85.
Just shy, 4.77.
Oh, so that's the Australia effect for you. Shaving 0.08 and over off them.
That's how you get them.
1 decimal point at a time.
Well, they did wonder how England would change their approach against Australia, and they have done ever so slightly. Cummins runs in, a slip and a gully. Left-handed mowing, push drives into the offside, goes straight to short, extra cover, no run. End of the over, the 63rd of the day. And on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard, Beaumont Tiles, you sail. 6 for 300.
So my boy Adam, he come home with all these bags of shopping. I said, what are you, millionaire? He says it was good bargain. Good bargain? Kogan mobile prepaid plan is bargain. Unlimited talk, text, and 10 gigs of data for $15 a month. My boy wouldn't know bargain if it called him on phone and said, hello, I'm bargain. Talk about a bargain? Get one at koganmobile.com.au. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test cricket with Maccas. Here's the 30 years of McCafe. We've been asking you to get in touch with us as to where you are while you're doing it, as Nathan Lyon starts a new over from the Birmingham end. He's into Root. Root tucks the ball into the onside, short mid-wicket, no run. There's a couple of beauties here. Sam is listening in from Montgomery Beach in Normandy, France. And Adam from North Frio says, lads, loving the coverage of the Bettina Express from Torino to San Moritz. Lyon in around the wicket, go for the reverse, he gets it fine. It's a big appeal, but I think it'll come to naught. 4 runs will be the result. He may not actually signal, he does signal it. Signals leg buys.
Should have waited there.
Should have waited, yeah.
Sundaresan. He's not had the best day.
You're an umpire, aren't you, Bharat?
And
you know not to do that.
Exactly, and umpire Raza has not had a great day. Had 2 decisions overturned. And I guess he was outside the off stump when the ball struck his thigh.
I'm not sure. I want to see that again. No, I don't think that was far away from off stump at all.
The angle is slightly odd on the replay screen there as Lyon is in. This is clipped into the onside and should get a single. He does between square leg and mid-wicket out towards the deeper mid-wicket, Travis Head. Score advances to 6 for 305. Someone's tuning in from Austin, Texas. Not with the call, but can you 3 get us a wicket? Well, we've just done that. So I hope you're delighted. A third of a wicket each, boys. Are you happy with that?
Yeah, I mean,
Bharat doesn't get that wicket.
Well, you picked up 4 the other day, didn't you? In a losing cause, but yeah, that's not your fault, is it? It's the other guys in the team, like Colo.
I got a couple of wickets early on. Harry Brook, the mystery wicket.
Oh, yeah. Well, I've taken a load today. There's Lyon. Is it down a wicket? Comes mine. And hammers it. Over wide one on for 4. That Cummins signals for the umpire.
How much fun must it be to be Moeen Ali right now? You've just been brought back into the test team and he thought your time was done. He has absolutely nothing to lose. He called it a free hit, didn't he? His return to test cricket. He can just do whatever he wants. And he's having fun. He's going to have fun.
Well, he's a lad who was brought up about 1.5 miles from this very ground.
Exactly.
Smart.
Used to play in the car parks and supermarkets, didn't he, around here?
Did indeed. Lyon is into him again, and he chops at this, but with no timing, it dribbles out to backward point. I mean, how significant is that? He said, didn't he, that, you know, previously playing under different captains, he didn't want to criticise the captains, but it was a tense, it was a tricky environment. He felt the pressure, but he says he feels literally none. So it doesn't matter for him. He's not going to play again after this Ashes. It's his intention. Never say never. Line in. This is push driven by Moeen. Out into the covers for a single. He goes to 7. England 6 for 3 on 10. And that is the end of the 64th over. England 6 for 3, 1-0.
After the big game, every sports fan deserves to kick back and relax, and what better way to do that than with a mattress from OMF. Get ready to unwind in style with the ultimate in comfort and relaxation. So, what are you waiting for? Head on over to OMF and check out their game-changing range of mattresses. Shop online or at over 50 locations nationwide, 100% Australian designed and owned. Where comfort meets sport.
SEN Test cricket with McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie, and that's saying something. It's Aussies, they need the finest of coffees. Yes. I know this from many times I've been to Australia, and my word, you guys do take your coffee seriously. Were you shocked, Bharat, when you went to Adelaide and discovered that they really, I mean, it's a passion for them? Cummins in to the left-handed Moeen, who tucks the ball into the onside, can't beat mid-on. No run. Hazel tidies up.
I was even more shocked how quickly I became a coffee snob, though. It doesn't take you long, because everybody's talking about coffee. In Australia, I think it's a crime if you're walking on the streets, whether you're in the suburbs or in the city, without having your own coffee cup or a coffee mug. Even if it's empty.
Have you ever got a coffee from Carl Hooper?
From Carl Hooper? Have you ever got a... That's a strange... I've never heard that question before.
There's a reason I ask it. Because he's got a coffee shop in Adelaide, doesn't he?
Not anymore.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Cummins in to Moeen, who slashes at this. Out through, covers for 4. That is the shot of a man entirely released from the shackles of pressure. And just having fun. He's taken to one of, well, the top 3 bowlers in the world, albeit on a flat deck with an old ball, but still he just come in with England still in an awkward position. He's flung his hands at the ball with a bit of width and send it scorching to the boundary for 4.
That's always been one of the features of Moeen Ali's batting. Anything outside off, he has such great hands. Doesn't move his feet too much.
How will Cummins respond? Well, straight a ball, which has to jab down on Moeen, pushes to short, just for cover. There's no run, 6 for 3, 1-4.
So Moeen Ali on facing Nathan Lyon, I think it was the first series, or the second series when he was having a lot of trouble with it. He was basically telling everyone, I just don't rate him very much. I don't think he's a very good bowler. And so he went after him. And it reminded me a lot of Mark Waugh facing finger spin in India or Sri Lanka. The same thing. Well, it's just a finger spin. I should be able to hit them all for 6.
Yeah.
Virendra Sehwag, another one.
Yeah. That could be many a man's undoing, that. Cummins in short, hit high, and it's going to go all the way for 6. Well, what a shot that is. Swivel pull, didn't get up much. No ball really has on this surface. Moeen Ali, despite Travis Head being right on the boundary, a deep square leg, happy to take him on. And as well, but just not much more than a flick and a bit of bottom hand.
It was just a matter of time before Australia went short, but on this pitch, ball's not really jumping up at Moeen Ali, and he just had to swivel, and what timing, and how much is Jarrod enjoying this innings from Moeen Ali?
Well, he's gone to 17, 6 for 3, 20. Cummins is coming around the wicket. Now this is driven straight up to mid-on. There's no run. We're going to have a change of commentary shortly. Before we go, just a quick one from Aaron in Wonga Park, who says, awesome commentary, guys. Switched the TV off at tea, then went to bed with the radio on. Haven't stopped listening since. Sleeping pattern is in trouble. We've all got one word for you, Aaron.
Patunk.
Very quickly, since tea, Bairstow and Moeen Ali, 62 runs, 10 fours and 1 6. Jarrod 14.
Thank you.
No fours.
You get dropped.
How many runs in this first hour? After tea, as Cummins is in. And Moeen just pushes at a full ball outside the off stump. Back to Pat Cummins. We'll get the answer to that.
Very quickly, 80.
80 runs in the first hour. So on the Well, Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sales. England 6 for 3.20 off the break. Adam Collins will come to replace me.
I tell you, kids these days, they don't know the meaning of bargain hunting. Back in my day, I would sleep outside the store all night, no tent. And then once you got in, I still have a scar from a stock take sale back in 91. But these days, with Kogan Mobile, you can sign up for the best value gigs per buck while sitting on the toilet. Talk about a bargain. Get one at koganmobile.com.au.
Here's the 30 years of the McCafe. And what a 30 minutes this has been. Nathan Lyon to continue. Got the big breakthrough. Now bowling to Root on 80. Short lead, the only catcher in close. Root works this out to cover, gets one as Jeremy Coney climbs into our very narrow commentary box. It's a brilliant place to call from, Bharat, as we have said throughout the day, right behind the bowler's arm. But it is a stiff to tricky getting into that third chair over there. So Jeremy will give him some leeway as he does so. First time we've been on air together as well today, Baz.
How about that? Since 10 a.m.
Feels like a long time ago.
No, I know. Especially the way England play Test cricket these days.
When I got here at 7:30 this morning for my first commitment, it feels like an eternity ago, but no concerns. It's been an absolute belter of a day. Loving every moment on SEN Test cricket. Lyon round the wicket to Moeen, who started aggressively, defending. Out to point, gets one. 6 for 322. Moeen 18 from 15. Hello, Jeremy.
Adam, I'm good, thank you. Are you okay?
I'm better than you were when I woke up and you locked yourself out of your room this morning.
Yeah, I heard about
that was a mistake quite early on in the day. It has improved somewhat since then. I didn't realise that we had, I thought you'd have to put those in yourself, but they all have little locks, don't they?
Little door codes for us. Line round the wicket here and roots forward. Gets one to extra cover where there's a bit of a gap. He's on to 82. 81, 82, 6 for 323, and that's on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard.
So that was relief, really.
Last year, the place...
As I was in my undertrousers, I remember it, and I thought, this is not going to be a good look in the SEN box. I'll have to be just under the table most of the day.
We did just consider, Daniel and I at T, what you would have done. We tried to game it out. What would have Coney done? Have we had to have... Because Phil and I went a long way from coming into the ground. It was quite early. How would have you of all people, played this as Lyon bowls to Moeen, round the wicket, got a slip, it's full and pushed out to point? Would have you woken Daniel up? Would have you tried to dash door down the door yourself?
Kind of borrowed perhaps Jarrod Kimber's pair of his long trousers. That would have come just below my knees.
I would have lent you some clothes, Jeremy.
Yes, and lively too. Dynamic.
3 out on the leg side with Lyon bowling round the wicket to Moeen. A slip, a long off, and a deep point. So 5 out on the rope. Lyon bowls. Moeen, he stumped. That is just swing and miss stuff. Lyon knew it was coming. He's always had the wood over Moeen Ali. He was trying to pop that straight back over his head into the city of Birmingham. Instead, he stumped for 18, and Lyon has a 4th on this first day. 7 for 323. Good piece of bowling to drag his length back, Jeremy.
He's, it's a good return, isn't it, for a spinner on this very flat track on the first day to get 4 wickets. Yes, he's had some difficulties at times, but in the end, it's a very good return. 17
from 18 for Moeen Ali. I was asked at T what I thought he would do. I said 19 from 21, so close to the mark. It felt like he was born to play that breezy little cameo, a partnership. 26 from 25, though, not for nothing after losing Bairstow and keeping the foot down.
But the fact that Nathan Lyon's taken 4 wickets on day 1 of a Test in Edgbaston, and the fact that Alex Carey has 2 stumpings kind of tells you a lot about the pitch and how England have played. Alex Carey had to wait so long for that first stumping, Adam. You'll remember it happened in India. And now he has 2 to show for it. I don't think that would have been on his bingo card on day 1 of the Ashes, 2 stumpings.
Yes, so he had to wait so long, didn't he, Carey?
I thought it was a good first stumping, actually, and some nice bowling from Lyon, because if you think just the ball before it, he was whacked square. When it was a bit short, he waited back, and he thought probably the bowler was going to adjust and come a little bit fuller, and therefore he went down the very next ball, but he didn't. Lyon kept it there, and it defeated him.
Stuart Broad walking out after Australia celebrate another wicket for Tobin Brothers funeral, celebrating lives.
Yeah, and I heard you talk about it earlier, Adam. This is 2 days ago when Nathan Lyon took Josh Inglis and Matt Renshaw, the reserve batters, into the nets. And for half an hour, Jeremy, all he asked them to do was reverse sweep him, jump at him, ball after ball. For half an hour, he was just practicing for baseball. And he was setting different virtual fields. And this is what he was preparing for. And he's such a wily customer, you're right. He held his nerve. He's held his nerve even when Bairstow went after him. And now Moeen Ali jumped at him in the previous over, hit him over the top. But he just changed his length.
And don't forget, he's been out when he's not bowling, he's in front of the Hollies stand all day.
Yeah, true.
491 test wickets for Lyon now.
You don't get there without having held your nerve in these kind of situations.
He's going to beat Ashwin to 500. Ashwin overtook him at one stage. He's on 474, but yes, Lyon's had a tremendous 12 months. Around the wicket, slip and a short leg to Stuart Broad. Can he get his 5th here? Broad first ball, hit on the pad, shout for leg before. Umpire Raza says not out, but Lyon liked it so much that I'd be very surprised if they don't send it upstairs.
Umpire Raza has not had a great day. Just mentioned it earlier. Pat Cummins. Oh, no, he's okay.
No, they...
Oh, no, they have.
They have reviewed. My apologies. It looked like... Well, have they not?
Oh, no, they have not.
End of the over. 7 for 323. A successful one for Australia. That's on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, Hugh Shalon now.
Go full sport with Code Sports, Australia's biggest and most experienced sports news team, featuring leading experts with decades of experience in the game, bringing you the in-depth stories that matter. For all your sport now in the one place, visit Code Sports today.
RJ Sanderson and Associates are accountants and taxation specialists. Individuals, companies, trusts and self-managed super funds. Take the stress out of tax, tax returns, financial statements, bookkeeping and BASs. rjsanderson.com.au.
We're here from Macca's. Here's to 30 years of the Cafe. Good one not to review in hindsight. Smith was wrong because he smashed it right out the middle of the bat onto the pad. Broad from his first ball. So Pat Cummins still striving to get his name in the book. Done for 49 from 12. Takes his wickets at 21 in England before today.
12 overs? Is that a wee bit under-bowled for Cummins?
Yeah. They've only bowled 66. It's been, dare I say it, very baseball energy about this first innings. Cummins bowls here and Root goes back in defence. And what I mean by that is that he gets one down the ground. My apologies. I thought it was straight to mid-off. So Root moves to 83. 7 for 324. They never bat for more than 80, 85, 90 overs. They tend to lose their wickets inside the first day.
That's take a single, so we can bowl it broad, isn't it?
It is. It has to be. I wonder how Joe Root plays it from here, Jeremy. Not too far away from 100. He's a couple of tough series against Australia.
Well, Broad generally, I think, in this latest kind of iteration, if you like, of the game, is he goes for it, doesn't he? And I don't know whether he feels, therefore, that he should take most of the strike and he's out there and he just wants to make a quick cameo, of even if it's only 20, get on with the game. So Root really just has to kind of, I think, just take it as it comes. It's not as if he farms the bowling. I don't think those days are past.
I don't think it's part of how England play Test cricket anymore.
Cummins operating round the wicket to Broad, back of a length. At least that's the way Broad played it. Would have hit the stumps had he not hit the middle of his bat. Well played in the end. 7 for 324.
Who's happier?
Good question.
Who's happier at the moment?
Australia. I think the 7 wickets, they would have been a little worried when the Root Bairstow partnership is going on. But we've seen this pitch. Yes, a few balls have kept low, Jeremy, but it's taken some extremely good bowling to take wickets.
And it's been very flat. We've talked about that all day, haven't we? So 320 for 7. Yeah, I think I'd agree with that.
Cummins wider of the crease to Broad on leg stump. Plays it into the onside. I reckon they'll be chuffed with this, Australia. I mean, considering the surface, considering the foundation England were laying before
lunch. And they've put 3 catches down at least, haven't they, really?
I mean, it may sound like a weird thing to say it. You know, day one, lots of time to go. They still might make 400 plus. Root's still there and all the rest of it. But just from how bad this could have got, but they have stuck to their task and created opportunities from good deliveries and good and subtle changes of length as well, both of line stumpings.
Yeah. Hazelwood's been good throughout the day, really.
Slip in a gully. Cummins away from us into Broad, delivers here. Broad tries to play it through the offside, ends up at mid-on via the inside edge. No single. Left in the over.
I guess with the whole be happy question, Jeremy, you also have to wonder when that question gets asked. At the start of the day, I think Australia would take that. If you ask them right after the toss. At 5 for 170, maybe they would think the game started going away from them. They pulled it back beautifully thanks to Nathan Lyon.
Yeah. Well, that's that Bairstow innings, isn't it? He's the catalyst for this side. He was last year, wasn't he? Coming back from the injury.
Had to look for a ton, didn't he? 78 from 78. Bairstow, Broad facing Cummins. Awkward length, but gets it off his hip. Down to fine leg for one. He'll stay there with that. Broad off the mark. 7 for 325. And the fact that we don't have a strong view about who takes the honours from today at this juncture, good day of cricket.
Yeah. It should suit Broad, I think, this pitch, where he doesn't like the ball up around the sort of the shoulders area any longer. There were times, weren't there, early on in his career, they thought that he was going to be an all-rounder, bowling all-rounder, because he hit the ball so well. I mean, that 100 at Lord's, a big 100, wasn't it? But it's changed now, but he should say to himself, look, they're not getting it up on this pitch today.
Can Root keep the strike here? Last ball from Cummins, up and over the top of the corner for the second time in the session. Goes to reverse lap. Does it go all the way a second time? Of course it does. Joe Root to 89 in real style. 67 overs gone. England 7 for 331. Root 89 and Broad on 1. That's all on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now.
Up your corporate gifting game this end of financial year with Card.gift. Put the power in their hands with an EFTPOS, MasterCard or Visa gift card, or explore the extensive catalogue of over 150 brands including Bunnings, Myer and Amazon. With both digital and physical gifting options, you choose what works best for you. But why stop there? Take your gifting to the next level by customising your gift cards with your own logo or team photo. Stay ahead of the game. Visit Card.gift now.
SEN Test cricket for Maccas. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe. Phil Long, our scorer.
Yeah, 23 runs for Joe Root since tea, 2 sixes and 11 singles.
And both reverse ramps, haven't they? Of Boland right after the tea break. And Adam, I've spending the last 3 days like I have watching Joe Root in the nets. It's like watching a different person. 18 months ago when England came to Australia, I remember before the first test at the Gabba, Joe Root would have sessions which would overall last 150 minutes, 60 minutes. And it was all about trigger moment, where his head was, and he would get so upset with himself. He was so tense before the start of the last Ashes.
Yeah. Hear it in his interviews as well. He's just so grateful that Ben Stokes is the captain. Root taking on the job as a much younger cricketer. Broad on 1, facing line, around the wicket, new over, pushing into, well, down the pitch, no run.
And you compare that to what I saw here. On day 1, he was part of the last set of batters to enter the nets. Batted for exactly 35 minutes, played a lot of shots, played the reverse ramp, played a lot of lofted shots, and he was done.
Line again. Bowls to Broad. Broad defending from the outside part of the bat, out towards cover. And look at, the thing I said before the last ball was, will he try and find a single? 3 men out. Logic would suggest batting with Broad. Placing one to point is the calculated move. Instead, he's like, well, how do I instead do the very opposite? Try and go all the way. Typifies the sort of change in mindset, doesn't it? Line here. And Broad driving. Out to deep cover. Gets 1. 2 singles for him. 7 for 332 England.
And typifies the freedom that the current management have given even a senior player like Joe Root. And I summed it up in my piece that I wrote a couple of days ago about how 18 months ago that first practice session in Australia was littered with him yelling no Joseph at himself every time he made a mistake. The other day, 35 minutes, 40-minute sessions, he's playing all these shots, and Brendan McCullum and everyone just yelling, yes, Joe. So from no Joseph to yes, Joe, it just sums up the transformation of Joe Root and the England team in Test cricket.
Beautiful bit of detail there, Bharat. No one does it better than you. Now, they're changing the field here, by the way. They've moved Smith from slip to leg slip. Labuschagne's at that catching backward point, I suppose, for the reverse if it comes. Root's on the front foot. Finds Labuschagne. Quick single brought through. Well run. Root into the 90s again. 7 for 333. 2 left in over number 68.
It's interesting, isn't it? I think some people, toss runs around the ground, like largesse from silk purses. I've always thought Root isn't like that. I think he bats more by the book of arithmetic, if you know what I mean, and he acquires runs.
Line to Broad, sweeping and finding the gap at deep backward square. Into position early, solid contact. Boundary out in front of the Holly stand. He's 6 his first 4, 7 for 337. Please continue with this, Jeremy.
Well, and then he kind of acquires the runs like a connoisseur does about his collection. I mean, that's really what he is to me, and yet he'll show us at times there's such a lot more contained in the suitcase, in the book of arithmetic. You know, suddenly you see a flicker of wit that he shows us, you know, now and again. And he's an interesting player.
Last ball of lines over. Broad goes across the line again. Inside edge down towards the rope. Boland with work to do. Puts in the dive and gets there in time. So 2 for Broad. Moves him to 8. Root gets the strike after the break. 68 overs gone. England 7 for 339 on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard.
Are you considering a new kind of thrill? There's no better time to secure the ultimate driving machine than at Mornington BMW Expo end of financial year sale event. Take advantage of exceptional offers including the BMW 1 Series, 2 Series, 3 Series, 4 Series and X5. The Mornington BMW Expo sale event is on now. Discover excellence at Mornington BMW and book a test drive today. The time to buy is now.
T's and C's apply. Licence 7674.
SEN Test cricket for Maccas. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe. We're nearing drinks. One more over until that break, or that brief, it should be a brief break. It wasn't last week at Oval. A 10-minute drinks break. Bharat Sundaresan with me, Jeremy Coney as well, former New Zealand captain. And Pat Cummins, ball in his hand to Root. How will he respond? As for Root, they've got the third man back now, and that's not there for a dab. That's there for a catching position if he tries to play the reverse ramp for a third time. Field completely spread. One's off it everywhere. Unusual to see this 7 down, but reflects the kind of day it's been. Unconventional from the get-go. Root on 90. Cummins on the charge. Away from us, bowls here. Root hit on the pad via the inside edge. Off cutter from Cummins. So we've got a long offset, 15 metres aside the rope. And then back on the boundary at deep mid-wicket, deep backward square, fine leg, third man, deep point. Covers set back far enough. There's an easy single. And mid-off, Josh Hazlewood away to our left is also 15 metres inside the boundary rope.
Well, let's see if Root's good enough to steer a ball in between some of those people on the boundary and get 2. That sort of area behind that he's used so effectively today, sort of down to deep third and backward point. That could be an area if he just manages to get enough bat on it.
So it's Pat Cummins from our broadcast end up to Root on 90. Bowls here, Root back and takes 1 to mid-wicket early in the over. Happy to share the strike with Broad. He's 91, 7 for 340. Run rate up at 4.98 runs and over through the day. Broad did have a 90-run partnership at this ground against Australia 4 years ago with Chris Wokes, I think, from memory.
That's right, yeah. And they still have Ollie Robinson to come, so Australia have gone extremely defensive to Joe Root. I wonder if they've gone to that field a bit prematurely. But yeah, we were promised funky fields by Pat Cummins and Andrew McDonald. We've seen a few of those today. Not all of them have worked out.
I think it'll be a big talking point back home tomorrow morning about the way Cummins played it, especially in the first session. He was on the way here, bowls round the wicket to Broad, wide of the crease, bouncer. Broad wants nothing to do with it. Tries to swing at it from, well, I don't know where he was, but it's through to the keeper's gloves eventually. And I don't fall down on the side of it being overly defensive, by the way. I'm probably more of the view that he's thought this through. He wasn't going to be too dogmatic about keeping 3 slips in a gully. He thought that preserving boundaries, kind of like in Pakistan, helped build pressure, and he was happy to play the longer game. But I'm sure there'll be fierce criticism from some quarters that they've not done it the way that some would have liked.
This is not the Australian way.
I was avoiding mimicking those who might hold that view. There'll be a lot of that, I'm sure, from former players and so on. Cummins round the wicket, wide of the crease, short ball underneath it, Broad just.
I don't mind the men, posted out either side on the sweeping, I don't like the one on the point side because I think that takes away where do you bowl if there's a mid-wicket in there as well, which he did start with. But if you just bowl a nice line and length outside off and it just dropped into the offside, the chap gets off, especially early on in his innings. I think that's not right. I don't mind it, as I say, on the leg side. If you're going to bowl straight, you've got the mid-wicket there. And if you do drag one down and you get pulled, then you've got some cover there as well.
So with 2 balls left in the over, they're now giving Broad a single. Deep backward point. They've got 3 out on the leg side, including Cow Corner. Drops back for this delivery. Broad facing up to Cummins. Bowls round the wicket. Leaves his stumps exposed. Squeezes it out. Full delivery. Trained on the middle stump. Backward point. Nathan Lyon does the work. They get 1. Broad 9. England 7 for 342. Last time it was the final ball of the over with Root facing Cummins. He reverse ramped him for 6. Will he look for 1 this time on 91? Play the percentages. What do we think?
Well, it'll be interesting to see what they're doing with the field. That third man has moved over to fine leg, and now Cam Green is dropping back.
Would have been quite funny had they given him the shot.
Yeah.
Well, he just got to bowl a slightly slower ball, doesn't he? Very much harder to hit it over third man. You know, when you got to catch that up and hit it over there.
He's bowled 1 off cutter to him already.
So a deep backward point and a third man for the final ball here. Cummins to end his 14th over. The Brute here down the leg side, doesn't catch up with it. Into the gloves of Carey. So the strike goes back to Broad. 69 overs gone, 7 for 341. Our coverage is for McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie, and that's the time for drinks in this final session. Australia taking 2 wickets since tea. Johnny Bairstow was stumped. Carey bowled Lyon for 78 from 78 balls, and Moeen Ali was also stumped. Carey bowled Lyon for 18. They've moved along to 7 for 341 as we take our break. And before doing so, a shout out to our listeners, Jeremy, in New Zealand on SENZ. They're here thanks to Rosine. Paint the Kiwis Trust. If you're listening in New Zealand, 8833 on the text. We'll get Jeremy reading more Rosine ads after the break. What are we, Roots?
Are you a tradie, corporate or work roadside and looking for quality workwear that gets the job done right the first time? Work Locker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham have all the best brands you're looking for, including FXD, Steel Blue, Cat, Bisley, Hard Yakka, King G, Blunston, Mongrel and heaps more. They also provide in-house embroidery and digital printing for full control of your uniform orders. Work Locker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham. Unlocked, stocked and full of value workwear for wherever you work. Visit worklocker.com.au.
Here at Astoria GWM Havel, new car sales are booming, and we know why. It's because our customers say there's simply great value for money. With drive-away prices for Canon Utes from $33,990 and Havel Jolion from $28,490, plus our new hybrids, you can see why. Good stock means immediate delivery, plus an extra $1,000 up to $2,000 off on some models with our end of financial year sale. And we need your trade-in. Astoria GWM Havel, Bentley East, LMCT 10901.
Hi, bank.
Hi, it seems like everyone's talking about the fixed rate mortgage cliff.
Oh, it's all we talk about.
What's going to happen?
Well, you fall off a very, very good rate to a very bad one.
Oh, that's horrible.
Oh, terrible.
Are you laughing?
No.
You're horrible.
Awful.
You can soften the landing when your fixed rate ends. Go to athena.com.au for great rates and interest-only options. Athena, love us and leave us.
Down the wicket, he comes, he's gone, stumped! Lyon's got his man, he's beaten him on the outside edge. And Bairstow looking to be aggressive, looking to keep going, has charged Lyon. Lyon's seen him coming, thrown it fast outside the off stump, and Carey has taken it and whipped those bails off.
That was the most important moment of the session when Johnny Bairstow was stumped by Carey from the bowling of Lyon for 78. He looks an absolute lock for another test ton here at Edgbaston after making 2 here last summer. That was a partnership worth 121 either side of tee between the Yorkshireman Root and Bairstow. Root still there on 91, batting with Stuart Broad. We've had the drinks break. They've made their way off the field. They've been going at 5.94 runs and over since tee, England. They've hit 101 runs in 17 overs, exactly what their game plan says. I've still got Jeremy Coney with me. Jeremy, and we can expect much of the same through the final stretch of the day. They've technically got 21 overs left, but with 67 minutes, they might get 15 of them if we're lucky. So they should be, they're still there, they'll be well above 400.
Yeah, 101 runs in an hour 15.
Yes. Going well. So Lyon's got the slip when bowling to Broad. Field spread for the most part. Pushing here into the covers. Takes one. Perfect result for England. Brought in the double figures. He's 10. Gives the strike back to Root after one ball. 7 for 342.
He's played spin, of course, so well, Root, today, hasn't he? As he normally does. He sees the length early. He's used, of course, a variety of sweep shots. He's also just worked the ball so cleanly into the leg side, back and front foot.
Round the wicket to Root, who reverse sweeps for one. Scott Boland at deep backward point. Said earlier in the day, at some point I won't get so excited when they play the reverse sweep. It's just normal now, isn't it? It's no longer a novelty.
No, it means, of course, that that's one of the reasons I think, in fact, you've got Lyon coming around the wicket most of the day. He's really only bowled just a handful of balls from over the wicket. Too wide and you just get reverse swept.
Broad facing up to Lyon. He's forward and defending into the offside. No run.
And then there's the orthodox sweeps at all. So we've seen a lot of that, and they have manipulated the field a wee bit. It's meant that a couple of people sometimes are covering that reverse sweep for Nathan Lyon.
Broad facing up, field spread across the line, gets it over mid-wicket where there isn't a sweeper, and it skips across the turf into the rope. Stuart Broad, 2 boundaries. Useful partnership already forming here. He's 14 from 16. England 7 for 347 in over number 70.
Just a big mow, really, from outside the off stump. The length is such that Broad is a tall man, and he's able to get down to it. Big stride.
That's how he does it these days, isn't it? Stuart Broad across the line when he can. Lyon bowls to him here, and getting forward is Broad pushing out to cover where there won't be a single. So deep backward square, deep mid-wicket. That man at mid-on's moved to a bit of a wider mid-on now after that previous shot. 2 out on the offside as well. Long off and deep cover. Slip the only catcher, Smith. Lyon to Broad again. He's got 4 wickets, and Broad plays this conservatively out to the offside. Run rate of 5, almost on the dot through today as they complete the 70th over. 7 for 347. Route 92, Broad 14 on the Beaumont Tail scoreboard.
Knocked out in the early rounds of AFL Survivor? Play AFL Survivor Second Chance and you could win $2,000 cash and a VIP AFL Finals experience thanks to Berwick Motor Group. Out tip, stay alive, win big at iCanWin.com.au. Driven by Berwick Motor Group.
Go full sport with Code Sports, Australia's biggest and most experienced sports news team, bringing you all the latest news and in-depth stories from around the globe, as well as every stat and live score. For all your sport now in the one place, visit Code Sports today.
Change of bowling for Australia. Cameron Green flashing up on our screen for Tyre Power, your tyre experts. Bowled 3 overs earlier, none for 19, but doesn't reflect the kind of challenge he presented England.
No, exactly. He beat the outside edge a couple of times. He bowled some good, useful short deliveries. He's perhaps the tallest of the Australian contingent of fast bowlers, so he can get it down there, and even on this placid pitch he gets some bounce.
So Green in here, bowling to Root on 92, starts the over with a single at deep mid-wicket. Again, no milking of the strike from England. One team's playing that game, Australia. England don't mind how the cookie crumbles at this stage. 93 for him, 7 for 348 England.
Now, certainly worth trying Broad out, I think. If I was going to say anything to Cameron Green, don't be frightened to give. If you sense you can bowl a short one, I think go for it.
He started with an accurate quick bumper to, I think it was Bairstow, Green earlier today. So that'll be the message Cummins has given. I'm almost certain Cummins fielding at mid-on, changing the field, tweaking it here that the deep backward point will go a fraction finer, maybe for a top edge. Green round the wicket from our end, our broadcast end, bowls to Broad, full and straight instead. It's the bluff, and Broad's equal to it, squeezing it out for the second time in that direction in his brief innings. They get a couple. Broad moves along to 16. Another milestone for England, 7 for 350. When you consider where England were as a test side a couple of years ago, how infrequently they made it to even here, and now it barely passes mention. Doing so at 5 and over as well. Had we been watching England-New Zealand here 2 summers ago, Jeremy, when they were just gone, There were no chance of making anything remotely like this. To think what we'd be watching now. Green delivers to Broad in the block hole again. Dug out to mid-wicket. There won't be a single. Extraordinary transformation.
Yeah, it has been. It has been. And it's been very exciting too, hasn't it? I mean, there's an existential question that goes on, of course, always in cricket. Are we doing the right things? Is this the end of it? And so on. We've kept facing those kinds of questions time and time again, but this one feels pretty real. And so this is an important series. This one's got to drag people back and say, yeah, this is great to watch. This is great entertainment as well.
That's an important point. Green bowls to Broad, who gets bowled. Middle stump bent back. So instead of going the short approach, Green attacked the stumps on 3 occasions and third time lucky. Gets himself in the book. England lose their 8th wicket with the score on 350. Broad knocked over for 16 from 21. Useful runs.
Yes, absolutely. Handy little partnership. Broad staying back in his crease for the first 2 deliveries from Green, getting foolish balls, trying to hit the stumps. He got a good stroke out into the offside. The second one, it sort of came off an inside edge for no runs. And the third one just pulled the length back slightly. Still straight, still foolish. And he had a slog and tried to go sort of wide long on. Missed it. So Broad goes. That's 8 down now.
Partnership of 27 from 29. Pretty much just what England wanted after losing Johnny Bairstow was continued quick runs, and they've had that, albeit briefly, from Moeen and Broad at 8 and 9 respectively. Ollie Robinson walks in with a test average of 13, but he can give it a whack as well. I'm sure he'll try to.
Yeah, he can. He can. He's batted higher than this, hasn't he? At instead of 10, he's batted up at 8, I think, at times.
I reckon he's had to bat 8 a couple of times. Yeah. So he's no tail ender. He's made first class hundreds, but 10 in this England team. Only Anderson to follow, who today, upon going on the team sheet, that means his test career is extended beyond 20 years. Anderson's first match back in May of 2003. We'll see him maybe with the ball before stumps the way things are trending.
Exactly. That's what I was just thinking. It could well be that Warner, and Khawaja are going to have to stride out at some point to face a nasty little few overs.
To face Broad, especially in Warner's case. Stokes was quite upfront about that, wasn't he? That the reason they picked him is to have a crack at Warner. For now, though, it's Green into Robinson. First ball here over the wicket. Robinson in the block hole as well. Maybe a little bit of reverse. Squeezed out to backward square. Robinson gets a single first ball. Jeremy with the thumbs up. That was reverse. 8 for 351.
Yeah, very full ball from Green. Certainly tailing back into the right-handed Robinson. Good enough to just get down on it.
That ball that he bowled to Broad was very useful. I mean, again, maybe a little bit of reverse. It was all through the air. Replays for tyre power, your tyre experts, but that could be a factor as this game wears on. I mean, the pitch is fairly barren, isn't it, on either side?
Yes.
The square, I should say. Route 93, how will he play? 7 from 100. Last ball of the over. Green to him here, hits him on the pad. It ends up with Green. Clips the pad on the way, Carey, I should say, clips the pad on the way through. That'll be the end of the over. Let's do a change in commentary. Daniel Norcross can come in and call Route to a ton. England 8 for 351 on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Route 93, Robinson on 1.
Looking to save against rising energy costs? Then step into your comfort zone with an all-electric Rinnai EnviroFlow hot water heat pump. Rinnai EnviroFlow heat pumps feature smart, innovative technology to extract heat from the air and efficiently create hot water all year round, all while using up to 75% less energy. Check out the Rinnai EnviroFlow range today to save energy and still enjoy trusted and reliable Rinnai hot water. Visit rinnai.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket with England 8 for 351. It feels like they're about 150 short of what is par on this pitch as Jarrod Kimber attempts to take the entire studio down with him. He's quite a slight, limber-looking fellow, but my word, he's like a mal-coordinated crippled llama on occasion.
Jeremy Coney made a beautiful leave of the box there. Jarrod Kimber, anything but.
Lyon is into Robinson on strike, and Robinson defends into the onside. There is no run. Route on 93. Is he about to run out of partners? Nathan Lyon, how many times has he taken 4 for without registering a maiden? How many times has he registered a 5 for without a maiden? We've got Phil Long looking at maidenless fifers. There are a few. As Lyon is in, and Robinson jabs at the ball and places it into the ground and up into the hands of Labuschagne. He's got Labuschagne for company. Something tells me that these two, Robinson and Labuschagne, are temperamentally very different men. Would you concur?
I think that's fair.
I think that's fair. Lyon in once more, and Robinson defends. Back up the wicket. There'll be no run. So we'll be seeing Australia bat tonight, I'm almost certain.
Well, more important than that, we'll be seeing Jimmy Anderson play a reverse sweep tonight.
Yeah, I guess it depends who he's on strike against. If it's Cameron Green, he might try it. He might. I mean, it would be a perilous shot. But if he gets his chance against Lyon, he will. Would he do that if Root was on 99 at the other end? Well, goodness me, Robinson's played the reverse sweep, and the ball's landed in the hands of Steve Smith, but via pad or nothing. I think pad. Polite inquiry comes to naught.
Yeah, I think the real question with Anderson is, will he do it first ball if he's facing Lyon?
Lyon into Robinson, who defends from the crease. This could be the maiden. This could be the maiden that ruins everything. It's the maiden that means that Phil Long can stand down. There's one ball to go in the over. It's got a maidenly feel to it. One ball for Robinson to survive to keep Root on strike. And he defends. It's a maiden for Nathan Lyon. And at the end of the over, England are 8 for 351.
It's City Mazda's Big 5 sale. Grab 5 big offers and unbeatable drive-away deals on BT50 and CX-9. Take your pick from over 55 BT50s or run-out CX-9s. In stock now, ready for immediate delivery. So I get 5 big offers with every new BT50 or CX-9? Yes, plus an unbeatable drive-away deal. Hurry, stock won't last. Head to City Mazda to view all 5 big offers today. Love my city, love my City Mazda. Conditions apply, LMCT 11621.
SEN Test cricket with Cameron Green coming into bowl to Joe Root on 93. The field is spread. In comes the lolloping Green, and this is flicked away out towards deep square leg. It'll only surely be the single. It is. Root happy to take a run off the first ball. Isn't it bizarre that Root himself is a captain who, for years and years and years, infuriated me, like many a captain does, by putting the field out, and then batters don't take the single off the first ball, and just nothing happens for 4 balls. But as a batter, oh, no, I'll take my single. And then just allow the other guy to bowl 5 balls. Now, why did he think it was a good idea when he was captain to set that field? And he was thwarted as Green is into Robinson down the leg side, taken low by Carey away to his left. But yet when he comes out to bat, he takes a single.
If you've got the great Ollie Robinson at the other end, surely you can...
Yeah, I mean, the great Ollie Robinson.
Didn't he make a... Phil might remember this.
Yeah.
I think Ollie Robinson made 100 in his first-class debut, and since then has not particularly got close. His career has sort of gone downhill with the bat.
It's not the other Ollie Robinson, is it?
Hey?
It's not the other Ollie Robinson you're thinking of. It's this Ollie Robinson.
No, I think he got 100 in his first-class debut. Oh, very early on in his career, anyway.
Green into this Ollie Robinson, and the ball bounces into the gloves of Carey. There's no run.
There are an extraordinary amount of Ollies.
There are your Ollie Pokes, your Ollie Carters, your Ollie Robinsons. It's England's version of Mitchell.
It's the Mitch, yeah. But the Mitch thing's more interesting because it goes across 2 countries.
Yeah, New Zealand as well, yeah. But to be fair, Ollie is very much indicative of the strongly haute bourgeois nature of the England cricketer. They tend to come from public schools, and you don't find too many Ollies in inner city London. Green is in. The ball tails in a touch. I wonder if that's reverse, worked up to mid-on, where Josh Hazlewood does the fielding. So Robinson is behaving very differently with the bat from Stuart Broad.
If this is reverse, so the last time I was on, which was about half an hour ago, they changed the ball because a big chunk of it came out.
Yeah.
So the old ball wasn't reversing. But then after the dog chewed it up, this replacement ball has done it. So.
Well, do you remember at this very ground, James Pattinson got a ball changed with England on 200 odd for 2, and it changed the nature of that innings, didn't it? He picked up a couple of quick wickets at all 4 years ago on this very ground as Robinson defends, back up the wicket.
Yeah,
there's no run.
Sorry, yeah, this Ollie Robinson, highest score of 110, his only first-class 100. Of course, the last ball he faced in Ashes cricket before today was that ball at Hobart that didn't really get behind.
Well, he had one leg in Hobart International Airport and another leg close-ish to the actual ground.
Well, they're trying to build 2 stadiums in Hobart, aren't they? So maybe he had one foot in each stadium. Yeah. New footy stadium out there.
Last ball of the over. Green into Robinson. And Robinson pushes it to the offside. Takes a single, because of course you would. At the end of the over, I remain perplexed. England 8 for 3-5-3.
Hidden Gems of Melbourne. Prince Wine Store in Bank Street, South Melbourne. Wine Enthusiast magazine has voted Prince Wine Store in the top 10 iconic wine stores in the world. The only store in the Southern Hemisphere to be chosen. Up to 4,000 wine lines, or wine regions of the world, from $10 to $10,000. You'll find the perfect wine at Prince Wine Store, bringing Melburnians the greatest wine in the world. Delivering Australia-wide, princewinestore.com.au.
SEN Test cricket with Maccas, and we're waiting for our Maccas moment. Maccas, I'm loving it moment. It's a new season for the McSpicy range at Maccas.
You don't think the Harry Brook?
No, I think it's coming. I think it is the reverse sweep by Jimmy Anderson off his first ball. I think that's going to be our Maccas moment.
You know Jimmy a little bit. Would he eat Maccas?
Yes.
He's kind of a natural athlete rather than a sculpted one.
As Lyon is into Robinson, who clips this ball away out towards deep square leg, and they haven't decided to try to push for 2. So there's a degree of logic suddenly coming back into England's batting. 8 for 3-5-4. It brings Root on strike on 94. So if you're Joe Root, which I don't think either of us will ever be, but if you were, seeing how this is going, are you pushing around a single, or are you thinking, I've got a lovely gap over mid-off, maybe there's a boundary for me there? Comes down the wicket as if that's what he was thinking, and clips the ball away to a backwards square leg, where Warner does the fielding, and he trots through for another single, moves to 95.
The question is, if I'm Joe Root.
Yes.
So if I'm Joe Root, I would be trying to hump the ball over deep mid-wicket every ball.
Yeah, I've seen you.
Because it's an off spinner, and that's basically, it's either that or reverse sweep. They've already got a field around for that one.
Yep. Robinson back on strike, Lyon round the wicket to him, and he clips the ball straight back up the wicket. Imagine such a thing. That's a little bottom hand flick back to the bowler, no run.
We had a big partnership one day.
We did, yeah. I made about 15, yeah. Well, I was your Dom Sibley. I was just there for the company, really. Lyon in, Robinson defends on the front foot, squirts out of the onside. Labuschagne tiptoes rather like a bear walking across an icy pond to collect the ball. There's no run.
It's not particularly bear-like, Marnus.
Ursine.
Teddy bear?
No, Marnus is an extraordinary man. He has the face of a man of 3 faces. He's got a marvellous head. It's like a composite head. You know, when you see those pictures of people and they put 3 of them together, you have to work out who the 3 people are. Forward comes Robinson, defends, there's no run. All of those composite ones look like Marnus Labuschagne. Can't quite work out how he does it.
He's taking the helmet off at leg slip here.
Yeah,
Despite the fact he's about a foot or 5 that he's been all day.
Yes, I guess he doesn't think Robinson's going to sweep it into his chops. There is Lyon. Back into his crease goes Robinson, and he carves it away through backward point, and because it's the last ball of the over, he's very keen as the number 10 to keep strike, so he trots through for the single, moves to 4, Route 95, England 8 for 3-5-6.
Profiling Australia's sporting greats on and off the field every Sunday morning at 10 a.m. for Tobin Brothers Celebrating Lives. Join me, Sam Edmund, and very special guests on This Is Your Journey. 10 a.m. Sundays on SEN for Tobin Brothers Funerals Celebrating Lives.
Need new club apparel? SEN and Tribal Sport aim to make your club stand out from the competition before the siren even sounds. Win $1,000 for your club thanks to tribalsport.com.au. For your chance to win, head to sen.com.au/win.
SEN Test Cricket in association with McCafe. Cameron Green starts the 75th over of the day. He's in to Robinson, and Robinson defends from the crease into the onside. So with 15.5 overs due to be bowled and 15 minutes to go, they're not going to happen. Again, a dilatory over rate, a little bit better than we saw in the World Test Championship final. And England, I don't think they're going to repeat their heroics of 2005 and make it to 400 in the day. They've got the time, but not really got the wickets in the way Robinson and Root are playing. It's a different old partnership, isn't it? Phil, just check out for me runs against balls in this partnership. Green is in, and this is driven at off the inside half of the bat. The ball rolls up to Cameron Green. There is no run.
Oh, well done. I was just going to tell you, asking how Joe Root might go about getting to his 100.
Yes.
You mentioned earlier, since T, 29 from 44 balls, 2 reverse ramped sixes and 17 singles.
So he's either going to go reverse ramp for 6 and or singles on his way there. Is that what we're saying?
That's what we're saying.
That is what we're saying. Green into Robinson. And he's gone for a big mow and missed it. Now, I just genuinely don't understand what's as Fred Droom would say, what's going off out there.
And to answer the other question, 6 off 22.
6 off 22, of which Robinson has hit 4 off 20. So Root has faced 2 balls in this partnership. Robinson has faced 20 of them. And that is by design, because Root has taken a single off the first ball of the over, and Robinson has taken a single off the last ball of the over, once or even twice. It's truly baffling. It's certainly what Australia will be very happy for. They're getting to bowl at Robinson as much as possible. Maybe Robinson feels he's getting himself in now. Is that the idea? Green is into him, and he defends on the offside. They go through for a quick single, and they will get there as Cummins flings a throw in at the keeper's end. And that means Root's at least, well, he's got 2 balls, and he's got Green bowling. The reverse ramp is on, Jarrod Kimber.
So just Ollie Robinson playing that attacking shot a couple of minutes ago. He's kind of Matthew Hogarth, Jason Gillespie.
Yeah.
He's not a Damien Fleming tailender. He's not a Stuart Clark or a Murali tailender, is he?
No, nor indeed a Stuart Broad.
And when he played that shot a moment ago, it did look a little bit like a caveman being given a calculator. He wasn't quite sure what to do with the attacking shot. Got it his own way.
Right, here goes Green. It's a Root who clips it away out to deep square leg. There'll just be the run, the one run that takes Root to 96. Robinson has to survive 1 ball, but I'd bet my house on him dropping and running and trying to get a single off the last ball. It's a no ball, another run for England. So the score advances now. I don't know if these runs are really precious, to be brutally honest with you, at this stage. It's England, I think. I'm going to be bold here. I'd say England are roughly 140 short of where they would like to have been on this surface. 8 for 359. Deep square, long leg, slip kind of gully, backward point, extra mid off, deepish mid on. Robinson, oh yes, as he's got this fine down towards third man, he's going to make it all the way for 4. Well, actually, that was a good shot. Gave himself some room. And he's guided a late cut. Can you believe it? For a moment, I thought it was going to be a single, but there's going to be another ball. I thought he was about to try and take a single off that ball.
I honestly thought he was going to cut that onto his stump. He went so fine from that position. He got his back leg in the way, but he timed it beautifully.
Lovely shot, actually. He moves to 9, 8 for 363.
It was very full to be cut.
It was, rather. This should be the last ball of the over. Green is in to Robinson. And Robinson ducks a bouncer. I don't know why they did that. Through to the keeper, no run. They must want to bowl at Root. They must be sick of bowling at Robinson. They want to bowl at Root. That's how they're going to change this partnership. As Bharat Sundaresan comes alongside me, end of the over, England 8 for 363.
Happy birthday, Essendon BMW. They've just turned 5, and to celebrate, they've got exceptional opportunities across the BMW range. Head down and celebrate with them today and see why their team service is second to none. Explore their new and demonstrator range, including their selection of electric vehicles. Your ultimate driving machine awaits at Essendon BMW, celebrating 5 exceptional years. Book an appointment today at Essendon BMW, 1 Centro Circuit, Essendon Fields, or essendonbmw.com.au.
LNZ11803.
SEN Test Cricket celebrating 30 years of coffee with McCafe. Roots on 96. Lyon is bowling to him. He is on strike at the start of this over. Mid-off is up and quite wide. Backward point, well, almost short third really, and a deep backward point. Here's Lyon. What's Root going to do? He's going to go off the back foot and punch it into the offside. There should be 2 here. Runs the first, and they will get back for a second. Root moves to 98. There's him with a chance here. There's a huge gap between backward point and really anybody else at all, which is no one out on the offside. Bharat Sundaresan has
Hello,
joined me.
gentlemen. How are you? Seem to have joined you at an opportune time.
You do that.
I do.
You do that.
It's all about timing.
It is. Here's Lyon. He's in to Joe Root on 98. He's back in his crease. He flips this away. Now then, they've run the first. There's a little half stop. No, he's not going to come back for the second. Ooze from the Holly stand.
He should have run back for the second then, because they were going to Robinson's end anyway. He wouldn't have been run out.
No, Joe Root had started. Exactly. And Joe Root was keen on the second. He took a few strides and was sent back by Ollie Robinson, who was not keen.
This is quite the scoreboard now. 8 for 366. Robinson 9, Root 99. 4 balls left in this over, and the slip cordon is being strengthened to the tune of a leg slip. Slip and a leg slip. Lyon into Robinson. Robinson works the ball, but he back up the wicket, can't get it past Lyon. There's no run.
And 9 extras.
And 9 extras?
Yeah.
Oh, be still my beating heart. Can this be true?
It's supposed to be a very lucky number in India. A lot of car number plates are based on the number 9.
Lyon is in. And that's dabbed away by Robinson just for the single, which will bring Root on strike with 2 balls remaining. Robinson to double figures. Root on 99. England 8 for 367. It's been a long old while since Root got an Ashes ton, but he's on the threshold here. Lyon's going to have a chat with Cummins. Doesn't want to make it easy for him. Doesn't want to give him a single. Root's taken many of them. How many singles has he got in this innings? Phil Long, it's a lot. There's a big old gap on the offside between short third backward point. There's nobody there. Here we go. Root on 99. Lyon into him. And he clips it away, and there it is. A 30th Test 100 for Joe Root. A little skip, a little punch. His first against Australia since Trentbridge in 2015. He waves his bat at his teammates. He'll be embraced by Ollie Robinson. It's been one of the more serene hundreds, notwithstanding a couple of reverse ramps for 6. He has been in complete control, and it is yet again 100 in the first Test match of an English Ashes summer for Joe Root. Yes, it's been a fine pitch to bat on, but there's been a lot of talk coming into this game. And Joe Root, without 100 against Australia for a long old time, has got there. A 30th Test 100. Lyon's last delivery has worked back up the wicket to the bowler, and that is the end of the over. 76 gone. Root has 100. Robertson has the square root of 100. He has 10. And England are 8 for 368.
Australia is having a conversation about the referendum being held later this year.
So what's it about?
It's about whether we should change the Constitution to recognise the First Peoples of Australia by setting up an Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander voice. The voice will be a permanent body.
And it'd give independent advice to the Parliament and Government on matters that affect First Nations people.
Be ready for the conversation.
Visit voice.gov.au. Authorised by the Australian Government, Canberra.
SEN Test cricket for Mackin, celebrating 30 years of the McCafe. There's been nobody better racking up tons than Joe Root over the last few years. Unshackled by the captaincy, liberated by Ben Stokes' leadership. He's never been better, Root. And he's back on strike to face Hazelwood. Away from us to Root on an even 100. Root plays back, dabs. Deep backward point for 1. 101, 8 for 370. Robinson's played his role as well. Jarrod Kimber.
Bharat, do you think it was weird that they didn't even try and stop the single when Root was going for his 100?
It just sums up what Australia have done throughout the day. I wouldn't say they've been defensive, but they just allowed him singles all around. I mean, he had at least 8 options around the ground to have put that ball into a gap for a single. And it's surprising, especially when you know the history of Joe Root. Hasn't made a Ashes Test 100 since 2015. You would have thought they would put a little more pressure on him. He was allowed to be, or he had to be on 99 for just 1 ball. He would love that. He would take that any day.
Absolutely. Hazelwood in. The Robinson this time full and straight and clips for 1. Deep square leg. Robinson to 11. It's 8 for 371. So Root, 4th ton against Australia. All of them coming in England. 3rd here at Edgbaston, 2nd in a row after that stunning performance chasing against India last year. 30 in Test cricket. It's really been over the last, since the start of 2021, isn't it, Jarrod, where he's really put the foot down when it comes to conversion. Nobody better at the moment in world cricket. Hazlewood into him here, 101. Make that 102. Another easy single. You're right. Your description's spot on from earlier in the over, that they have let him dictate terms around the field. They tried the milk to strike thing so early, and he didn't want to play ball. He's like, no, I'm not going to hit boundaries on balls 5 and 6. I'll do whatever I want.
Well, if you look at his whole innings, so early on there was a fight between Steve Smith and Pat Cummins about this. Martin's got involved as well. We heard some of it on the stump line of, Martin saying, we're just giving him too many easy singles. Then you've got the 100, then you've got the Ollie Robertson situation. It's like all day they basically just said to the guy who's the best at hitting singles in the world, would you like to hit a lot of singles? Yeah. Which is the opposite of how you should be bowling to Joe Root. You want him to take the big reverse scoop.
So just 7 4s and the 2 6s, but I think that's telling. Robinson facing Hazlewood, pushing to extra cover, no run there. I think over the course of the day, I've been a bit sympathetic to Cummins' perspective. It's certainly early on about trying to preserve boundaries, put pressure on England that way, but I don't think, as you're saying as well, I don't think that applies to Root specifically. That's more your kind of approach maybe to Brooke or to Duckett or even to Crawley early on.
He plays a different style of Baz balls to everyone else.
Yeah.
And so you have to have a plan for that. And it's quite clear today that, to be fair to Australia, they've had a pretty good plan to most of the England batters, not to him.
I mean, they've been so focused on controlling the tempo of the rest of the English batters, they have allowed Joe Root to set his own tempo.
So Robinson facing Hazlewood, 2 left in the over, on leg stump again. 1 to Labuschagne at mid-wicket, throws at the non-striker's end in vain. 8 for 372. If you're still with us, you can text in on 0433 98 11 16. It must be going on 2 a.m. at home, 3 a.m. Feel long as well.
Yeah, joins a select club. 15th player to score 30 or more Test centuries. You pointed out how good his record had been recently. 1,300 since the start of 2021.
Wow.
Do you remember when he outscored all of English cricket?
Yes.
Except for extras, they did pretty well that year.
That
extras.
And that was the difference between the Joe Root of then and now. Back then, India was happy to give him 100 because nobody else was doing anything.
They might make 180.
Hazlewood in to finish the over. Root clips into a gap, but he's happy with 1 and to retain the strike. That's deep backward square. He's 103. 77 overs gone. England 8 for 373. Australia striving for another wicket. If they get one, they'll celebrate for Tobin Brothers' funeral. Celebrating lives.
Hey guys, Ryan Papenhausen here. The all-new Amarok has arrived and is now the head and shoulders leader in the ute segment. Test drive at the new home of Amarok and the only destination for your next car, Berwick Volkswagen. LMCT 12366.
As Australia's only national tile specialist, we're wrapped. You voted us #1. You want great prices, great range and awesome quality. Get all that and our lifetime warranty on tiles when you choose Beaumont's.
So there's going to be like a mini drinks break here. They're changing gloves and all the rest of it with Root on 103. There's still a long way to go in the day's play technically. 13 overs, but 33 minutes, so they'll get about half of those in.
Well, I don't know if you've seen, the ball's been on the ground for about a minute and a half. Like, they're not even picking the ball. The game has stopped to such a point where it's a bit like that Seinfeld skit where he says, can traffic go backwards?
I just think that there's a part of this, Baz, where that's being in the field for 90 overs or for 6.5 hours in conditions like this. I don't mean the heat. I mean, like, it's like one-day stuff. You're used to doing it for 50 overs, not a whole day. Line round the wicket, bowls to Root, who swings across the line, out to deep mid-wicket, finds the gap, hits it all the way for 6. Just hung in the air, made it over the rope, had a gap to work with, big smile on his face. His third 6 of the session, Route 107. England 8 for 379.
The hang time on that.
Yes.
Right, it just took so long for the umpire to figure out it had gone for 6.
I thought there was half a chance of a catch in the deep, but landed between them. Line again, Root reversing out towards deep backward point. Hammered that for 1. Boland does the fielding in front of the Hollies, who've been They've been relatively well behaved today, I'd say. 109 for Root now, 8 for 380.
So that usually in professional cricket you have a batter as your captain, right?
Yep.
But we've all played club cricket, so we've all had to play under many bowling captains. the speed at which Cummins went out onto the boundary after that 6 was like what you see in club cricket. We've got to cover every single boundary.
Line, slipping a leg slip. Robinson reverse sweep, gets the angle spot on. Steve Smith laying on the turf at first slip. That's a boundary line, can't believe it. That was a standing reverse sweep along the turf. Robinson skipped along to 16. That's his second 4. Painful runs deep in the day. 8 for 384.
Well, that seems to be on the diet of everyone batting in England these days. They're all so comfortable playing that shot.
And they're playing it standing up, though. Perfection. Line again, Robinson. Sharper turn, but, well, just knocked down the ground because there's no mid-on, so they're treating Robinson with a similar kind of field as they are Root. He's 17, 8 for 385.
It's been interesting how England have gone about their training sessions. The first half an hour is just all the bowlers in there playing all sorts of shots, and they're encouraged to do that. Anderson and Broad in one net, Robinson and Wood in the other net.
2 left in the over. Root dancing at line, hits it long and hard and straight, and 6 more. Goes the journey for the second time in the over line. Root putting the foot down deep in the day, punching the bruise. 8 for 391, Phil Long.
4 sixes for Joe Root since tea. Last 4 was at 3:30.
That is some stat. Thank you, Longy. Line to finish. Root goes again over the top of extra cover with no real control. It spits out and spins towards the rope. Won't quite reach it. Root gets 2 more. Labuschagne running back with the flight. Their run rate is up above 5 again. England after 78 are 8 for 393. And Stokes is calling them in, you know. Stokes is going to declare. Goodness me. This is a different world. This is a different world that we are living in. On day 1 of the Ashes series, after 78 overs, Ben Stokes says, that's enough, lads. We want 20 minutes in Australia tonight. Which means that Root will have the privilege of leaving this beautiful old ground, wave his bat around, take the applause of all comers. His 30th Test century, 4th against Australia. First in Ashes contests for 8 years. It's been a tremendous amount to the Yorkshireman, the former captain. Australia have had 393 runs taken from them in 78 overs, and Ben Stokes having the presence of mind of saying, that's enough. We want to go now. This has been the blueprint of Bazball. To make your runs, get out and start taking your 20 wickets, Baz.
2 overs before the new ball would even have been available. That's what England do. You're right. There's a new era of Test cricket as far as England are concerned. They're reinventing the sport as we know it on a pitch where we've spoken all day long. There are a lot of runs to be scored. Ben Stokes has become the ultimate gambler in the world of cricket. And there you go, another gamble.
Jarrod, the 2005 Test match here where England made 400 in a day, it would have been inconceivable for them to have declared before the close of play. Would have been inconceivable for any other team in the world to do so. You just go and go and go and hope you're making the Australian batters have some more pain the following morning, having to front up and field their bat again. They're just flipping all convention, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, this is a first-class thing, isn't it? You see this in first-class cricket. You don't see this in Test matches. They're played more conservatively. The only thing I'm going to throw out to you, Colo, is it is possible, you know, the ECB are trying to save money and they didn't want to spend money on that extra new ball.
That's the only way I look at it as well. Like,
120 quid goes into the end of season trust for the players.
But the fact that it'll be brought to Warner, I think it's a smart move as well. Because he doesn't get overnight to think about it, plan for it. Of course, he's been thinking about Stuart Broad for 4 years. I'm sure that must have gone into the thinking as well, Adam Collins.
So England went to tea with Root and Bairstow doing it nicely. They were 5 for 240. So after tea, they've added a further 153 runs. They've done it better than a run of ball. Root completes his 30th Test ton along the way. We'll take a break on our coverage here at Edgbaston. We'll clear some of our commitments on the other side of it. Stuart Broad versus David Warner. Ring the bell. 8 for 393. England declare their first innings closed.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now?
Corner here, it's going to be nuts.
It's going to be nuts. And I think knowing David Warner the way we do, he would be looking forward to it as well. He was the one in that press conference before the start of this tour who said, I really do hope they pick Stuart Broad in that first test. And I think he meant it. And he would be enjoying the attention he's getting as well. He is a big match, big moment player. So he wouldn't take a step back. And Flem, just watching David Warner in practice, he's changed his approach to what he was doing when Stuart Broad was coming around the wicket to 2019. He seems to be coming a lot more across his stumps, covering his off stump, and being a lot more proactive than he was. So it'll be good to watch.
I thought he looked crisp in that first innings in the Test Championship, David Warner.
So as the England team cross the rope, Jimmy Anderson leads them out. Now 20 years a Test cricketer. Ollie Robinson is taking off his cap. Maybe he's bowling. I just can't fathom a scenario where it's not Anderson. All the fast bowlers come together, to be fair. I wonder whether there might be, Bharat, some funny business here. That is to say, if depending on where they front up, it might dictate who bowls the first over.
Yeah, looks
It'd
like
be very Bazball. It'd be very Bazball if Australia went, or rather if England went, we're going to see which way you guys are going, and we'll decide who bowls the first over, because we want Warner to face Broad straight away. We'll see. It is going to be Broad, you know. Yeah. Stuart Broad is going to bowl the first over.
They just walk past each other.
And David Warner is walking to the business end. Oh, this is fun. So David Warner and Usman Khawaja acknowledging that Khawaja tends to face the first ball in the first innings. Warner, who tends to face the first ball in the second innings, says, no, I'm taking this head on.
He wants it, yeah. He wants it.
So, Jimmy Anderson and Stuart Broad have bowled together in Test cricket hundreds of times. Well, yes, indeed, hundreds of times. And Phil Long, I'm going to get you to tell us how many times Broad's bowled the first over, not Anderson. It'll be counted on one hand, Flem. The situation demands it. The occasion demands it. Late in the day.
Yeah, around the wicket. This is what happened, wasn't it, 4 years ago? He was bowling wobble seams there, wasn't he? He was angling the ball to the slips, and then he'd bowl the cross seam that'd go straight into Dave and get him bowled or LBW. This is sensational. You know, Ashes, you know, Australia versus England, but we love the individual matchups as well, and it doesn't get any bigger than this. Stuart Broad bowling to Dave Warner.
3 in the cordon, change of configuration. Ben Stokes at first, Crawley at second, Ollie Pope in there at third. A catching cover point as well, unusual position. Joe Root there, normally Root would be at first slip. Clearly a plan. Broad around the wicket, approaches David Warner. Warner plays off the back foot, gets a run first ball. No, he doesn't. James Anderson, the 40-year-old, scampering around from mid-off, says, no, you will not. Playing his role. What do you think about this position? So Root, correction, it's Pope who's fielding in this, would you call it a catching cover point, about 3 pitches over. Very unusual position. And Root's not in the cordon. Where's Joe Root? He must be off the field.
He's off the field. I didn't see him warm up. But just to see Stuart Broad stood right next to David Warner, pointing at the fielders, asking him to bring the ball back in. It's all happening.
That was a cross seam, mate.
So bat on ball first up. Broad away from us. Wide of the crease to Warner, around the wicket, driving out towards James Anderson for the second time. Collects it an extra cover, no run.
Good sign so far from David Warner. Look at his front foot move. He's going at the ball. Weight's not hanging back like it was in 2019, and it's a no ball.
Noe as well. They won't mind that. In fact, they'll be. Thank you, Chris Gaffney, for giving me another opportunity. Australia off the mark, none for one.
And watching big it back Stuart here. Broad charging in too. Good follow through, bowled well.
That's a huge Noe. He's overstepped by...
Yeah, Cam Green bowled one of those.
20 centimetres. So Stuart Broad, all eyes on the veteran, on the charge. Round the wicket to Warner. Warner leaves alone a ball that swings prodigiously after passing the stumps. That's the movement Broad wants when Warner eventually presents the blade.
Still think it's much better already. The first 3 balls we faced. We've seen Warner face from Stuart Broad. More confident. It's about mindset as well. Fleming wants it. He's enjoying this as much as Stuart Broad is charging in and everybody else around the ground.
It's got him out 14 times in Test cricket. Sun's back out again. Late in the day. Broad on the way. to Warner. Full and driven out to that cover point position in close. Ollie Pope does the fielding. So it's Harry Brook at third slip. I should just clarify from before. I identified that being as Pope.
Yeah, he's bowling full. Generally, they look like they've been the wobble seam type delivery. I wonder if he'll try an actual away swinger or an in swinger. He's been relying on seam at this stage.
So he's got 3 left in the over after the no ball. Broad on the approach. Wider again on the crease. Bowls to Warner. Presents a full face of the bat down towards mid-off. Should be a single. They don't take it. Khawaja, drama. They get back to where they need to be eventually. That is just sheer nerves from the veterans.
It is.
The two 36-year-olds have been batting together since they were teenagers.
It's not for Musman.
Well,
Dave has looked for a single, I reckon, 4 times already.
Was there not one there on that occasion? We'll watch it again. Back for time.
No, I reckon Dave's the one that says yes, then no. Yeah, he said yes,
yes,
no.
then no, right.
He went no, yes, no. I think that's what the confusion was, and there was a little bit of a fumble.
Yeah, I think it's not from Usman's end. This is all from Dave's end. I've never seen him like this.
At first he was indecisive, but then he wasn't so sure, Warner. No, yes, no. What it does mean is Broad gets another crack. Warner yet to score. Broad up to the crease. Warner back of a length, tucks it into the onside again. Not far away from a single, but Moeen Ali racing over to square leg, denying it. Every ball an event here at Edgbaston. Late on the first day.
Well, he's hit every ball except for one. You'd think he would have scored a run.
Yeah.
But I feel like it's going Broad's way. I just think it seems to be building on Dave. He just wants to get off the mark.
4 years waiting for this opportunity, Warner, to return to England, to get it right on his final lap around the world as an international cricketer. Stuart Broad, his nemesis. He passes umpire Erasmus and bowls, and Warner drives through the offside. Oh, what a relief that will be. It's a boundary. David Warner right at the middle of the bat. Pumps the fist. The first over complete. None for 5 after the break. Daniel Norcross will be in for me. Warner 4, Khawaja to face the music from James Anderson after we take a breather.
Did you know, right now you can get more bang for your buck with budget trucks? How's that then? 5-day moving van rentals. Pick up Sunday or Monday and pay one low price for all 5 days. 5 whole days? Loads of flexibility, a great deal, and you can drive them on an ordinary car licence. Pick up Sunday or Monday. That's the deal. Head to budgettrucks.com.au or your nearest budget location. Rightio!
SEN Test cricket with Maccas. It's the last 15 minutes of the first day, and it's given us everything. But what it hasn't given us, though, is, I guess, Jimmy Anderson opened the bowling, because Ollie Robinson's going to open the bowling. Did wonder how this was going to work.
It's interesting, isn't it? Your swing bowler's not going to be able to take the new ball. But Robinson's, I think he's improving every year I see him.
Khawaja on strike. Here is Robinson. He's into Khawaja, who reaches for one wide of the off stump that actually nibbled away from him. He lays bat on it, gets it through a gap in the offside. They get through for a couple of runs, and Khawaja is off the mark. Australia none for 7. That's the 400th run today. The first day of the Ashes in this new era, and it has not disappointed, ladies and gentlemen. Those of you who are still up with us, congratulations. You're doing magnificent sterling work back in Australia.
There was a bit of Ben Duckett dismissal about that shot from Khawaja, just floating the bat outside off stump.
Funny old slip cord in England have got here as Robinson is in, and this is full, dug out. And there's no run as it goes up to Anderson at wide mid-off or short extra. Ollie Pope at 4th slip is standing a good yard in front of 3rd slip Harry Brook, who's next to Crawley, who in turn is next to Root, and they're all pretty close together.
And there's so much dust coming up when Usman just banged that into the pitch. It's almost like a 4th day pitch in the subcontinent.
Yeah,
without the excessive turn.
Here is Robinson, and advancing slightly and beaten outside the off stump is Khawaja. He doesn't have played that a little bit on the walk And that's gone past the outside edge. This is the danger of Robinson for the Aussies, especially to the left-hander. He'll get that ball to wobble and nip. And he's not a swing bowler, but the Duke's ball's not going to swing very much with the lacquer on, and that is not far away from Khawaja's
Just
bat.
caught on the crease, wasn't he, Usman? Caught on the crease, squared up, very vulnerable.
Fingers, toes pointing down. Got my digits mixed up. Here comes Robinson. Into Khawaja, who advances down the wicket and drives through mid-off. It'll be pursued by the 40-year-old Anderson, who gets to the ball and flings in. And they'll pick up a couple of runs. I beg your pardon, it's Stokes out there who's doing all that charging around. Where did he look? When he runs in a straight line, it's not too bad. It's the turning. Now then, now he's going to stay in that position. Anderson is at just in front of square on the onside. Broad is at a wide mid-on. There's a long leg Moeen Ali and those 4 slips, backward point in place. Robinson in. Khawaja lets this go by to the gloves of Bairstow. Sure, you've made your feelings felt about that new ball. Is that part of the reasoning because a new ball was due anyway and thought it might wrap up the tail? I mean, I just thought England should try to get as many as they can.
Yeah, but I don't think they don't do that. They saw the stat, didn't it? Was it 5 first
and 15?
Yeah, 15. So we shouldn't be surprised.
And really, you could sort of discard the first game. He was captain because Root was unavailable. It was a one-off game, really. We're looking entirely this era of 14 Test matches. Round the wicket comes Robinson, and he's fallen over.
Gee, that didn't look good.
Now, is he all right? No, he's up on his feet.
Wow.
He's fine, but he's slipped in his delivery stride.
Well, no one's been bowling. Well, Nathan Lyon, but not too many quicks from around the wicket. The Australians going with right-handers.
Well, that's not going to make him feel confident, is it? About that line of... When he's turned his ankle slightly there, but...
Yeah, he's landing on the side of his shoe.
Yeah, and then sliding.
Yeah.
Well, let's see how he fares here. He's going to try again. And up on his toes goes Khawaja. Defends the ball into the offside. End of the over. We've got 10 minutes to go. And Australia, who are batting amazingly at the end of this first day, are none for 9.
At Werribee Kia, you'll find a wide array of late models with low kilometres from the Kia range, all ready to go today. Their end of financial year clearance is on now, and Werribee Kia have great finance packages for ABN and private buyers. Looking for a trade-in? Werribee Kia offer top dollar, but stock is selling fast. Don't settle for less. End of financial year clearance on now. Werribee Kia, Old Geelong Road, Hoppers Crossing, or visit werribeekia.com.au. LMCT 114.
So Australia none for 9. Warner 4, Khawaja 4. Broad is into Warner. This is what so many people were here to see today. 3 slips and a tricksy short point. Here is Broad driving as Warner, a thick inside edge. Squirts into the onside. Anderson tidies up. Oh, Broad's loving this.
And the field is in Warner's head. You know, if that man's not at that short, I'd say point, he's just going to go through that and whack it for 4 through the covers, but he's unsure if he doesn't quite get to the pitch of the ball, he may get caught. So a lot of scrambled seam bowling from Broad. He hasn't bowled one seam up delivery yet.
This crowd is amazing.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
We're now at 6:22 and hardly anyone has left as Broad is in to Warner, who drives nicely through the covers for 4. Beautiful connection, a little bit full, looking for that edge, and Warner very elegantly places the ball between mid-off and extra cover out to the boundary. But really, I mean, what a pulsating day. I know if you get first day Ashes tickets, you may say, why would anybody leave? But it's a tricky old thing getting out of these grounds, especially in England. They're slap bang in the middle of cities. It's ghastly. It'll take these people an hour to get away. And very few people have taken the opportunity to nip off early and try and beat the traffic, try and beat the human traffic.
Well, Warner took the opportunity to put that half volley away. The difference between good length and half volleys can be met with confidence.
And now that tricksy field has moved slightly straighter. almost where that ball was briefly in the air. A bit hopeful, this position, but you never know. Warner leaves this ball outside the off stump, but there's a little bit of shape back into Bairstow's gloves. Such an atmosphere now. Well-fueled Hollies. Broad just getting into his work, getting into his rhythm. 7 minutes to go.
Well, I talked about the positive of wicket, but if Australia's numped for 20, 10 wickets in hand, batting on a placid wicket tomorrow, they'll be backing themselves to score big.
Okay, I'm putting my brain into Ben Stokes's brain now. Oof. And I'm gonna come up with a really wacky suggestion. Broad in, played it with an angle bat to backward point. There's no run, but I think it's a good idea for 2 reasons. 6 minutes to go in the day. Moeen Ali to bowl the next over.
Okay.
2 reasons. You've got 2 left-handers. Moeen's just back in the team. Are they going to go after him in his first over? Don't think so.
No.
You might speed through that over and get another one abroad at Warner.
Okay.
What do you think?
But aren't you sending that to Stokesy, not me?
Well, yeah. Would you approve? If you were Stokesy.
Well, it'd be,
what do you think?
It wouldn't surprise me.
Broad in. This is worked up to mid-on. There's no run.
I think you're thinking like you are thinking baseball.
I'm thinking
you're
like
in it.
He's got into my head, Damien.
Yeah.
I'm not me anymore. I used to turn up to cricket matches. I used to think I could make sense of it. Now I've got a crazy idea that having declared so that he could send his seam bowlers to have a go at the openers, I'm now saying Moeen Ali should bowl the 4th over. What's got into me?
You're just living baseball.
I'm living it. I'm living it.
And you're enjoying it too.
Well, aren't you?
It's been a very good day. Very entertaining day. Joe Root, what a brilliant 100.
Broad round a wicket, last ball, thick inside edge, goes to the onside, wants a run, it isn't there. Throw comes in, end of Broad's over. Now then, let's see. What's he going to do? Ben Stokes. Where's Moeen Ali? Find me Moeen Ali. Well, he's trotting in, he's trotting in.
I think Johnny Bairstow's bowling.
He's not going to bowl. No, he's not going to bowl. He's running. He's running to the wrong end. I'll tell you where he's running. He's running from deep backward square leg to long leg. They may have brought him back into the side. This is lovely, isn't it? Moeen, will you answer the Ashes SOS call?
Yep.
Sure, Skip. For you, anything.
That's what he said.
Yeah, fine leg to fine leg. Is that all right?
Yeah, but it's his home crowd.
I guess
he's probably signing autographs.
So he's just going around.
So it's smart.
Fair call. 4 slips in place. It's going to be Robinson. Could be the last over of the day. He's into Kawajo. Covers up in defence. Doesn't quite get through that defence. Pushes into the offside. Stokes fields. See, I think I've become more Ben Stokes than Ben Stokes himself.
I think that's a good thing. Can you bowl? How's your knee?
My bowling was never very good. And my knees, well, they're old and bent.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a good delivery from Robinson, taking the stumps.
1 for 13, Australia, as Robinson runs in. Kawaja waits and plays away from his body again, but gets the middle of the bat out to Stokes at extra cover. He likes to feel bat on ball, doesn't he, Damien?
You just feel if it was a quicker pitch with a bit more bounce, that shot there is very vulnerable, isn't it? But it's slow, and you can keep watching the ball as late as possible.
It's an interesting stat we've just got there, isn't it? That Usman Khawaja over the wicket averages 13 1/4, round the wicket 66 against right arm pace. And I get that's the opposite for Warner, I bet.
Yeah, and most lefties I would have thought.
Robinson in, he comes down the wicket, does Khawaja, advances on Robinson, pushes back to the bowler who half stops and Broad tidies up.
I thought he was going to come down and try and hit a 6.
Yeah.
Usman there. You haven't got into his brain, have you?
Look, my powers are just extraordinary today. I don't know what's going on. I've been released, I've been liberated from the torpid misery of an Englishman's brain.
So,
now I'm some kind of
6 for 230 at the end of the day. Yeah, I'd love that. That was great, but now, not satisfied.
No, not happy. Not happy. Robinson in, Khawaja lets it go by through to the keeper. No run. I'm a transformed human. And that's doing incredible things to the nation. we're all of us suddenly oddly flamboyant. I think it's going to kickstart a sort of 60s revival. Everyone's going to, or early 70s, everyone's going to be wearing glam rock platforms.
Like it. Maybe listening to a bit of David Bowie.
Oh, a lot of Bowie.
T-Rex?
Yeah, a bit of T-Rex.
Okay. Slade?
Slade? Yeah, well, we do that anyway at Christmas.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
They're great.
Yeah, they managed to cling on quite comfortably.
The Sweet?
Yeah, the Sweet. Mud, yeah. Are you a big fan?
I'm a rock guy.
I thought you were.
And obviously that influenced a lot of the hair metal in the 80s.
Yeah.
You know, Motley Crue and all those, Bon Jovi. So, no, I like my English rock. And then when I played league cricket here, Oasis and Blur were massive.
Here's Robinson into Khawaja. Oh, covers up in defence, pushes back up the wicket with a very straight bat. And I think there will be just one more ball left in the day.
Warner and Khawaja played under 12 rep cricket together. They have played a lot of cricket together. The way they've ran between the wickets, or attempted to run between the wickets tonight, you would have thought this is the first time they've batted together.
Ever met, probably.
It's looked the most likely mode of dismissal, hasn't it? Run out.
Yes, it really has. They've been a bit shambolic on that front. Here we go. Almost certainly last ball of the day. Robinson in, wide of the off stump, and a good... Oh, it's not going to be the last ball of the day.
Much.
Because that's been given as a wide.
Geez, Usman's not happy with that. Have you got into the umpire's head now?
Yeah, I think I have.
Total runs for the day, 407.
Okay.
407. And at Edgbaston in 2005?
That's right, 407.
407. Is it an omen?
What's going to happen here? Dot ball?
Well, I hope so. We don't want to ruin it.
Yeah, fair call.
I mean, only 8 wickets have gone down today as opposed to the 10 that went down that day. Here we go. Last ball of the day. Robinson into Khawaja, who defends into the offside. And that will be that. What a day of Test cricket we have had on SEN here at Edgbaston. England making 393 for 8 declared. An incredible 100, as Damien Fleming said. A wonderful knock from Joe Root, ably supported by Zach Crawley and Johnny Bairstow. The England players high five, and the Australian openers, they've done their job. They have seen off those 4 overs from Broad and Robinson. Warner has 8, Khawaja has 4. Not many alarms except in the running between the wickets. I still give this day to Australia. They'll, I think, on this pitch, to trail by only 379 with 10 wickets in hand, they'll be delighted. Yet somehow the crowd, I think, feel that England have gone more than toe-to-toe with Australia. They've laid down a marker. And, you know, when you declare in a first innings, you half, Damien, you half say, but it doesn't really matter if we lose. At least we've tried to win. Yeah,
and even if we're behind in the second innings, we're going to give you an uncomfortable total to chase later on. So, Root, we've heard plenty of that today from the crowd. I mean, I'm not sure where he'd rate that, Joe Root. I mean, that was just... He took his time early, batted really well when Bairstow was going hard. He was happy to play second fiddle there, and then he started to, you know, play a lot of those reversal ramps for 6. And then he finished with a flurry, didn't he, with taking down Nathan Lyon when we didn't know, but they were going to declare there. So, classic. I thought Crawley was really good early. It took a good wicket to get him out. He looked like set for a massive score. For Australia, I mean, the wicket looks placid. We'll wait and see what happens tomorrow. But, you know, I thought that they toiled hard. And it certainly wasn't a pitch where you ever felt like the Australians were going to run through England. But I thought Hazelwood was probably pick of the bowlers. Nathan Lyon had to bowl way too much on day 1. But that was the scenario happened. The fielding was shoddy at times. It wasn't a great performance by Australia there. But overall, as a day of Test match cricket, it was wonderful.
Well, it really was. We've seen some scintillating batting. Great partnership between Bairstow and Root. 6s hit. How many 6s were hit today?
Joe Root hit those 4 after tea without any other boundaries. Johnny Bairstow hit a 6 just before he was out. Yeah, that was the 5 for today.
5 6s on day 1. There are plenty of boundary 4s as well. And we'll be with you for the next 10 or 15 minutes or so, because we've got a couple of things that we want to look at. We want to look back on the day's play. And we've got a couple of things some awards to give out, I guess. like our Maccas I am loving it moment of the day. It's a new season for the McSpicy range at Maccas. What was your Maccas moment of the day, Damien? I think I know mine.
Well, the easy one's obviously Joe Root's 100, but I'm going to go the dismissal of Harry Brook.
Yeah, that was a thing, wasn't it? Extraordinary.
Went over his shoulder, blocked it, and went over his shoulder onto the stumps.
And we still think, from all the angles we've seen, we don't think it touched him, do we? We think it just went up in the air, landed on the ground, and spun back onto the stumps.
It's not often you go, I have never seen that before in all my years of cricket. So that's worth the award of the day. What are you going for?
Well, I was going to go for the declaration because it was so extraordinary. The crowd was really getting into Joe Root, smashing it to all parts. We were all thinking, this might be a 450, 500 pitch, and this partnership here was suddenly getting them 40 or 50 runs, and he just waves the ball in. You go, wow, that is quite the move. It's quite an alpha move from Ben Stokes to say, no, let's declare this massive series on that first day. And Phil Long, have you got a Macca's moment?
Well, a few other numbers. 2 maidens, so maybe one of those maidens could be one of the Macca moments because they were few.
They were Lyon and Hazelwood, weren't they?
That's right, few and far between. Across the day, 42 fours, 40 for Australia, 40 for England, 2 for Australia.
And 5 sixes.
5 sixes.
I mean, that is... And how many overs did we end up getting in?
We bowled 78 plus 4, 82.
And I suppose you take off 2 between innings, so they lost 6 overs today, which is not great. We've seen quite a bit of spin from Nathan Lyon. How many overs did he end up bowling?
29 overs.
29 overs of spin on day one. And he picked up plentiful wickets, 4 of them. We'll go through the wickets shortly, but how about our Macca's delivery of the day? I think I know my Macca's delivery of the day.
See, I've gone early, haven't I, with the Harry Brook the previous one.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that's the delivery of the day. Would you?
I'll go. You go.
Well, I'm going to go Zach Crawley's dismissal to Boland of the last ball before lunch. Saw that ball just bounce and bite a bit and take that thumb. And it must be a lovely feeling for a quick bowler, isn't it, where you're just that tiny little deflection and the umpire didn't give it out.
You don't see it a lot, just the thumb, wasn't it?
Just a little bit of thumb. And I thought it was a good ball, actually, to a pitch that was largely unresponsive. I think it might be my moment of the day. Hazelwood would be my bowler of the day, but I think Boland might have bowled my Macca's delivery of the day. Macca's order via delivery.
Yeah, I'm going with Lyon to Brook again.
You're going Lyon to Brook?
Doubling up.
You're doubling up. So it's basically Big Mac and another Big Mac.
Why not?
You're going with?
The double Big Mac.
Why not?
Why not?
Yeah, I mean, you athletes, I tended to go Big Mac and then a cheeseburger, but
okay.
But I'm a kind of willowy.
Well, my first roommate was Merv Hughes.
He'd go triple Big Mac, wouldn't he? And a double cheeseburger to boot.
He got a hat-trick, Big Macs.
Yeah, I can see that. What about you, Longy?
I'll go Hazelwood to get out Stokes. A couple of reasons. Big wicket, but also England at that point, 177 for 5. The game was really in the balance end. I think it really did show England's commitment to the B word.
The B word, yes. We're trying not to say it too often, but you're dead right, because England proceeded to score another 216 runs for the loss of just 3 wickets, anchored so expertly and so magnificently by Joe Root. Going to go through the fallen wickets for Tobin Brothers' funeral, celebrating lives. And, well, it all kicked off quite early, actually. Ben Duckett was the first man to go. He was caught by Carey off Hazelwood for 12 on just 10 balls. And it wasn't a great dismissal, that was. It was one of the rare dismissals, actually, for England, where early on, where a loose shot came into play. But good bowling from Hazelwood, because he sort of set him up for that, didn't he?
No, he did. He tied him up. He brought him forward. Then he bowled the wider one. Duckett's footwork was absolutely nowhere. So Australia, it's a good start against someone who scores quickly. So it was a win early on what we thought was a very, very flat pitch.
Second wicket to go was Ollie Pope, who batted really fluently, actually, for his 31. And Nathan Lyon just managed to pitch the ball in the perfect place. Again, not the perfect shot. Ollie Pope will look at that and think he closed the face a bit early. But, you know, I want to give that to the bowler. When you're bowling round the wicket to a right-hander, if you can land that ball on the stumps and it's still hitting the stumps.
There was just a little bit of turn. You know, so often they're pitching outside leg and it's not out.
Yeah.
But Pope got...
it's going beyond.
Yeah, Pope squared himself up, and on a placid pitch, you got to bat. He should have hit that.
He should have done, but he was fluent for that 31 and 44 balls. That was 92 for 2, or 2 for 92. I'm sorry, my Australian chums. I sometimes lapse back into the Anglophone.
It's okay. It's cool.
Thank you. The last wicket to go before lunch was that one of Zach Crawley that we've been talking about. Zach Crawley, I mean, if we go right back to the first ball of the day, I'm kind of stunned, isn't it? When you think about first balls in Ashes, we mentioned Harmos and we mentioned
we'll remember
Burns,
this one.
but it didn't make our Macca's moment of the day. The first ball of the day was a thumping cover drive by Zach Crawley through the covers. It was part of an innings of some lovely shots, actually, 7 boundaries. He had a wonderful 4 off Scott Boland. It wasn't really a long half volley. He somehow managed to find the boundary. He went for 61, and at 3 for 124, I'd given the morning session to Australia on that wicket alone, because the pitch itself looked so placid. To take 3 wickets was a great effort from Australia's bowlers. There have been some strange tactics. I think we can all agree in that first session, Australia, they didn't come at England with the field. The bowlers, I thought, were efficient, but they didn't come at them with the field.
Yeah, I just think with, the wide, deep point and a mid-wicket, I'm just thinking, what running into bowl, what line are you bowling? For the deep point, you obviously want to be outside off stump, but there was no man between cover and gully, so there was easy runs there. And then when they attack the stumps, there's no square leg. So, and I think they need to rethink their plans to Joe Root. I think we've talked about it all day, that there was too many easy 1s and 2s to him. So for the real Bazball batters, yes, get the in and out fields, but I think Joe Root, particularly early, I think he can set more traditional fields.
Yeah, I mean, it was a pitch that in the end was nice for a player like Root. He's got a great eye and a great technique, but it didn't really attack those stumps and bring LBW and Bold into play as has been done before. 4th wicket was Harry Brook. We've talked about that till the cows come home. It was such a weird dismissal. Nathan Lyon picking up the wicket, bowling him off his thigh pad, up into the air, back onto the ground, and spun back at the stumps. He went for 32 from 37, 4 fours. There was one thumping extra cover drive inside out and danced down the wicket off.
He likes that, doesn't he?
Boland and/or Hazelwood. He might have done it to them both.
He might have, but that just looks a comfortable shot for Brook. I reckon he generally hits inside out. Freak of a dismissal, so if I was Harry, I wouldn't be thinking too much about that one.
Next to go was a skipper. That was 4 for 175, but when Stokes was out, 5 for 176. Chasing a wide one. It was good bowling from Hazelwood again. Just metronomic accuracy in the channel. Stokes, I was going to say, ought to be angry with himself for playing the shot so early in his innings, but I know he won't be, because it's the way he plays.
Yep, but well bowled and by Hazelwood, and all of a sudden you felt like, gee, the Aussies have been good straight after lunch. And it's 5 for 176. Can they bowl them out for under 300? And then the next partnership was significant.
Well, it was a biggie. It was the biggest one of the day. 121 in just 23 overs between Johnny Bairstow and his Yorkshire teammate Joe Root. Bairstow just really got motoring. Once he approached 50 and then went past it, he went gangbusters, continuing his home form of last year. 12 fours he picked up, and that's 78 off 78 balls before he danced down the wicket at Lyon. Paid a uncharacteristically limp shot. He's almost trying to flick the ball through the onside if he was even trying to do that. He didn't get any body in the way of it, and it was the first of 2 stumpings for Carey. So England, having got into a position not of strength yet at 5 for 297, but with a potential for strength, you thought, I wonder how many they could put on here, get well past 400. That brought them back a bit. Moeen Ali came out to bat, and he just went after it. 2 fours and a 6 off his 17 balls in his recall to England colours. Only the 18 runs, but he too charged down the wicket at Lyon. Another stumping for Carey. That is the B word once more. Any criticism of it, or is that just the way they're going to play? We're going to see that.
Well, not in hindsight, when they're always looking to declare tonight.
And last wicket to fall, because Moeen Ali was out at 7 for 323. The last wicket to fall was Stuart Broad, who entertained us as he often does with the bat. A couple of fours in his 16 off 21 before the strangely under-bowled Cameron Green got one through his defences. Not the hardest thing in the world to do. They then followed a partnership of 43 unbeaten between Ollie Robinson, who was farming the strike for himself at one point. He wanted it if Joe Root was going to get back on strike to get his 100. He made 17 from 31 with a couple of boundaries. But anchoring it all together off 152 balls, 118 runs, 7 fours, 4 sixes, a truly terrific knock. I keep on wanting to say captain's knock because he was captain of England for so long and it felt like a captain's knock.
It was a former captain's knock.
It's a former captain's knock.
Yeah.
30th Test century. His first against Australia since Trent Bridge in 2015. And then came the declaration that none of us expected, and yet we surely all should by now. It was inevitable in hindsight. Phil, long before we leave.
And very quickly, even then there was a twist. We didn't see James Anderson open the bowling. That's the first time he's failed to do so in a home test since Lord's 2009.
In 14 years, what a time to be alive. James Anderson not opening the bowling. And I tell you, in 2009, I don't know who was playing in that game, but I imagine it might have been someone like Graham Onions with a new ball. Could have been Flintoff, who knows? Might
have been Fred.
Could have been Fred.
Harmison, maybe. Steve-O.
Could have been.
Could have been.
So, at the end of play, 4 overs negotiated by Australia, 14 without loss. Warner 8, Khawaja has 4. Couple of overs for Broad, couple of overs for Anderson. Australia will go into the second day with a deficit of 379. You know there's some rain in the forecast, not the kind of awful, gloomy rain you can get in these parts where it just sticks around forever, but thundery showers. What will that do to the atmospherics? What will it do to the pitch? It might juice it up. Moeen Ali tomorrow, we're going to see him bowling with a red ball for the first time in yonks, and he's got a bunch of left-handers to bowl at. Well, he might have. Or we might see an awful lot of Steve Smith and an awful lot of Marnus Labuschagne. This is a pitch for them. Damien Fleming, who are you looking forward to seeing tomorrow? Who's going to be your man of the...